Hey guys, time for my Thursday night show. I just got a fresh cocktail delivered, so I am excited and ready to go. Make sure when you watch, you comment your city and state, even if you're watching on the replay. If you're watching on the replay, let me know it's a replay. I have a friend who sent me a screenshot today of her at work, and she has been binging on the show. She's now on episode 3, so we've been hanging out with her on her work time since she works from home. Those of you watching on Instagram, please come on over to YouTube. YouTube is where you can see everybody and see all their comments and all that jazz. I want to know what you guys have planned for the Labor Day weekend. See if you guys have stuff up your sleeve. Today was actually a little bit rainy for like 5 seconds here in the Dallas area. We had a little bit of a thunderstorm for like a second and then it was over. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting weekend. I have been working tirelessly on my Patreon event. It's actually going to be happening in November. We ended up pushing the event to November so that we can have it indoors and make it a little bit fancier. I underestimated how hot it is in Texas this time of year. So we went out and did the final walkthrough with the at the property. Oh my God, way too hot. So we have some real cool stuff. I can't wait to share a little bit more about the chef that we have coming on. Once he is confirmed, then I will spill the beans. Kenny says, I see you have gotten better today. Yes, and perfectly timed because got a little cough now. But I'm down to just a little cough. I was struggling last week. We got Willie backstage. Let me bring him on and see how he is doing. Hey, sir. Good to have you.
What's going on? How are you?
Good, thank you. It's funny because the topic that I was going to talk about was being a football widow and how I keep seeing posts about how the football season is starting. I'm a little triggered seeing a jersey because I feel like we just finished last season. I wish I was as passionate as my guy so I could be like, yes, it's football season.
Just be passionate for him. That's all you got to do. And just wear red and yellow.
This is my thing. It would be cute if it was like one game a week or something like that. But the problem is it just takes over people's lives. It's like all day Sunday. There's multiple games throughout the week. You can't plan anything. Everything is planned around it. It just almost feels like being like there's a mistress. Like, you're like the side chick for the whole season. So I'm a little triggered.
This mistress isn't going to try to call you and come to you woman to woman. So it would work. Imagine if he was doing fantasy football. Like, I'm in 7 fantasy football leagues. So I have a vested interest in every game, every weekend.
And I do recall you trying to recruit him. So
I did.
That way.
I did. As a matter of fact, I have one that I have his body for. I can text him now. Thank you for reminding me. I appreciate that.
No, Kenny says Kansas City is going to be playing in Brazil. Oh, interesting.
They are.
I did not know that. So why do they play overseas?
The NFL is trying to expand the game globally. Their idea is once they announced that flag football was going to be an Olympic sport, they saw the opportunity for the NFL to grow the game beyond American borders. And yeah, I look forward to it because I like going to the overseas game. I went to the first one. I think it was in London. It was the Jaguars and some other bum team. I think it may have been the Giants or something. I don't remember. But I just went because it was American football in London. I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah. So, interesting. I can't wait to get rid of this little cough. Shante says, you're looking good. I hope you're feeling better. Thank you so much. I was just telling Monte today, it feels good to be able to move around and do the things that I wanted to do. I was able to throw down and make one of my favorite pastas to make. Well, I guess it's mostly to eat. I don't necessarily love making it. I love eating it. Big back hobbies. But it was nice not getting winded just doing basic stuff like walking through the house. So that was really, really nice. But I've been taking it easy and relaxing. And, I'm going to be on the end of week 2 tomorrow. So I've been milking my bed rest incredibly. Okay, I'm scared to ask you what you're possibly reading.
You did. I was playing the big back song. But
can you please play it? We played it so much today. I am cracking up.
Oh God, it's.
Are you queued up? Y'all, if you haven't heard the song. Oh, maybe they're not going to be able to hear it because it's maybe through your system.
Oh yeah, it is. It's because my speakers.
Oh, dang.
Oh,
Okay, I might have to.
Yeah, you got to pipe that in because you have the admin control.
Wait, no, can you play it through your text?
Oh yeah, I can. Actually.
Yeah, play because I sent you because I was gonna do it, but I forgot I'm live on Instagram, so I can't. 5 of you are watching on Instagram. You guys, this is boring. It's just me. You don't get to see the show. So go ahead over to YouTube, and if you do go to YouTube, comment and let me know that you came from IG, so I can give you a shout out. But watch on the YouTube, watch my YouTube channel. All right, let's see if we can hear it. Big bag. Yeah, my bag is loaded up with snacks and different food.
You got to see the guy. Hey, I'm gonna put the link to that in the chat so they can watch it themselves.
Oh my God. I could download it and play it on here. Yeah, but for sure put it in the chat. So it's Big Back. Okay, that should be, if you're trying to lose weight, that should be a ringtone that's on your microwave and on your fridge. You open it up. Big Back, Big Back. It really sounds like a kid's like preschool song. It's quite catchy. Very nice. We've got someone checking in from Tampa. Nice to see you, sir. SG Fire. You drinking hot lemon and honey? I need to clearly step it up because I keep coughing. It's really just when I talk a lot. So be prepared for a lot of coughing. So that's the person's name who sings it, Kenny Coolin.
No, I was talking to Kenny. He asked me what I was. He said, "What's up?" No, the guy that does it,
you said at Kenny, duh.
Yeah, his name is the Sin Comedy. But I just put the link in there.
Okay. Oh, you put it in the chat?
Yeah, I put it in the chat, but it didn't.
I don't know why it's not coming up on the chat. Y'all, that song is just so funny to me. She said, Big Bag, Big Bag. Come on over to YouTube, y'all.
I promise you, everybody's kids know that song.
Oh, goodness gracious. So, anywho, we are going to have a lot of fun. Like I said, we've been tirelessly planning my Patreon event. If you guys want to come, just make sure that you are on Patreon and you could come. It is paid for. You just have to get to Dallas. And we blocked off some rooms so you guys can take advantage of the rates. But we've got a chef coming in. We have a night of fun that we have planned, a couple little surprises up our sleeve. If the weather permits, hang out poolside. And we're going to have a nice little reception first thing that weekend, and then followed up by a brunch on Sunday. So it's going to be a good time, y'all. If we have fun here virtually on YouTube, imagine in person how much fun we're going to have. So especially the guys, if you are single, come out. It's open for everybody. We will have a way to let people know if you are approachable or not approachable, if you're on the market or off. But everybody is there. I want to meet as many people as I can. It's been years since I've done a meet and greet, so I'm looking forward to meeting people in the flesh. All right. So I'm wondering, I'm actually kind of thinking, oh, he said, who made the Big Back song? I don't see it in the comments.
His name is Sin Comedy. CIN Comedy. The CIN Comedy. He's pretty funny.
Hey, Sai's in the building. Everyone else, so I think I just saw two locations. I see DC, shout out to Kenny, and Tampa. Well, you got 16 people watching, so y'all don't come in and not speak. Y'all got to drop your city and state and let me know where you're watching from. I also want to know in the comments, let me know if we should add a segment where you guys can submit questions live. I am considering allowing that to happen, and I'm trying to decide if I want to use like a phone number and have them be able to call in, or if we should open up the StreamYard. We'll have to decide, but I think that might be kind of fun to take in questions. Newport News, Virginia. Hey, Tay, good to see you. Very nice, very nice. But let me know in the comments. Comment yes or no. Yes, if you want to be able to submit questions during the show and have the panel members chime in. No, if you don't think that we should add that to the show. Come on in, guys. Watch on YouTube, here on Instagram. You're just gonna get the side of my head. That's no fun, and you can't see my panel members or my cool little captions. He said, "I thought you made a song." No, it could have been. You could have played it off as you. That's funny. Jacob says hi. Oh, there's Jacob. Hey, Jacob. Good to see you. All right. So
comments.
You said what?
I said, why is Jacob in the comments?
I know. He just be playing with us.
He need to throw a flag on himself.
So SG Fire said StreamYard. Okay. People can ask their questions. They can have their what's it called? Have their cameras off if they want to remain anonymous. Jai Bay says from the block. Wait, what does that mean? Or does that mean from Instagram? Oh, probably, yep, because I saw you on Instagram. Okay. On the block. All right, so yeah, come on over, guys. All right, Willie, should we wait for them or should we shoot the breeze? Should we start tackling these questions, or should we carry on?
A minute. You know, people like to be on CP time.
I know. It's so. I'm gonna dock their paychecks.
And Jacob is in Michigan right now. Like, what are you doing out there, sir?
Okay, Michigan. Anyone else? They're real slow in the comments.
It's 16 people tuned in though. That's crazy. Why are y'all being? We need our snitch back.
Hey Tay. Hey Tay. All right. So interesting. So before we get into that, we can have a little chit chat about the Yonster Nation page. But there was a post. I don't know if you ended up seeing it because it's one of the recent ones. But it was the guy. He did a little skit where he was in the car driving a woman, and she's sharing basically her accomplishments and things like that. And he just stops the car, gets out, and walks away. Did you end up seeing that one?
No, but I understand.
Okay. But we ended up having a whole conversation about, you know, why guys would not want a woman who, you know, has it made. Oh, that's what she meant. Okay, I was so slow. I was not catching it. Okay, now I know what you mean. Let me see. Now I got to see what your handle is so I can recognize you in the future. Dang, I didn't realize there. No, how did I skip that comment? Oh, there we go. Now it all makes sense with the name. Okay. So I know this person in real life. Okay, glad you texted me, girl, because I would have been confused. What was I saying? Yeah, so I really want to get to the bottom of this because a lot of the women who follow me are women who are successful financially, and a lot of them say, of course, we know if they have a boss babe attitude, that's going to be the turnoff. But my hypothetical is if they don't have a boss babe attitude and they do have a very traditional mindset, you know, would a guy pass her by just because she's making income? And from what it sounds like between you and Mont and some of the comments that I've seen so far on Instagram, it seems like it's a killjoy for guys if women can kind of do things on their own. So this is very, very interesting. So yeah, I want to kind of unpack that. I'm going to do something rare tonight that I have never done before. But is there anybody in the comments, excuse me, who would like to join us here on panel since our crew is running a little bit behind? Let me know in the comments. Just comment backstage if you would like to come on here. Such gonna start acting helpless. Goodness gracious. So
you gotta act helpless means to most of the men you want. Kind of that's how you come. You're gonna come anyway. You know, once a guy has his stuff together, you know, just because you have money or you're doing decent, typically the guys that you want are doing better than you anyway. So it's not like he's gonna really be like, oh, she's so strong, she can take over what we got going on. Just be yourself. Don't play helpless.
I don't know, because I feel like some people just off top just will assess. I've actually coached women sometimes. Oh, thank you so much, William. William's coming out the gate. Wait, you got to let me know, William, if that was a love
time extension.
A time extension. No, don't weigh in, Billy. Don't weigh in. Was that a love offering or was that a time extension? Mr. Williams.
Extension.
He said, sir, you gotta come on to YouTube. Please, you gotta come to YouTube. That's where I read the comments, and I'm very vocal about it. It's because YouTube takes care of us. So if you could just watch on that platform. Yay, William's on his way. Thank you, William. Is that a love offering or is that an extension? Which I'm going to be honest, I kept notes. So we got 2 hours and 25 minutes on the clock, paid for last week. So, you know, even though I had the COVID, you know, I feel like
y'all cut off a couple donations that I made because even when I had to move, you thought you was slick, but I forgot about that until you brought it up. Thank you.
I'm sure y'all would have absolutely gotten me together. What's that? Not both of you with the jerseys? Sheesh.
We put mine on since he had his on. So
you can take that shit off. Like nobody want to see that.
I'm just saying, look, we win titles in this town. So
what team is that? I don't know colors.
I'm a Colts fan.
You a Colts? You do? Never mind. We not. You a Colts fan, bro? You talk about you win titles. Yeah, kick his ass off stage. Thank you.
Dang! How you scare him off that fast?
Because he said he was a Colts fan talking shit to me. I'm a Cowboys fan. It's only 2 franchises that can talk shit to us. 2.
Oh, Williams was a blessing. It wasn't a time extension.
Okay, Derek Jackson.
Thank you, William. My new favorite cast member.
All right. So that's what we're doing now, William. You done switch sides on us, huh?
I'm gonna hold people hostage if they don't comment their city and state.
That's cool. No.
Like, we have so many people watching who have not commented. Doggone it. Comment your city and state. I want to say hi to you.
Hold on, okay. Real quick. So you said you're a Colts fan, sir?
Yep. Since the days of, I'm trying to think, who's the quarterback? Jeff George. So
you've been a Colts fan, okay? And you said that we win championships over here. Is that also what you said? Sir?
I'm just saying, look, in modern history, y'all got to go back to like I don't know who.
I have won. What are you talking about, bro? Okay, if you're gonna do that, like, oh, well, y'all haven't won since the '90s thing. That's cool, great. Congratulations, sir. We have not won. I'm a realistic Cowboys fan. I'm not gonna say anything crazy about it, but you, sir, are not even allowed to sit at the table of championship.
Cowboys, some arrogant, some of them bitches. Like
we know our history. So if you're not a Steelers fan or a 49ers fan or a Pats fan, sir, please hush forever.
The worst fans are like the daggone Steelers, the Cowboys fans,
the delusional Colts fans. You're right.
They just think everybody beneath them.
Y'all have one championship in the past 20 years because you had a quarterback who was autistic. That is the only reason why y'all won.
That sounds like hate, sir.
No, it's facts. Like, he is so far on the spectrum that he could read the defense before they broke the huddle. That's how you won. Congratulations.
I'm just saying, man. It sounds like hate to me.
J-Bay, go line. So I know, Yonci, listen. She needs to sign up for every course you have because if she's committed to that fan, I know she needs help choosing men. If she's a Lions fan, I know she needs help choosing men.
Are you gonna take that? I think we should bring her on the show. I think we should bring her on the show just for that.
They're one of the worst franchises in sports.
Yeah, the Lions are cursed.
Yeah,
I spent a lot of time in Michigan. They cursed. Like they just.
We got New Jersey in the house. Ooh, cute little profile picture. Hey, Jari, good to have you.
Let's see who has a cute profile picture. Let's see.
Jari.
Oh, well.
You got beef with Jari? Jacob came on one tonight.
It's been a long day, man. It's been a long day.
Hey, yes. You'd be better off pulling here than pulling up to a Lions game because you're going to be disappointed either way. But at least at this over here, you're going to get some laughs.
I'm going to say this. If for Lions fans, it's one of the best places to see a game. Like they are into the game. Now, they're going to lose, but they are into the game. They're real fans.
That's like watching the Special Olympics. You get happy because the parents are supporting the players so crazy. Like, there goes my baby in her wheelchair rolling faster than everybody else is running. Like, that's a Lions game. The Lions are the Special Olympics team of the NFL. What are we talking about? They had one good season last year, and now everybody's proud to be a Lions fan.
Let's try not to get canceled tonight.
Right. It was a good 15, 16 episodes. Yes, these sides are what they Oh my goodness. Y'all
that's what we're gonna do.
Show us popping.
What do they say? If you're gonna be anything, be effing for real. Like, come on, we talking about the Lions.
They have great fans. I love going to watch a Lions game.
You know who else has great fans? Most OnlyFans content creators, and they're all weird and lame too. So again, we're talking about the Lions.
If you want to go see a game, like man or woman, if you want,
I'll go watch a WNBA game.
You want to see, and really like people who want to come see the game. Like I've gone to games in Atlanta. In Atlanta, it's like a fashion show. Like people come, like you got girls wearing high heels to the game. Like what the hell?
Also like a gender reveal.
But
gender reveal too.
In Detroit or like in Cleveland, I know the Cleveland Browns sink, but people go to watch the game and they are into the entire game.
There's nothing to do in Cleveland. Like in Atlanta, again, you got a fashion show and gender reveals for grown-ups. Congratulations.
I cannot, y'all. I can't fight it. So we're just gonna go with it. Drop your favorite NFL team in the comments. All right, we're just gonna go with it. Welcome to the show, William. Oh, I like your hat. Oh, you're muted. Oh, let me unmute you. Oh, I can't unmute. You have to unmute yourself. Sorry.
Bro said the Lions fans have
All
the
right,
patience.
am I good now?
That's funny.
Yes, you are. Thank you for the love offering. I appreciate that.
Bless.
No.
Willie.
No, don't talk, bro. You
I learned it from you. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't be a miserable mentor.
I'm not being a miserable mentor.
Be that. You are being a miserable mentor.
I'm anti-Derek Jackson isms.
I'm not anti-Derek Jackson. I don't even like him.
Actually, he knows I just had the COVID.
I'm not out here looking like Goomba. I don't even know.
What happened to Derek Jackson? Is he still alive? Like, has anybody seen him?
You know what?
He just got caught. He just got caught cheating.
He got caught cheating again on
We talking about Derek?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got a new girl.
On his girl? Like the girl?
On his wife?
No, the new girl.
Hold on. He was cheating on his wife. We know that. Something else happened?
Yeah, he had a new girl and cheated on her.
Man, he just need to become a gigolo or something.
No,
part of me is like really offended because I'm not like that. That is not okay.
He's not like that.
Willie, you're a Cowboys fan.
Sir, do you want to do this too?
You don't even know what I'm a fan of.
It don't matter if it's not a Steelers, Redskins, Steelers, Patriots, or the 49ers. Sir,
he said Patriots. No, we just let's just move on because we
might as well. We might as well.
You are not a real sports fan unless you hate another franchise.
I hate several franchises.
If Tom Brady walked in here right now and he was dying on the floor,
I hate everybody.
Appreciating Willie. I will never tell him my sports fan team for the sake of appreciating Willie, and I don't even cuss me out.
Tom Brady can die slow death. If there was
God!
If I had to save Tom Brady's life or the world would end, we just couldn't have Armageddon. The hell with Tom Brady and everything he stand on and stand for.
Hey,
shout out to Roman talking.
That's 10 minutes. That is 10 minutes to be clear. Like
he did not specify that this is a show extension.
I'm gonna call him now and ask him. He will tell you that it's a time extension. Like what are we? I have
content creators must stick together.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay, wait. So bet. All right, I'm tell you what. So you said that. I'm gonna start a page, and then we're gonna see if we keep that same energy. Like since we want to. Okay, bet. And then two, Ed Nice, sir, you talking, you got to put on the Cowboys have modeled how to blah, blah. You made up a COVID joke, bro. You are a Packers fan, bro. Your team is publicly traded. Y'all don't even have an owner. So before you even have an opinion, you got to ask 60,000 people if they have the same opinion before you can publish it.
Willie, do you need something? Do you need to talk about something?
I'm talking about these trash ass other team fans that keep coming here talking shit.
Oh my gosh.
I had to start with a Lions fan.
It's your first time being on the panel. Welcome to you, sis. Good to see you.
Do we a group hug for you, baby?
Like,
hey, listen.
Like, I see it here.
He said it's 10 minutes. You corrupted him.
No, he's not on that sucker stuff. Like, we not passing out love offering. We extending time.
I'm extending time. I don't know how this system works. I say use it how you please.
Thank you. And I please for it to be a love offering.
Yeah,
we already have 2 hours and 35 minutes on the clock.
Y'all just got CD Lamb to an extension. Come on.
Bro,
take a nice deep breath.
Until you identify your team, I'm going to treat you like someone from Atlanta. If
I am not an enemy.
Atlanta always got to get the hate.
I don't want to talk about it. Who is your team, sir?
Atlanta ain't got nothing to do with this. Why do y'all hate Atlanta?
I can't listen. I don't want no smoke with you.
No, it's not gonna be smoke.
I know. No, it'll be smoke. It'll be smoke.
It's just football.
Listen.
Like y'all think I'm a fake Cowboys fan until you know what I'm saying. Let's understand it.
We apologize for tonight, y'all. We starting off.
We don't deserve this.
Can we
you apologize for being a Colts fan? That's what you should do, sir. You should apologize for being.
Okay, guys. See, we got to infuse some love and some positivity into these shows.
And then you brought somebody new on stage. She was already trying to be funny. Like she ain't got on like she don't have on a McDonald's drive-through headset.
Oh my God. Dang.
Good night, everyone.
That's how it's gonna be. We gonna.
One thing I'm gonna tell you to do is listen. I told you I don't bother nobody, but once I am engaged, I am.
So here's the thing. She is dedicated. You know how some people be talking from the comments, all yibbity yibbity. She is at work, and she said, "I'm gonna show up and speak my truth."
You know she's dedicated because she's a Lions fan. But I'm just saying, like. Again, after she takes your course, I need her to be that dedicated to her relationship because if she is, they will never get divorced.
First of all, regardless of the fact that I live in Dallas, so I see all of you crap talking Dallasites, Cowboynians out here who can't necessarily. You guys stay committed just as bad as we do.
First of all,
I'm just saying. So you can't. You have to admit.
I feel like I'm taking weight loss advice from Lizzo right now. We're talking to a sports.
I mean, hey, I mean,
that is what crazy
it is. Just as well as you guys love wearing your star, and there's still no championships. It's all right. I'm okay.
When was the last time the Lions won a championship, man?
Okay, grandfather was still in high school. You are just as old as the last championship they won.
I went to all three of them. You're right. I have been to three.
It is a-okay, baby.
Your grandfather is as old
if you need a hug, just let me know.
Tonight on Yonci.
I need realistic fans on this.
Do I need beloved? Do I need to turn into y'all beloved? It is okay.
No, you need to do that for your football team.
It's all right.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do, you guys.
Oh, Lord, please do something.
I know that drive-through line long as hell. Like people want extra.
Not the last championship they won was on VHS. Dang.
It was on 8-track.
It was actually that was the last time the Lions won a playoff game.
So McChrystal says, I've been told it's not feminine to like sports and understand them. Has anyone else heard that?
Who told her that lie?
Whoever told her that was dumb and probably
listen. Let me go ahead and break you of your reality. That is a lie, and you need to ball your hand up like this, and you get full-fledged permission to punch whoever said that right in the mouth.
I was gonna say
because that is crazy.
From experience, that's how I usually.
How do you connect with your dude?
Grabber for me.
Let me help out.
So,
since I'm in Michigan, let me help out here.
That was a Detroit Lions fan that told her that. Because there is no other
it wasn't.
Told her that too.
You went from Indianapolis to Chicago?
No, this is Detroit.
Oh, I thought it was Chicago Cubs. Oh, Detroit Pistons. Wait. Oh my God.
I'm in Michigan.
I thought you lived in Atlanta.
I have a place in Atlanta. I'm in Michigan today, though.
You got to keep up, man. You got to keep up. Jacob be on the move. Sometimes he's in the comments, sometimes he's in the panel. Like Jacob is like Waldo.
I low key don't trust you already. I kind of thought it really nothing personal. I think you're a good guy.
Oh my God. All right, guys. So if you haven't done so already, comment your city and state. I am going to break down the show format for those of you who it's your first time watching. This is not a sports show. No, you did not land on ESPN on YouTube. This is actually Yonci and Friends. And each week I am joined by members of the panel who come on their own accord. Although I do dock their pay if they show up late, Jacob. And I do bully people into coming onto the show if they've come on and I like them. And then they have the nerve and audacity to come backstage and try to or be in the comments. Anyway. All right, so what we do is we take 5 questions that I pose to the men of Yonci Nation. Yonci Nation is my men's page, the page that came about from a very sad time in my life. I was very irritated, and it ended up being a blessing in disguise because the freaking women would not stop voting in the polls.
Terrible.
Women not following instructions? Stop lying.
Literally today, I said, guys,
Do better, ladies. Do better.
do better.
Wow.
I said, this poll is for you, and the polls that you do on the post versus the story, I could see who voted, but on the post, you can see who voted too. So I even said, ladies, if you vote, people can see that it was you. And within minutes, 2 women already voted. So it was crazy. So I was like, that's it. I ain't doing no more research for y'all. Y'all don't deserve to get this information because you just keep voting in the polls. Oh, what's up, Pastor Berkeley? Good to see you, sir. And so after I had a little, temper tantrum for about an hour, I had the little light bulb idea. I'll just make a separate page, and then ladies can't even see the polls, let alone vote on them. So that is how Yonci Nation was born. And every day, Monday through Friday, I ask them a question, and then I report back their answers to my patrons, and then we spill the tea a little bit later here on YouTube. Shout out to Mont. He said he's coming on later. Yay. Okay, so here are the questions that we are going to go over today. I asked the men, would you enjoy receiving, excuse me, flowers as a gift from your lady? The second one, I gave them just an opportunity to get it off your chest. This is your chance to tell women whatever you would like to tell them. The third question was, if you propose, how would you go about choosing the ring for her? Number 4, when you are in love, how do you demonstrate it to your lady? And then number 5, what is the difference between a peaceful woman and a boring woman? And then we will get into the submitted question. If you have a question that you want the panel and me to answer, you just need to be a patron and then DM me on Patreon. I have a couple of questions in the queue, but I will add you to the queue and then we will get started. This is the time where we snitch. So anybody has YouTube up, go ahead and snitch for me, please. We don't have our resident snitch in the house. Hope we didn't go too hard last week. But if somebody could let me know, and this is the point at which I will be closing down Instagram. If you haven't come to YouTube by now, sucks for you because I've given you a million heads up. But go ahead and watch the show on YouTube. We have a ton of fun. And I was
21 and 7. That's crazy.
Yo, that's nuts. So you guys, will give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm just assuming you're just having so much fun that you just forgot to hit that like button. So we'll just take a moment for you to close the chat box, click that like, and then open the chat back. Do 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 do.
Take your time, y'all. I better hurry up.
Do 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 do. I'm playing.
Hey, I didn't know he was gonna go for it.
McCrystal London. That's a pretty fun name. So one of these days, I'm gonna get some nerve and add my pick so I can land me a man. If I got $1 for every time someone left a comment like that, stop being scared, y'all. Stop being scared. The men have said we want photographs. We want to be introduced to more women. There's literally no downside to posting your picture. So what she's referring to is a singles feature on Instagram. It is where you post your photo and your stats, your age, your height, your child status. And we just had a guy ask today if we can also include what her age preferences are when it comes to men. So I have graciously added that to the list of questions. But we have already had a couple of couples come out of this. We actually have an engaged couple come out of this, okay? And in my last group, when I was doing my Facebook days, we had 5 couples get married, tie the knot. They're now years into their marriages. So this is not a game. I mean, it's one photograph that could change your life. So don't be scared. Drop your picture. If you want to know how to do it, just click the link in my Instagram bio. That's a singles feature, and you can get it started. Oh, terrified.
Apparently, she doesn't think we're cute enough to post her picture. We're not worthy of her picture. I take this personally.
You should take it personally.
Why? She may not post a picture for the other reason. Like, you got to be real low. Don't just put it on us. You know, it's
Willie.
The tails of the night.
We're neutral. I'm just saying, like,
Willie on the beam. Listen,
hey.
Willie on the beam.
Willie,
I come in peace, and I am sober. I came with water and
talking about the big back song?
Yeah, I don't know why that is so funny to me. Okay, so
What's
the
so
new
funny?
people have the new people heard this? Let's see.
What's so funny?
That song kills me.
There's somebody for everybody.
It's
My
such a
son sings
bop.
that every time his sister goes into the pantry.
Damn.
She says she's not a punk. She's gonna do it. Woo! Do it, girl. Do it. Someone literally just did one as we started the show. So don't be scared. Don't be scared.
I have a question, Yonci, about those. Do you like just wondering, right? You being so honest with these ladies. Do you ever explain to them, like, if you live in West Bubba, wherever,
Bumblebee.
Arkansas, that
Huckleberry.
being unwilling to locate is probably the dumbest thing that you can tell men? Like, have you ever thought about? Because think about
Someone
it. Like,
literally DM'd me today in response to the feature that was just done and said, "Unwilling to relocate is crazy." That's what those were exactly.
Listen,
I wonder who sent you that DM. But the thing is that is wild to me. Like, you live in Kodiak, Alaska, but you like black men and you don't want to relocate.
everybody in your profile page is in Chicago. Like, get up and go.
So, oh no, that song was not directed at you, ma'am. I'm going to be randomly playing that throughout the night. I realized as I started playing it that it did totally sound like I was.
Shame on you, young lady. Shame on you, Yonci.
No, I was talking really about
Yeah,
that.
these respectable men on here, and you're shaming your patriot.
I am not a big back shamer, okay? Oh my goodness. But no, one of the attributes of femininity is flexibility. And so the more you start to become, super, super rooted, the less options you are going to have. And this isn't a judgment. It's just a fact. You will have more options if you can move around and do certain things. So it's different. She said, so question, what if that lady's career is successful? I'm in California, my pay won't be the same. Now, I am a California native who recently moved to Texas, so trust me, I understand the pay. They are just now getting to $15 an hour. I think $15 an hour is the minimum wage. That was like years ago for us, so I understand. But feel free to answer the question, gentlemen.
That means that I'll let them go first because I'm answering the business perspective.
I was reading it was a book or some memoirs about people in their lives. And at the end of life, they talked to a bunch of people near the end of life. I'm gonna take a positive stance on this. They talked to people at the end of life who were some were highly successful, some had done different things. And one thing they all said is, they wish one lady made the comment, I wish I had more people over and were less worried about the stains on my couch. Like, when do you want to get to the end of life by yourself with a really nice handbag, a nice home by yourself, or do you want to have a life that's full with friends, you travel, enjoy? Like, career is not everything, and many people have got to the end of life and said that. So you really got to think about the life you want to have. We could talk about a lot of material things right now, but the end of life, when you get there by yourself with your cat,
somebody
and your Birkin bag. She's always. I'm not entertaining her tonight, but I'm saying. I mean, I've lost both my parents, and my dad, his health was failing. He worked his whole life to an early grade. I don't want to live like that. Like, and if you know what, even though Willie's, I know he's a different kind of cat, but he's talking about, like, do you want to be in your town by yourself the rest of your life, or you can have a partner and have an amazing, great, fun time? I know couples, man. One of my mentors, man, him and his wife had a time of their life. Like, every time I see them out doing something fun, and he's highly successful, and she is too, but they figured it out. So if that's what you want to do, cool. You don't want to move, you want to stay where you're at, but you just limit yourself on the possibilities. Work is hybrid now, flexible schedule. This is the best time ever to move somewhere and do and enjoy life. And that's, if you just stuck where you are, you might be in the best city on earth, but you'll be the best city on earth by yourself. I think
And here's the thing, because personally, I'm sorry, but I feel like no one can beat Cali. Cali has so many options. The weather is amazing. The weather alone just trumps everything. So it is a big deal to leave California. However, as somebody who moved for love, no regrets. I will take this god awful heat and humidity any day if it means getting to see my love every single day. What was I going to say to her? So when it comes to moving, yes, your pay will be less if you don't work remotely. However, you also have the cost of living that's so much lower. Stuff that would be multi-millions in California are like 400,000 here. It's crazy. But like, where's the other zeros? And I'm like, no, that's the price. So the pricing here is crazy, crazy, crazy low. And also there are men who will, take care of their woman and actually want to, which is one of the things that I was talking about on Youngster Nation. That's a kind of a theme that was being talked about, women who are successful. You guys will be seeing those. If you're on Patreon, you'll be seeing them very soon, but YouTube, y'all get the leftovers a couple weeks later. She said, how do I trust someone with my living situation? Here's the thing. If you are in a relationship, you should be able to trust them with your life.
Sure.
You should be able to
Even with people they don't trust.
Wait, what's your living situation?
This is like the bear versus the man in the woods mindset.
Yeah.
Like, what are we talking about?
Right.
Yeah.
One, if
Let
you
them know, panel.
One of the things about moving places, anytime that you say if you move somewhere that your pay will be less, it's because you have a perishable skill. This is me. That's where I'm talking from. Just saying I'm being mature for a second. You have a perishable skill. It's not a hard skill. It's not a technical skill. It's a skill that is based on a market or season or a certain following. Perishable skills, for example, can be
customer service,
spicy content creation. That skill only lasts while you have the body to support that. Now, if you moving to Texas means that you're going to lose money because maybe your pricing in California is one thing, you still have to offset that by the cost of living. Gas is $6-7 a gallon in California. It's 55% cheaper than when you get to Texas. Rent, all of those things are significantly cheaper. So if you look at it from just an economic standpoint alone, it's already a win. And I'm fairly certain that even with your skill being one of the most perishable skills, whatever it is, it's not going to cause you to have a 55% reduction in your pay. And then on top of that, having to worry about how can I trust a man to with my living situation? If that's your holdup, then there's another issue that's probably making you think that way.
And also,
Yonci, there's a comment that just happened at 8:43 by the same person that Willie is commenting on. I'm single and I take care of myself. Uprooting for someone is not stable.
That's what I was about to respond to.
Man.
You don't move just because you're talking to somebody.
Right.
That's common sense, though.
Willie,
it should be. No, it should be.
We're grown here now. This, it's a lot of shit that makes sense.
It might not be common if the person's asking. So let me break it down. You don't relocate just off top. They're saying, are you willing to relocate? Meaning, if it gets to that level and you can't live without each other, then you could relocate. Yeah.
I think it also has to add, you have to add in, can I see myself with this person, taking all emotion aside? Because people we still have this teenage love drunk sometimes, a lot of adults do, especially females, where we're like, oh my God, he's so great and he's amazing. And then you didn't have your first blow up or blow out with that person. And then, when that did happen, you're like, oh, I can't stand him, and you're ready to move on, but you moved in with him. Guess what? Now there's some additional things you have to take into consideration, like moving costs. And hopefully it didn't get into severe abuse or anything to that capacity. And not saying you got to be paranoid and think of those things, but those are some things you have to think about. Are you at least taking the time to look at least, my granny used to say, do the 4 seasons, when he's at his best, when he's had adversity, when something didn't go his way, and, when he's at even kill, just for example, 4 different aspects of that person to see if they align with you and vice versa. But, some people just don't fall head first. right?
A lot of women won't even give a man long enough to go through those 4 seasons before they expect him to be married.
Anyway,
But I'm reading this comment here.
Because think about it.
Go ahead.
The type of men that women want have their stuff together. Usually when we have our stuff together, we're not going through very many of those seasons because we're 40 now. So it's not very many things that we're going to go through where if we don't get our way, something happens that doesn't we act up, or if we're in our
Right.
work, like we're already put together because women tend to want pre-built men. So I don't think that that's even safe to say, because, for example, if you wait on Jacob to go through all 4 seasons, that may take him 15 years because he doesn't have very many down years, or he doesn't have all of those things that go with him.
That's a little extreme, though. But
And it
But
has
it's not necessarily saying you got to go 40 years and having all these different aspects. It could be you lost a loved one or you lost a job.
That is
And
true.
how
I
you
mean,
react
and
with
all
that
those things
negative
do
event.
happen.
It doesn't necessarily have to be you were broke for 15 years because
agree
you were
with
trying
you.
to be an entrepreneur.
Of those things
Because
she's mentioned,
behaviors usually kind of transpire in some of the smallest issues that come about.
Jacob, of all those things she's mentioned, how was the time frame that it took for all those things to happen to you?
that was about to be my question. How long do you expect
Yeah.
to wait for a person? Like 15 years. And I know he was like being extreme and joking, but how long do you really expect to wait? Because we're talking about seasons here. 4 seasons are like a
First,
year.
So everything that you mentioned, losing someone, losing a job, it took literally 15 years for all that to happen in one time.
And what's crazy though is that happened that happened to Monte. He got laid off within like the first 2 months, and then lost someone close to him right after that. And I was grateful that I got to see him. We joked about it. He's like, I can see you weren't here for the money, and I was like, I could see how you carried yourself. Your identity is not in money. And so I do agree that it takes a while to get to know someone. Here's what I did with my situation. So I embraced the worst case scenario. Worst case scenario being that it didn't work out, whatever. But I chose a place where I would be able to put down roots and make a life for myself. I made sure that I made friends and wasn't just, everything is, in one basket as far as my social interaction. He was not my only contact with the outside world.
Right.
And so I think that things happen. You guys might decide over time that you're not it, but it's the point is you're taking that chance on love. So yeah, it might cost you moving expenses, it might cost whatever, but at the end of the day, do you want to live your life with regret? Like, man, I wonder what would have happened if I had
What happened? I took the leap.
Right.
Why does taking care of yourself? So ladies, let me help you out here. Taking care of yourself. You're an adult. We expect you to take care of yourself. You ain't taking care of yourself. I what the hell you do every day?
Like they mad at the city. The city's mad at them.
Central Park
And then they
picnic
don't want to go
stop.
nowhere. Get up and move. Do something different.
What's up?
Just do something different.
Because I got friends in California that don't live with it. Like one of my best friends, California, is a beautiful home. He don't live with his mama.
Because California, it costs $3,000 a month for a studio.
Mindset, like I used to swear that I was going to try to like combat that mindset, women, but tonight I have decided that I'm just going to accept it.
Yeah,
and you know what? For the bear, because
where you at. That's where you at.
You know what makes a great meal to a bear? A person. So I'm okay with it now. Let it go.
My good friend, he's got his his motorcycle club. They ride their Harleys. Like he in California, they go to the beach. Like he don't live with his mama. We gonna get canceled tonight. Damn. We're gonna cancel tonight. I just wish people would, like I said, especially in this day and time. It's not like when my pops was alive. Like you can work from anywhere. I have a friend who just got a job. They have unlimited PTO. Straight up. That's in the policy. Things have changed so much.
Yeah.
That man, this idea that you can't move and can't make a move. I know y'all joke. I'm in Michigan sometime, Atlanta sometime. The world is just different now. Like, man, you got to open your eyes a little bit. Like you said, you don't want to wake up and be dead and be old by yourself and alone. My pops had his wife for the majority of his life, and that's what he cherishes the most before he passed, man. Do you want a life, or do you just want to? I don't know, man. I don't know what people want anymore. I guess I guess what she really wants.
Father Time is undefeated. A lot of us are getting a late start in even having someone that likes us. let alone a wife that you or a husband that you can spend your life with. So now at this big age, we're acting as if we're still in college and trying to have that same mindset and desired outcome. Like you can't the way you think, like every comment she's making, the men here live with their parents because a lot of men are looking for women to take care of them. Like, but you don't want to move. Like my point exactly is the amount of intransigence that is in these comments and opinions from people is like, again, baby, just pick the bear. And the bear can just be like a small dog or a cat. But at the end of the day, like shit. If
It's fear. That's all it is. It's fear. So I'm gonna make an excuse about why I don't want to be with you. I'm gonna find the smallest thing, and then all of a sudden, that's gonna be the reason why we don't talk or we don't move forward than just a text, a FaceTime,
but
a Zoom
that
call,
fear
whatever.
is internal to herself. Because again, like Jacob said, I don't even like California. I hate the state as a whole. Just taxes alone, right?
Dang.
I don't know anybody.
Oh my God.
I don't know anybody in California. I'm talking about just regular people like my military partners that live with their parents or that have roommates. Like it's just like if the common denominator between our experiences, I think something that we all should look at, and it's us. So with that said, just pick the bear.
I will say though, I have encountered quite a few guys who were struggling financially. They do exist.
Facts.
There's a lot of them out there. Shout out to them. Also want to give a shout out to Lynette, looking gorgeous. She always comes through with the accessories. Hey, girl, hey.
What's up, Pooh?
Good to
How's everybody? Hey, Willie. I'm gonna use the Willie today. No one to do be Willie today.
y'all, I still got the snitch thing up. What's our update? Can we move on with the show?
Yeah, I can't wait to get to this. Let's talk. Ask this submitted question from the guest because
We love you, McChrystal. We love you, McChrystal.
Who gets snitched? Where are we at? Or should I just go on there?
I'll pull it back up again. I'll cut it down because I didn't want to.
Y'all, you gotta hit that like button if you are enjoying the show.
Hey, if the likes and stuff and the viewers don't match, all offerings are going to be to extend time.
That's like your legs and your booty not matching. We gotta have the match, okay?
Oh my God, what is happening?
24 and 14.
24 and 14. That's still kind of sketchy. If it's your first time watching, comment newbie so we can give you a special shout out, please.
If you say the legs and the booty don't match, I might have missed that.
I mean, I'm a newbie.
Wait, the legs and the booty. You haven't heard that, Jacob?
They got the ant body.
You live in Atlanta?
No, that's the ant
body. Say it isn't true.
You live in Atlanta and you don't know that rule?
Your leg and your butt don't match?
I'm going to give you a diagram, Jacob. This is what it looks like, okay?
A diagram?
It's an ant.
You don't have what God gave you. This is how you're performing. You look like you have a diaper on and little chicken legs. There was one that I should have saved it. It was a video.
That looked like the thing from I'm Just a Bill. Yes, I'm only a bill.
It's wild though, because I want to know if when it's getting done, people go, "Oh, dang, I messed up," or if they're like, "Yeah, I'm doing this," because the thighs aren't meeting it.
Yeah, see, honest to God, I helped a friend. She told me that she had surgery and didn't say what it was, and she said that her boyfriend broke up with her, made up this huge story. So I ended up meeting him at the airport. Had no idea what was going on. I didn't even know that this stuff existed.
That's just embarrassing.
But oh my God. And so I took her back to her house. I'm in a whole relationship thinking that I'm just like picking up a friend, taking him back. My, lady is with me at the time. And I'm like, what just happened? Like, did you get and I'm thinking that she went and got like an allergic reaction. I mean, I'm thinking of every ignorant thing possible. I'm like, you were in Brazil, you said. Did you get bit by like a snake or something? Like trying to figure this out.
No.
Because honest to God, like one butt cheek was like, and the other.
Oh, she had the Biggie Smalls? That's crazy.
I'm talking because she
Is that what we doing?
So she
Wait,
fell
ladies,
asleep on the
is that what
train.
y'all doing? Like y'all, I've seen the YouTube videos and it's
She
like, is
fell
that what?
asleep on the plane, and it like
It warped her. Yeah.
and she
Yonci, those girls will get
it
on the
never
plane
quite recovered.
and like float or try to
Crazy.
sit on their side because you got to sit down and take off, and then they try to get on their knees and then just ride back.
Yeah, and then they slide to their side and they
Yeah.
hip.
It's
It
bad.
never comes.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
It's a lot. It's
So,
real bad.
Pastor Berkeley asked what we're snitching about. We're snitching the YouTube numbers.
The love
So
of Jesus.
we can see 22 people are watching live right now.
Yeah.
And then we see how many people have hit the like button, because it's very important that Instagram sees that you are enjoying the show. If you are enjoying the show. So right now, the number of likes that we have is 16. It went up as I was talking. So there are about 6 people who are just holding out on us. Someone's got some crazy feedback. I don't know who it is. We sound like we're on an AM radio. So, oh, there we go. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. So we're going to get
That
into-
was him. That was him.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, definitely. The first question I asked the fellas, would you enjoy receiving flowers as a gift from your lady? This was inspired by a video where somebody was like, oh, you know, you shouldn't assume men don't like flowers or something like that, and gave flowers, and a bunch of guys in the comment were like, I would love to get flowers. So I asked our guys. Yeah. So yeah, let's get into these comments. You guys, what are your thoughts first before I share?
It's only room for one bad bitch in a relationship that I'm in, and I refuse for it to be me.
Yeah, you can miss it.
Yeah, I'm
You
cool.
can miss me with the flowers.
Like, what are you talking about? Flowers?
I'm gonna offer a different opinion.
Go for it, Jacob. You're allowed.
So I put some sod down and had my yard done, and somebody bought me flowers and planted them for me in the yard. They look dope.
That's not, bro. That was manual labor. That's not what we talking about. If a girl
No,
shows
that's
up
a
with a
landscape.
dozen roses and it's like, here, Jacob, and these were grown from the water of Flint, Michigan.
It was a gift. I thought it was dope. See, the yard looks dope. I would have never done it like
That's
that.
different.
So
We're
is it
talking
a
about-
series
we're not
of
talking
the
about
same
FTV.
plant?
Like 1-800-flowers.com flowers, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
is it the
grocery
same
store.
plants that go around your garden? That's different.
That's
Somebody
Yeah.
gives you a
crazy.
I ain't got.
a
They the kind. I
roses.
ain't even got to walk. Like they just take care of themselves. I ain't got to do nothing. It's
Oh,
dope.
bro.
Wait, real quick. Did you do their Home Depot?
Flowers.com. Did somebody give you some edible arrangements? Flowers.com. That's what
Yeah,
we're
like,
talking
yeah.
about.
Now
You get
I
a
have
bouquet
gotten
of
some edible arrangements before.
Edibles?
Like, edible arrangements. They came to work. I had some admirers. They sent them to work. I don't remember who sent them, but
So you accept flowers?
but they sent like the little fruit things, like on the sticks.
Yeah.
Edible arrangements. Those are good. They have the chocolate covered, white chocolate covered strawberries. Those are good.
I think I put it
don't-
in the break room, and they, that people ate it. So
I'm cracking up.
I might be in the minority. I mean, I am in the minority here. I enjoy the gesture of flowers, but based on the women's reactions, I don't get as excited as the average woman. Like, it's kind of like, oh, that's sweet, but I'm not like, oh my God. Like, a lot of women get like that. Now, I will be honest, and this is showing how shallow I am. The time that I really liked flowers was on some ego stuff. Y'all ladies know when you work in an office and they'd be like, Yonci,
it's the show. It's the show.
come to the front, and then you walk up and you're like, what? And they say, you have a delivery. Oh, do I? And then you walk up. Oh,
It's the
excuse
show.
me.
You got to give them the show.
Yeah, and then you put them on your desk, and then people try to talk to you, and you're like, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh my God.
It's the show. Look,
Yeah,
if you
but
really
I
good,
love-
you keep sending them. And look, because here's the other conversation that happens, because all the women who didn't get flowers. Like, I was at work and Yonci got flowers.
They got the bear that's like this.
Is it your
big that holds
anniversary?
the
No,
straw in
these
a
are
little
just
balloon.
because.
Can I have a question? I have a question about that for Lynette, for the ladies. So, is it always kind of like in connection? Like, let's say if you had a gesture, let's say if someone got like a billboard or something like that, like something crazy. How would that affect you just because of more other people are seeing it and they're like, hey girl, who's tagging you? It was like, even if you didn't like the dude.
A billboard is
Hey,
different.
say,
A
brother, we talking
billboard
about
is
flowers.
different from
Hey,
flowers at the
flowers.
job. The job consists of 40 people, 50. A billboard is nationwide.
Don't look crazy.
I'm gonna show you.
No.
My partner, he took out
Flowers.
an electronic billboard in downtown New York in Times Square. I'm gonna send it to you so you can see it. That shit was
I
fire.
don't even know what I
Flowers.
would do if I was driving down a bill and there was a billboard. It was like, "Bae, love you."
A dozen roses versus a Titron is very different.
But I'm trying to. What's the difference? I'm trying to understand. Like, I thought it would produce a larger effect. Right?
Financial investment is one. That's the difference between a billboard.
I have a serious.
Listen, in Philly, real talk. In Philly, I was driving from Philly, I think, to New York, and they said like billboards for sale for like $50 a day, and I was like, oh, that's light work.
You can pay. It's easy money. They do it in Times Square. Like when I was there with my daughter a couple weeks ago, it was like they had the QR code. You pay the fee, take a picture with your girl. People were doing it.
Listen, no offense, but don't trust Philly with your billboards.
Okay.
Listen.
I was like,
I got a serious question. It's adjacent to the question because I just had a birthday pass, and
When?
I got
happy belated.
You know he like to hide and be secretive.
Yes, was it within the last 7 days?
That's secret squirrel. He said he came to New York.
You guys, it was Monday, so let's hear singing voices together.
Please don't.
Happy birthday
to you.
Here I am trying to be.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. The flag on the plane.
See, here we go.
You hear the run?
Happy birthday.
And so hopefully,
we're not done yet. We're black. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
I appreciate that.
Happy birthday.
Everybody got to try to harmonize.
Now
you was
too much attention. Too much attention.
You want to do the Luther banjo. Woo, 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 happy.
Too much attention. Too much attention.
You better be there at the event in November.
But check this here. So here's the thing. I got some gifts from some female friends.
Oh, nice.
Now. So this is related to the flower. We talk about getting a man flowers. One friend was like, "Where would you like to go?" I told her, "Hey, what's your favorite food?" And they took me to that place to eat. Really nice. Another person around this time brought food over.
Okay, roster.
Was
right.
like, no,
exactly.
no,
He got a long roster.
Going somewhere. That's not what this is. I have friends.
It is.
It's not.
I got friends of other genders.
And they brought something over, and then somebody else sent something to the house. What I appreciated the most was somebody asked me what I wanted and what meant something to me. And I got some balloons. I ain't never gonna use like as soon as they left, I got rid of them. I appreciate the gesture. I ain't doing no balloons. What a grown man would do with some balloons?
Yeah, I got a pack of socks.
Yeah, I agree with the asking. I'm one of those utilitarian gifts type of a person. Again, I'm weird. I don't get into jewelry. I don't get into flowers and stuff like that. I love gifts, and I've talked forever about my on-air sign. Like that just tickled me pink. Someone getting something that helps me with something that I'm passionate about, or make something where get me a green screen or get me, something I've been looking for my YouTube show, soundboard. That stuff makes me excited. And then every time I use it, I'm thinking, oh my God, this was the thing that got me. And so I'm very, very.
So that's what I'm getting at. Why are we asking a question about flowers? Like, we should be talking about, like, why aren't women asking men what they like, what they want? Maybe you want an ugly ass Dallas Cowboys something.
You know what I mean? Last week. You missed it.
Listen.
Why are we asking men what they would like to have?
I have a theory, though, Jacob. I have an honest to God theory. I think that sometimes some people can be self-centered.
Okay.
And if you are all focused on yourself, you're not observing what the other person likes and dislikes. I know for me, I am constantly listening to the things that Monte gets excited about. Hopefully he doesn't watch the replay. And I mentioned it last week, for example. His cousin was here. He had some cool monitor that attached to his laptop, and Monte's head about exploded. So please believe I did my due diligence, added it to my list, and then I keep my running list of things that, that I
appreciate you. I see the pastor's comment. He nailed it. Something you learned something about it. And it was cool is it's usually not much. Like men get excited about sometimes some very simple gifts. It could be something he needed.
Ever.
A screwdriver he didn't have that came out. It don't take much, but it's the fact that you got me something that I wanted and not something like it was, like you said, serving your ego. So
or
why
you
are
did
we talking about
a day full of things that you know he likes.
Yes.
Like my guy loves to fish. So if I sent him fishing, for the day and I didn't ask anything of him, or, I know he really enjoys hanging out with his childhood friends. You make that happen. Like it doesn't always have to even be a gift. Allowing them to spend their day. Like my brother, it's this running joke. It's not jokes. It's really him. But his birthday gift is leave me the hell alone. Like his family knows literally don't do a party. I don't want to go to dinner. I don't want to hang out. Leave me alone. Like, and then he usually spends his day golfing, but it's truly his day. Like I want to be selfish and not have to consider anybody else. And that's truly, and people be like, oh, is he just, no, he's being serious. Like, leave that's your gift. Leave him alone. So I tell him happy leave you the hell alone day. I wish him that for his birthday.
I don't know any men that's ever asked for flowers. I'm gonna just leave it at that.
Yeah, dudes are like flowers for men, ladies. If you don't want to send them flowers, just send them some skimps. You send them nudes; those are flowers for men.
You know what? Kaylee says, "What does a girl got to do to get flowers or thoughtfulness?
Be worth it."
Mm-hmm. Do you think the average guy is romantic?
No.
To a woman he wants. Yes.
I kick against that. I think they are.
To a woman that he wants, hell yeah.
A woman he's interested in it, you won't have to tell him much.
Yeah.
The same way that we take care of a car, we die, we love when you want to get it. We do the maintenance to get that car. We're gonna do the same maintenance to a woman.
Have you seen some of our sneakers? Like,
I just see a lot of guys who struggle. I think some men are just romantically inclined.
Yeah, we take care of that.
And I think other men are not romantic.
Men solve problems. If they know they need to be romantic, they figure out how to be romantic. The woman just has to.
They will figure it out.
I tell a story about that girl I dated. Look, I saw her. Look, I went the wrong way to my car. That girl owned a dog. I hate dogs. I was walking that dog around the block.
Bro.
Talking to him.
Right?
Look, I was like, oh, you got to get along. I'm feeling it.
I at least
get along, bro. I talked to that dog.
At least broke a girl's dog because she had something that I saw was valuable enough for me to do that with.
Yeah, like it did worth it. You do some miraculous stuff.
I'm going to share these are the men's answers. 36% said they would appreciate flowers. 64% said, nah, it wouldn't do anything for me. I'm going to read some of these comments. First guy said, I'd appreciate the gesture, but honestly, I don't care much for the flowers. It would end up in the trash a few days later. I'd prefer a gift with some permanence. This gentleman said, many of our brothers don't realize the unspoken intimacy and power being given to us when a woman blesses us with flowers. When your woman walks into your home and sees, smells, and feels the presence of her flowers lifted to you predominantly on display in your home.
That man is single.
Chat
man is a virgin.
Yo, y'all gotta chill.
He actually just got engaged to a singles feature. Yes, he's the guy who proposed.
That's ridiculous.
Can I ask about the dramatic reading?
Send her what she said was the most beautiful bouquet she's ever seen. So ironically.
So listen, have you noticed how his fellow peers received him? Like his comment alone. Now, I mean, listen.
And I'm a pretty
I'll be the bad guy. I'll say it. I'll be the bad guy.
Okay.
Yonci, do you see how we received that comment?
I noticed there aren't any likes on it.
Exactly. You know why? Because it's I can't say the R word. It's Special Olympics qualifying.
Asinine.
No, we don't think like that.
Those are his thoughts. The next brother says, I would feel emasculated and humiliated. That is the polar opposite of the other guy's comment.
I feel like I know who these men are now.
It's a bit extreme.
That's a little bit.
We'll discuss this in the next brotherhood meeting.
Little Ike Turner-ish.
This guy said absolutely not. He would not enjoy it. Shorty is regifting me flowers from another dude.
100%.
Ooh.
Thank you.
I never
Someone
even
else
thought about
said,
that.
not continuously though. I'm a green thumb on plants, but it's a safe gesture to bring my spirit or brighten my day. No, I'd rather it be body wash, a case of Gatorade, not a case of Gatorade or cheesecake. I'll read one more. Sure, if it was her love language, I'm all for it. My mother used to purchase flowers for the house all the time, and it's just a cool vibe to
For the
create.
house.
Also,
Flowers
I
are
have
not a
one
For the
plant.
flowers
house.
are not a love language. Let's
Yeah,
be
for
very
the
clear.
house. That's for the
I'll
house.
Grow up.
I love the smell of nature in my house. I see no issue at all. I'm not that manly. Let's be real.
I'm gonna leave that alone. But on the real, but if a woman bought like a
Let's
plant
profile
for your
picture.
place, that's pretty dope. Like if she bought like something for to make your place look nice, that's
That's
Yeah,
a
it's-
plant, bro. Like,
I have
yeah.
never heard a guy say I'm not manly.
Well,
Oh,
nah, because he's just being honest. He actually
Yeah.
came out cool. Like I had someone.
I'm not gonna say that though.
okay. Yonci, fix your face. You can't be staring at the comment like that. Like, come on now. Like,
I had someone give me a bamboo or a money tree one time, right? And I thought that was the dopest shit ever because I said that I wanted to get some flowers, not flowers, but some plants from my spot. Because you saw my other apartment, Yonci, you know how it looked. It was very, very bachelor living. So they got
Very
me.
minimalistic.
Yeah, they sent me a money tree. I mean, I thought that was so dope. And
pretty
then,
dope.
right when I got the money tree, like I made some extra money that I would expect to make, and so like I baby that thing now. Like I feel like as soon as that plant die, I'm gonna go bankrupt or something. Like I'm terrified.
Yo,
I'm terrified to lose this
Now,
plant.
now
Now, 'cause-
plants are a whole different animal. Plants, flowers.
yeah, I talked to it. I named it Money Bag Grow.
Yeah, definitely have a cactus. I have a couple. You have what's necessary for your home. But
Yeah.
I don't think that some lilacs are going to serve function in my home at all.
He said lilacs are not gonna serve function. Y'all, if you are enjoying the show, please hit the like and the share. If you feel like snitching, drop a comment. Let me know how many likes there are right now. We have 23 people watching. And if you would like to bless me, feel free to do that. It doesn't have to be to extend the show.
Of course it
You
does.
just send a love offering. The information is down here scrolling below. We're going to move on to question number 2.
Thank
Get off
God.
your chest. This is your chance to tell the women whatever you like to tell them, even if it's telling them we don't want flowers. Okay, so let's get into this. I am going to read a couple of these comments. This gentleman says, if you don't want to be in a relationship or have a child or get married, leave alone men who do. Don't try to hold us up with pipe dreams.
I want to hug him. He needs a hug. Like
Yeah, I want to talk to his father.
yeah.
Damn.
y'all are wild.
The next comment, I kind of like doing the thespian,
Yeah, I saw when you read the last thing, it was like a dramatic reading. It's like
that's not a creed, that's what I
you
was trying
don't
to think of.
understand the intimacy that
Let
is
me get
derived
into
from
character.
the flower.
Okay. This next gentleman says, stop letting other women tell you not to be a pick-me, because that's actually what's going to get you picked by the right men. The right men will reciprocate your efforts and intentions as well. The next comment, Yonci, you know why I'm here. Sir, that does not help the ladies. The next comment,
That was the comment. Oh shoot.
that was the comment. I honestly chose to give up on dating and love because I keep running into the same instances where I want to establish contact, initiate, and take the lead. But the response is silence. And that bothers me. But I have to channel my energy into working on myself until I'm in a better place.
You should have fixed your glass. You should have fixed your fake glasses. Then we would have. That would have been better.
Moving right along. I am very discouraged, honestly. A lot of women are like junior high and high kid. I guess high school kids. I want a mature adult at my side. And I personally know of maybe 2 out of many who are what I'm talking about. I am sick and tired of women saying men go heal when they themselves haven't done the work. Some do the work, but many, it seems like, most don't. Oh, the hypocrisy.
Ooh.
My Jesus today, help me, because good men don't tolerate that at all.
And scene.
And scene. Okay. One more, because I feel like we're on such a roll here. Okay. I feel like this is going to be British in my spirit. Learn how to communicate. Just because you talk a lot doesn't mean you communicate well. Just because you say things as they come up in your mind doesn't mean you communicate well. Communication is about making the other person understood, not about you and what you say. Too many of y'all swear good communication, but are terrible communicators. Yonci.
I feel like that was my comment.
Mm-mm.
Well, there's no profanity, so it's definitely not mine.
I actually did read your comment. I can't believe you didn't recognize it.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I know which one it was.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's fucking trash. Yeah. Welcome to the show, Mon. It is so good to have you and your glistening skin indoors.
What up?
The only man with the golden hour inside with fluorescent lights.
Appreciate it.
All right. What would you like to get off your chest? And if you guys want to be anonymous, just cover your faces, okay?
Ain't nothing bothering me. I'm golden.
Clearly. Oh my gosh, she says some of these men need a coach. And I do coach men, I just don't advertise it. Some of the men actually who I read coach, but some might be a little beyond.
Oh man.
He said narrative voiceover artist. That's because low key they should be in a Tyler Perry movie. He sounds abusive. Well, doggone. How do you feel, J-Bay? Anyone else? Nothing else you want to get off your chest before we move on?
No, I don't. Yeah.
Hurry up.
We need more open minds.
I have one thing I like to get off my chest.
I hope it's that jersey.
She went there.
All right. Listen. So that's twice now. You don't even have a team. So
I know, but I got support by me.
You're a sports orphan, so you don't even have a home to like root for.
Oh, he said it. You're an NFL orphan.
That sounded personal, man.
That's terrible.
And Jacob, stop laughing. That's why when you laugh, your forehead gets shinier. Anyway, so now what I was about to say is that I just wish that ladies would understand that life is so much easier when it comes to dating if you actually date men that like you and that you are equal to. As far as in the dating market, a lot of women overvalue themselves and feel like, hey, I'm a 10, so I deserve a 10, when they're like a 4 and then don't understand why 10s don't like them. So if women would just date men that like them and take Yonci's courses, you'd be a wife in no time.
Actually, yes. Okay. Thank you. You just gave me something to think about. I appreciate that, Willie. I would say to women. Say again?
I said I'm not co-signing park dates. Like I thought she was about to go there and out the park reading.
Oh no, no. I actually was thinking. I was like, what would I say to women? Like, I guess low vibrationally. I would say, work on your quads and your knees. Just because we've been. Listen, I'm just. No, this conversation's been going around on the internet. Listen, I'm gonna explain.
I didn't see that one coming.
I didn't see that one coming on the cam either.
Okay. So let me explain. Let me explain.
Hurry up and explain. Please hurry up and explain.
Okay. So
Stamina. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring it down, and this speaks to a bigger fact about women. So there's been this conversation on a couple of different people's pages on IG about having knees like Meg, right? And there have been and so basically the girl's like, I don't understand it. Some rapper just came up with it, and I had to like delineate like. Do you know how many times that I've been in the act of lovemaking or whatever like that, and I had to do like assisted bounces with this young lady because she didn't have the knee and that
bounces is.
yeah. No, I mean I was loving about it, but at the same time,
you're doing weightlifting, you're spotting, you're like.
yes, you're spotting in order to make the situation, or sometimes you just have to abort, right? You have to abort that position, right? Because okay, so I'm saying this to say, because it's indicative of a bigger mindset for young women, is that like you have to start preparing yourself to be in the situations you want to be in, you know? So I had just thought, like, when Willie is talking about that, like, yeah, shoot for where you need to shoot. I was like, yeah, because if you want to be with this type of man and he's athletic, he's fit and all that kind of stuff, and you don't even got the basic needs so you can have a decent ride game, like, it's kind of like one of those things that I thought about, like, in life and, you know, metaphorically, you know, you got to get your knees together. You got to practice, get your quads together.
Cowboy knees.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It's been on spirit today, so I was just like, let me give that to the ladies. All right.
Okay. Did you try to?
Hey, Willie.
Oh, dang.
What did you say?
Oh. That's diabolical, Yonci. That's diabolical.
Man. Oh, goodness.
Oh, that's a bar right there.
So yeah,
hey,
that's all I have.
We hear him. Willie talking a whole bunch. We don't hear him.
Because she muted him. That's
Oh,
what
she
it
muted
is.
No, I thought something happened. I was like, oh.
Yeah, I ain't gonna let you do
Man.
you like that, Willie. You
all
muted,
good.
man.
Snitches get snitches.
That's cool. Yeah, everybody.
The moment you hear, let me.
I told
Oh,
her,
man.
I had to say something. I can't let you go out like that.
Dang,
Yeah.
Jacob, we see our loyalties live.
Brotherhood got to stick together, man.
I'm
Brotherhood
gonna
got to
I'm gonna work my way down, roasting people in a minute, and I'm gonna call Monte to put some extra in her drink tonight.
Oh, man. Whew.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're gonna go on to the.
Oh.
Man, no more.
No, I don't have any more. I thought I was going to hear from the other guys. I was just like, yeah.
Hey, brother, that was
cut
all
off.
you.
Enough.
Oh, that was it? Okay.
That was
Hey,
it
man.
for you.
That
Yeah,
you
assistant bouncer should be the title of this episode.
I do need somebody who can give me clips because I'd be too lazy after. And we
got an app for that. It's called Offish Clip. There you go. Free game.
Man. Okay, the next question, number 3. Gentlemen, if you propose, how would you choose the ring? Okay, the options that they were given, subtly try to find out what style she likes, pick something I think looks nice, or straight up ask her what her preference is.
None of these.
None.
What's your other option?
0.
So I've been down this road before.
What other option is there?
What you do, so fellas, if you want to do this, this is a better option. You go to a reputable jeweler, like a real jeweler, not somebody, not hustle man, but you go to a real jeweler.
He's only there on Tuesdays.
Not the pawn shop.
What's wrong with the pawn shop?
Hold on, you go to a jeweler and you buy. They will sell you a simple ring with a simple setting that you can present, and he will take it back, and she can pick out what she wants. So you give her the gesture. So you give her the ring and you present it, but then you allow her to go back. You can take her to the store, and then she can really pick what she wants. Now, if you know what she wants, we're not talking about, but if you have no idea, a reputable jeweler will let you come back. He'll give you exactly what you paid. So you got to go to a certified Jamal, all the things. Do that. Now, if you can figure out what she likes, great. But that's for me, that's a better way, because then she can pick what she really wants.
I ain't doing it that way. That ain't my swag. You gotta go ahead, really.
I'm definitely not asking her friend. I don't trust women's friendships enough for them to not ruin it, or you know what I'm saying, let the cat out the bag. Because no disrespect to y'all, but y'all's friendships tend to be, you know what I'm saying, faker than the hair helmet y'all wear. So like, man,
I agree.
Very brittle.
I'm not about to go ask your homegirl who's been single for 15 years and is low-key plotting on Monte anyway because she wants a man. What kind of ring you want? Hell no.
Yeah,
absolutely not. And then to Jacob's point, I'm not going to go buy a pre-engagement proposal prop ring Because one, the type of women that we like, they expect to be wowed by that ring. So if I don't pull out, I'm saying, an ice skating rink out my pocket to propose to you in front of all your friends and family that I can't stand no way because they're going to judge it. So I'm not going to go get you nothing simple so they can be like, he got all that money and bought her that little bullshit. No, I'm not doing that. No.
So maybe y'all missing the point. You don't go buy a $2 ring. It's gonna have some carrots on it, but it's just
I get you.
Gonna be simple.
I get you, but no, you're gonna wear what I put on your finger.
Oh,
yeah.
No, that's true. I think personally, you should know your woman to some degree. Like you should know to some degree what she likes. Like y'all should at some point throughout, unless you're one of them people that get married in 6 months. But like y'all been together for a couple years, at some point, some rings should have kind of came up, and you know that she liked that y'all saw on TikTok or something like that. So you should kind of have a feel for her style. But me personally, like I would get that feel for her style. I would early on in the relationship, like the first few months, like the first 6 months. No, probably like the first year at some point, just kind of like when y'all in the mall, just walk inside a ring store and be like, you know what? If I ever want to get married to you, I don't know your ring size. And then like early on, like not get that out the way, like so that you got that in your phone. You know, she a size 8, a size 9, 7, whatever. So get that out the way early. And then I would go to different like, because now it's different than like when Jacob probably was a little younger. Like we got lab grown rings. We got like it's a lot more.
Hey, a 9's a pretty big finger though. Like,
it probably is. But we got lab grown diamonds now. Like this is like the last 10 years, right? Like the last 10 years where you know that pretty much came out. So we got a lot more research to do on stuff like that. So do your research on lab grown versus not versus designer rings. You know, designer rings versus lab grown versus natural diamonds. They're all different. You know, like me personally, I'm a designer ring guy. I know a lot of people might not agree with that. I'm a designer ring guy. So that's kind of like where I would like to, and it also depends on your price range too. You got to know your price range and what you can afford before you know what you want to do.
6 months salary. That's what it's supposed to cost, right?
It could be
3.
It could be. I heard it was 3, but you could do 6, or you could do like you could just walk inside a jewelry store and be like, "What? How much an average ring costs?" And be like, "All right, give me 5 times that."
Yeah, I just custom. I like to make them custom personally.
Okay.
Because one thing I don't want to do is the ring is not for the woman; it's for like her family, friends, and the other men that are going
to. How many rings have you made, Willie?
How many? Like 6 or 7. I'm like, no, seriously though. So like, I've never proposed or given a woman a ring that was at a store because all the rings look the same at some point. You know what I'm saying? So I've always wanted mine to be custom or different. So you know what I'm saying? For her, even like doing upgrades, it's always custom at that point. Because again, it's not for the woman. Like it's not. She just wears a ring, just because it's a symbol of the engagement. But it's really for her mother, her father, her friend group, and then all the other men that are going to try and talk to her because they got to know like, hey, your pocket's got to be this deep to even talk to this girl. And then to the mom, it's going to be like, oh, look, babe, to her dad, he really does love our daughter like this. Or for her girlfriends, it's going to make their husbands look bad because oh, look at my friend with that big ass ring I got. We've been married for 10 years and I still got this, starter ring that you gave me in 1996. So, yeah.
But maybe I'm dating myself, but you go to a jeweler, you walk in, even if you've purchased it, like they'll clean it for you, they maintain it, do all the things. Like that's
they charge you for that. They sell you that package now. It's called insurance and warranty. They do it, treat it like cars, bro. The jewelry game has changed significantly in the past 10 years.
Okay.
Like what Monte was talking about, like with the lab grown diamonds versus natural made diamonds, it's a large difference. And that's why, like, one of the things people wear a lot of jewelry, like, they're running around like with these fake stones and all this other stuff. That's now you have to you got to keep your watch card in your wallet. Because when kids run up on you like, hey, let me test your diamonds. Or them saying, oh, is that Patek real? You have to like keep your diamonds certification cards on you, or because they'll run up on you, want to try you. And it's like there's so many ways to fake, to fake it now. Like
I wish someone would ask me to show proof.
When I got the thing, I had like all that paper. I had to send that to my insurance so it would be covered, like all the things. Like that was maybe I just been out the game for a minute. But
with Progressive or Lloyd's of London, what they'll have you do is you have to take it to a certified contracted appraiser and then you have to leave it with them. So like I have every time I get a watch, I have to take it, drop it off, leave it, and I'll get it like in 2 or 3 days because they have to have time to appraise it, and then they put it on my insurance. With an engagement ring, you know, you have to do the same thing. They don't take the engagement ring, but they take like 700 pictures. They have like there's this machine where you can put the ring in, it'll radiate the stone to tell you. It's like the most accurate way to tell if it's a real diamond, natural, man-made, CVD lab, whatever. And they do all of that stuff, and you get a report back that your insurance company will put in file with your actual claim to add that to your ring. Because, you know, you out here passing out $15,000, $20,000, $100,000 rings, you want to have those insured because, you know, someone like Yonci or Lynette who uses their hands or talks with them or bangs their hands on stuff, that stone comes out, and now, you know, that stone is 80% of the cost of that ring, and you don't want to have to come out of pocket to pay for that.
Sure.
So
I agree with what Willie was saying about like the like he gets like custom rings and stuff like that. Because the entire thing is about, it's a show, you know. It's like you put a ring on your woman's finger so that it's for everybody else to some degree to like kind of like see what's going on, which is also kind of like what designer rings do. You know, when somebody see a Tiffany's box, they see that it's a Tiffany, you know, it's a blue box. Somebody see a Cartier box, it's a Cartier box, you know. So that's an option too. But it's like the lab grown diamonds like are so prevalent. It's like everybody questions your diamond when they see it. Is that lab grown? Is it real? Especially the bigger it is going like people going to question it. So I want to kind of play it safe and just make sure I get like a classic designer ring from a prevalent designer. Personally, I might change. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but you know that's kind of where I'm at right now. But
the people that ask you too tend to be single people who don't have a ring themselves. So also keep that in mind.
True.
Like, there's always a woman like, girl, is that real? Like, man, your finger's naked. Is yours real? Is that ring around your skin ring real?
Yeah.
So Jacob, you were asking earlier what the not matching was all about. So interestingly, this popped up on my Instagram.
Oh, that's messed up, man. Dang.
So that's where
that's real here. That's how shorty look.
That's a whole ant body right there.
It's a bug's
life. What do you do with this?
So you know,
nothing.
Walk away from
it.
You spray it with Raid.
Oh, did y'all see that kid who's running around testing his teacher's engagement rings, and they were all fake? So they called their husbands, and she's like, "We've been married for 20 years. I know this real." And they were fake.
Oh, so it's like really, isn't that an old video?
Hold on, before we leave this here, this what the ladies doing? This what y'all out here? This is what's out here?
I got one more.
I don't got nothing to do with that. My booty real.
That's a man.
No, that's a woman.
These women are paying to get these.
These are women doing it.
Y'all pay for that?
Well, this is a little extreme, but I definitely have seen where the calves. Yeah.
Why did she skip her titties? Because like I'm sorry.
She didn't. She happened to put an ace wrap.
No, she didn't do nothing to those because it looked like she got one big like hamburger.
Yeah.
Do you see the two things that coming out of her jacket?
Yeah, those Christmas hams. I see them.
Let's go to the next. Okay, take this down. This
they look like
please take this down. Look, I'm a block.
This is really happening. Women are going out, and what I always want to know is, like, do they look in the mirror and say, "Yes, I got what I paid for"? Because it just says surgery. There's you got surgery. You wanted it to look natural, you know.
I want to say that your vision is, well, at least a lot of women's vision that I've met, it's grossly controlled by their perception of themselves. I've seen literally drop dead gorgeous, like I've dealt with them, managed them, do that kind of stuff, and they literally will think. I had somebody that I was managing one time, and she's one of the most gorgeous women I've seen in like person, right? And I would tell her, like, because we would just go through, be talking, and I was like, who do you think looks good, or whatever like that, or beautiful, or gorgeous, whatever like that. And she would send me some people that wouldn't hold a candle to her. And it's like, they really, or even like the eyelashes, or even just a lot of stuff that women do, they kind of are looking for consensus, kind of like how Willie and you guys were talking about the rings, is that it's for everybody else because that informs a lot what women do. I think that's why, like I said, it gets deep. Or I think that's why women tend to have a lot of problems because you don't have the perspective, and you guys need that. A lot of women need that. And so I think they don't look at it. They like, oh, if everybody else is doing it, it must be something cool. And I'm like, no, everybody doesn't need to contour and have extendo eyelashes. And I heard those butts feel like what do you call it? Kevin Gacy used to say that. They feel like kneecaps.
Okay.
I've probably never touched one.
So I have, and I'll say the resident cosmetic surgery experienced individual on the platform, what I will tell you is that you can tell a lot about a woman based on the type of surgery she goes to get. So the girls who go to Miami and get these surgeries are like a significant tier below the girls who can afford to go to LA and get them. The girls who go to LA and get their body done, they get their bodies done perfectly. Some of those women, if they already have it back there, you cannot tell. This is again, sorry, Yonci, but you can't tell until you actually are like, that's the only time that you can tell. That's it. Because if you've been with a girl who's holding naturally and then you go to one who's holding supernaturally, they move different.
Because it doesn't move. What it is when you have a natural booty, it has a little jiggle on the bottom.
Even muscle,
it's real. It goes together. It doesn't.
There's something called jiggle physics. Yeah, there's absolutely.
Yeah. Like it doesn't ripple it doesn't ripple like when it's hitting your pelvis. It doesn't ripple like a natural will, but it's still soft though. It's still soft. But
it's a change in density. Is it a change in density? Pretty much.
Oh, yeah, it's a change.
Yeah, you can definitely tell the difference. Like one, okay, look at it like this. One is a soft mattress, but then like one is like a memory foam mattress.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to get science. This was science. This is nothing. Yeah, jiggle physics.
I hate memory foam mattresses.
I think the sisters, y'all need to come in the next sisterhood meeting. Y'all need to talk about. Please stop this behavior. Y'all need to talk to y'all sisters.
Inappropriate.
Y'all see, to answer your question, I think that they look at it the way that they should. Like if they get like a botched job, I feel like they kind of act like they don't care, and I think that's the best way to go about it. If you just get something fatally done to your body, and then it's messed up, like it's nothing you can do. Like act like you don't care. Don't let it take over your life. Like you already got it done.
Damn, that's
deep.
Yeah, like you already got it done. Just deal with it, live your life, have fun, and be happy. Just act like you don't see it.
I know people that done surgery and they went right back to the same size they was before. I'm like, because you do the surgery doesn't mean you don't go to the gym.
How do you re-big the post-surgery back? That is crazy to me.
And you know what's the funny how they front too? They'll act like they was in the gym all this time. So now, so unless you know them personally, you be like, you wasn't in.
I think it make perfect sense for them to get big again because that's why they chose to get the surgery. They got bad habits.
Exactly. Girl, I've been drinking my water, manifesting abundance. That weight just came off.
Fruit smoothies. Don't forget about the fruit smoothies.
The fruit smoothies, yeah. The shapewear.
I've been intermittent fasting. You just big yourself.
Intermittently going to the doctor. Oh my goodness. All right, y'all. We are gonna get to the next question.
You might have to put that in the profile spotlights. Like this, is this manufactured or is this like this? Did you do this?
Yeah.
Oh, y'all can't do that. You mean when they put it
like an Autobot? She's like a transformer.
So she's posted. For you guys. Another reason why the guys should be in the group. I don't look personally, but I have noticed that Yonci's posted some women in there that you can tell it's all natural.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Cold peanut butter. Listen, there's some cold peanut butter on that be coming through there.
Yes, yeah.
That's some cold peanut butter right there.
Okay, so I'm gonna read these next ones. When you are in love, how do you demonstrate it to your lady?
You walk a dog.
Yeah.
And talk to it.
He said, besides being heavy on the love languages she receives, I tend to pamper, nurture, help make dreams come true if my help is actually needed, be her wise counsel, create a do not disturb profile only she and my sister are immune from, let her watch me cook in the kitchen. That is huge. Watch dark movies and murder documentaries, even though
yes, they do like that. Yeah.
take her around the world with me because I like to travel. Next one, put her up on game. Drop jewels of knowledge that she did not receive as a youth. This requires video response because text won't justify the intonation. Well, sir, come on the show. Next one, acts of service. I'll do the things that lighten the load of the day as opportunities present themselves. That's my love language. Quality time. I'm usually a loner, but if I love you, then I want you to share my space. That's my other one. And physical touch. Enough said. If you doing acts of service and giving me quality time, I'm gonna want your physical touch. Very nice answer, sir. Okay, next one. I fulfill her physiological as well as her emotional needs. For example, I take her to her favorite restaurant on a special occasion, remind her how intelligent and beautiful she is, and cuddle. Just to give a few examples.
Nah, man. Nah, man. Nah, for real. Nah. That didn't. Nah.
You're not co-signing?
That was interesting.
That. He was trying to go somewhere, but it didn't quite make it.
He took a left somewhere and kept going.
Yeah.
And it's okay.
But
it's okay. I know the spirit of it.
On the real, you do like I tell a story about this dog. I'm walking this dog. I'm straight up walking him. I'm talking to him. Like, look, man, we got to get along. So like, hey man, look, I like her. I'm feeling her. We got to look, me and you got to figure something out.
What kind of dog was it? We ain't got to get along. I guarantee you I'm gonna live longer than you will.
I can't get one with a dog. I couldn't do it.
I hate. Let me just say this. I actually had in my dating profile at one time. It was like, I will never love your dog as much as you. But I'm just saying,
never love you as much as the dog.
Yeah. But Willie said something early, for the right woman. Well, I thought she was the right woman. I'm out here walking the dog. I'm talking to him. I'm like, look, hey, bro, we got to work together.
I'll give you a baby before I give you a puppy. I ain't gonna hold you.
Yeah. And like
I'll give you a child.
Your dog parenting styles might be different. Like I'm more of like a big dog type of guy. If I'm gonna have dogs, I'm gonna have useful dogs, like dogs that can like protect the home or like herd some cattle, like stuff, Like I'm gonna have me some big dogs, and she might be like she just want a soft, useless dog, and she don't like he might not listen. I can't be around that. I can't be around no dog that just don't listen.
You talking about the teacups, the little dogs?
You're gonna set them up?
They can be emotional support animals.
You can have utility. Just get a man for that, or have a baby. Then you have a purpose. That baby can grow up to be a president. That dog is gonna grow up and die.
That's another reason why I don't want a dog. Like I can't,
No. That is sad. I've had
are real dark right now. I'm feeling Django right now. Like Django is minding his business. Like, yo,
you guys, our likes and views almost match.
Hey, I'm not gonna hold you.
Supernatural.
You are one of the few men on earth that I have not roasted for being a man with a cat.
You can't.
You can't.
Like that. You are the.
That's absolutely can't.
Willie, we've established it's really a monkey. Come on.
Right. Yeah.
Keep it a buck.
The moment that he called my cat a monkey, he disqualified.
Go and get a cane for herself.
The tail, bro. I saw the tail. It was curled up, and then she had grabbed like your microphone or some shit with it. Only thing that has prehensile tails are monkeys. So I'm
not even gonna lie. I'm not even gonna lie. For a second, when he said it, I was like, it did kind of seem like a Zabu-Mafu, like the lemur that's on there. I don't know. It's a kid's show. I just remember that.
I wasn't being funny. I was serious.
No, seriously. It looked like a lemur. Like there's a type of lemur with big eyes, and I was like, oh, it did look like that for a second. When I was like, oh, okay, no, that's a cat.
Yeah, y'all over acting like I'm tripping. I knew what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Like a month.
I got a question, fellas. Okay, so you in love with your girl, or maybe at some point you in love with a girl somewhere.
Yeah.
You've never done something out of your character, like you ain't never done like something that you would like.
Or gave her a
Wait,
child.
hold on. We got to. Hold on. Let's put this question in context first.
I tripped.
That's why you got the cat, right?
We got.
I gave her a child. That's what I did. So that's how I know what I'm capable of doing.
We first got to put the question in the context. Now, are you saying like as a kid, or are you saying as like a grown man who like understands life? Mm-hmm. Hell no.
Oh,
I've done things that I'm not even saying I'm not proud of. It's just like, dang, you probably shouldn't have did that. That was a lot.
Mm.
Yeah, I say that every day I take my son to school. Like, damn, I should have done that
every day.
I knew I should have done some head. Like,
Every day. I promise you, every day. Like, golly.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. So I don't really regret any of it, but like I said, when I love a woman, like you're me. You're like, I'll do what I would do for myself and more. So if you need anything, like I said, all the stuff that they talked about, like education, like I'll show you, like, let's say if you have a business, I will literally put in automations into your situation. Like I'll literally like do stuff like that where like I'm your employee, like in a sense, like doing all this kind of stuff and building out your back end. Hilarious. But I'll do all kind of stuff,
You're doing great.
Yeah, I'm doing great. Okay, cool. All right. So then, like I said, I will fly women out. I've done that before, but it was more so just because it was a cool situation. Like we're flying together. It wasn't like I'm out here trying to get coochie or something. Oh, sorry, it's YouTube trying to get passion fruit.
The JJ.
Yeah. Let's say passion fruit. That sounds cool. Yeah. Oh yeah, undercarriage. I was trying to get undercarriage. Yeah. So no. So I've done a lot of stuff.
Okay. But maybe it's just me. Like, I don't want to walk the dog.
I do everything. Like I will walk a dog. I would walk a dog. I probably have. I know I have. I wasn't talking to the dog though. I probably was just chilling. Yeah.
I'm gonna love you out loud, and I'm gonna make every girl jealous of you that you're around. Like I'm gonna embarrass you every time I get the chance to. Like I'm bringing flowers somewhere. I want everybody to know, like, that you well taken care of. So that's how I'm gonna do it.
I like that. I think it's really cute when guys do PDA, not the like go get a room PDA, but I think it's cute when guys do little gestures, like put their hand on the small of your back. To me, it's like if we're out in public, there should be no question if we're together or we're just friends. Like it should be very, very clear. And so I think it's really cute when a guy will just be stroking the girl's hair, like almost like he doesn't realize it, or little touches. I know I'm always touching my person.
So I have a question. Is this culturally specific? Because sometimes I'll be watching movies and I want to use some of those moves, like when you touch like the girl's face with the side of your head, like, oh. I want to do that one day. I've never done it, but I want to do that.
No, the black women like it when you grab their neck. That's what they like.
I mean, I've done that too, but as far as but I wanted to always do something like very romantic, like almost blouse, like frolicking and everything.
I've had my hair tucked behind my ear before, and I almost fainted. I was like,
oh, okay. What are some other moves other than like the hand of the small of the back and like, oh, excuse me, little mama, that kind of stuff? Like, what else is good?
Walk up to him from behind and kiss him on the neck.
I've done that. Yeah.
Or if you walk up from behind and you put your arm around their waist,
Yes, that's a good one.
That's good. Or something else that's really sexy is when a man puts his hand on a woman's hips. It just make you feel all small, like the smallest part of her waist. If you just holding her that way, and even it's kind of like manhandling, obviously not in a aggressive
consensual
way. Yes, right. So it's just kind of like, I think a lot of times there's not a lot of passion. And when you look at if you basically watch rom-coms or you watch those girly stuff like, I don't know, 50 Shades or whatever, it's always passion. There's always like a pushing up against the wall. There's always a passion. There's a lifting. It's very passion intense kissing, and it's very physical. And so, like I said, I'm a virgin, but I've heard.
I want to put you like real hard in their face. You know how they do those rom-coms? You get like real close and you just be like, and they just get like real passionate. I just want that moment. And just be like that hot breath moment. Like, yeah, My breath don't stink, does it? Like we about to go for it.
Wow.
Yeah.
I feel like it'd be cool to be like a guy for a day because we know as women we know what women like. I think some guys are very oblivious of things. It could be the smallest things. Like if you're driving, free game to guys. If you're driving the car and you just reach over and put your hand on her thigh.
Yes.
Yo, when I learned
Yes.
that, it was crazy. I learned that and I was like, oh snaps, like we can do that? I'm not gonna get in trouble.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's
That's
very
an early exit.
it's
That's an early exit stop on a long trip. What you mean?
No, well listen, you gotta know where I come from. So like I had to learn all this stuff, like late in the game.
To me, it's gentle touches.
Yeah.
So one of the things, so with women, our bodies are designed like ovens, and men, you guys are designed like microwaves. So I have always found that non-private area touching actually leads to more arousal. So for example, if you're just rubbing her shoulders, or you're just rubbing her arm, or you're just rubbing her leg, that's why, like, if you give a massage but you don't get perverted about it, she's actually probably going to take it there because it's all of this stuff, but you're not going there. So it's the same thing if you don't hit her up for sex. She's going to be like, it's something subconscious. I don't know what it is.
All of a sudden, she knows your schedule. All of a sudden, she knows your schedule. What you doing? You just getting off work. I'm right around the corner.
Rub her scalp, you rub her scalp, get in here. Well, depending on ways like her hair. I like my scalp rub, but if you rub her scalp, if you rub her shoulders, you rub her feet, things that are not her erogenous zones, and you do a really good job, especially if you tease her because you go really high up at her thigh, but you don't do anything inappropriate. It's going to awaken things, and it's like this slow simmer that warms her up. But I would say passionate, like when you're kissing, be passionate when you're kissing.
Lick her forehead.
You said lick?
Find that.
Yeah.
Like lick just like that on her forehead?
Center, the top of her nose to her hairline. They love it.
I'm not a fan of saliva.
Hey, brother.
I'm not a fan of saliva on me.
You guys about that me look crazy. I'm gonna date some Ethiopian girl and I'm gonna try that. And it's gonna take mad long. Like,
I'm not gonna laugh at that. I'm trying.
They always say that I'm Ethiopian, and I love them. I think they're beautiful, but they got big foreheads. Sorry.
But no, it's also a good way to see if she's wearing a wig because if you lick fur enough, you'll lick that face.
Said the lick.
You're gonna get a closure in your mouth.
Bring him back in. But let me know in the comments, ladies, if you are agreeing. But I think just little touches, or if he's talking to you sincerely, ooh, Lynette, does this do anything for you? And he just gently touches your chin. Like if he's just like, and he says something sweet to you and he's holding your chin there. Oh, it's like bringing face or the hand on the face. I like that. It's anything delicate little touches. It does.
So one last question on this topic. What about if there's a place? Oh, sorry.
No, I thought I was going to go to a jump scare.
Oh, wait, okay. I thought someone else was going to say something. So what about she keeps on complaining about a particular part of her anatomy? Like she's like insecure and you're like, no, it's beautiful. And then I don't know. Is that a good thing?
Okay. There are a lot of spots that women don't want to be touched. So there's like a little thing on Instagram where I go, and it's like squeezing her.
Somebody said, unhand me.
Stop.
We're going to have our poor people watching this show, all of our inside jokes. State your business.
I love that. Thank you.
That can be a character. State your business. Unhand me. Gosh golly. But yeah, I would say if the person is not comfortable with that, because I've had guys say that, oh, man, I'm not comfortable. My stomach's not letting you touch me. But I loved the touch, squishy always just feels better. But I would say you should prioritize what that person feels, because if it makes you happy, but it makes your partner uncomfortable, who wants that?
Oh, no, not uncomfortable. Just sometimes people are like, let's say they're self-conscious about a particular area, but you're like, no, I love it,
No,
but you do it. Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like if she feels like she's got, the arms of people who you trust to make mac and cheese, maybe you don't want to go in there and jiggle it.
No,
Yonci. What the hell? Ma'am.
So, girl, you look like you could make some collard greens.
Y'all never seen that meme? It said, if she don't got arms like this, don't let her make the mac and cheese. Like, she know how to cook and she got that little wobble.
Y'all on a
So you're saying don't kiss her arms. Don't be like,
nope.
Don't jiggle it.
I'm not today. Y'all on a bean today. I'm trying to find a wife.
Yeah, I don't trust nobody skinny making macaroni and cheese, so that's fine.
That's what I'm saying. So some people don't fit the. Yeah. All right,
we're
going to move on to question number 5. Question number 5. What is the difference? This was a submitted question. Patrons are allowed to submit questions for the men. What is the difference between a peaceful woman and a boring woman? So I'm going to read.
Peaceful women are married and boring women are not.
Oh, well, there you go.
Say that again.
Peaceful women are married and boring women are not.
Oh.
Hold on one second. My poor daughter. Okay. So I almost said the name again. Peaceful has more to do with cooperative, non-problematic, emotionally intelligent, and considerate. Boring has to do with a lack of substance, depth, energy, and emotionally uninspiring. And a lot of men responded. Great answer. I agree. Nailed it. Nice. 100%. Okay. Peaceful is far from boring. A peaceful woman is engaging, emotionally intelligent, nurturing, vulnerable, supportive. A boring one expects the whole world to revolve around her, does not engage unless engaged with, game playing, emotionally unavailable, and does not allow for an emotional connection to grow. Peaceful woman is on your time. Her energy is fluid and flows with yours. A boring woman doesn't want to do anything you want to do. Peace to me is when both parties are on the same page. Last one. A peaceful woman makes life easy and exciting. She knows her man. She likes his likes and dislikes. Knows how to engage him even when he doesn't feel like engaging. Great conversationalist with thoughts that make you go, Can wrap him around her finger if she wants to, but never manipulate him. Always an encourager, which makes him want to give her the world. A boring woman, no enthusiasm about anything. Always waiting for her man to plan something.
Why do you say that so hard?
With a chest.
No spontaneity. Doesn't know her man or his life and fails to share hers. Can't carry on a conversation and not on the grow. Okay.
All right. So we're talking about 3 different things. What you just talked about, don't plan nothing and all that. They're not boring. They just lazy.
They just don't like you.
Yeah, or something. Boring isn't just uninteresting. Like it's like something. It's not like. Ladies, every woman has something about them that makes them special, wonderful. You got to figure out what yours is. Everybody don't have to be Meg Thee Stallion and have knees on, metallic knees like Cam was talking about earlier. Like,
I disagree, but continue. Yeah.
But you got to figure out what yours is, man, and work with it. But boring is just somebody you're just not interested in at all. Like you just don't. And you're never going to attract anybody by just not doing anything and not being any interest. You got to be interested about something. Even you can be a total geek or nerd, but be interested something. That's what I think. When I hear boring, I just think uninterested. Peaceful. You can be peaceful is just a whole nother thing. But you were talking about somebody just lazy, talking about don't plan anything. That's just like I said, she don't like you, just lazy. That's another word. It ain't boring or peaceful. You just ain't. Yeah.
I think a woman, as long as she on your time, she good. Like no matter what she like. I think that's a peaceful woman. A peaceful woman is like one like that. If your man wants to go to the club, okay, you go to the club with him. But if you want to go to the club all the time by yourself, that's different. You're a little chaotic. She's okay with being in the house. She just on your time. Like whatever time you want, like she's doing, she's her energy is flowing. It's kind of you set the stand, you set the tone and she goes with it. Like So I think a boring woman kind of don't want to do what you want to do. Like she want to stay in the house when you don't want to stay in the house, or she just kind of like what Jacob said. So as long as you are on his time, as your man, like you can't be boring.
I would say, just to add to that, is that a peaceful woman is someone who seeks balance and tranquility. Like that's kind of how I always think about it. Like a person who's constantly seeking to find balance and like calmness in all areas of her life. Like I said, a boring woman, I think, just like I said, it's uninterested, but I think it also points to like your how your approach to life and your psyche. Someone who always says I'm boring, I tell my son this all the time. I'm like, there's no reason to be bored. There's just so much to do. And I think when people are always saying that they're bored or something like that, they're looking for excitement all the time, or they're looking for something to excite them. And I'm like, nah, if I hear a girl say that she's bored too often, that's kind of a turn off for me, just because it's like, or she's boring. One of those two things, just kind of like, nah, you don't approach life right. You need to like, and I'll help a girl out a little bit, but if she's still like, I'll just be like, nah, we good.
Yeah, you can't just have my engine. I just look at it as just being unmotivated.
Yeah.
That's it. Like if you're boring, you're unmotivated. If you're a bored person, you ain't got nothing to do. That means you're gonna take up my time.
You just be what Kevin Samuel said it, right? He said, what did he say? Peaceful, feminine, and fit or something.
Agreeable. Yeah.
Agreeable, yeah. Like just that's all you gotta be. Like exactly what he said.
And can we be very clear that agreeable doesn't mean agree with everything?
Yeah, no. It means you know how to play your part. That's all.
The women who think that's what that means are just being disingenuous. Those are the same women that think that being submissive means being a slave. They try to make that huge ass reach when they try to talk about it. We're not even talking to them. Those women aren't even following us. That's not part of our crowd.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, those are the ones that are okay, done, old and alone and unloved. And I don't believe that's part of Yonci's tribe.
Listen.
Well, guys, we've come to a wonderful part of the evening where we have a submitted question.
Wait, is there a single feature tonight?
There was a gentleman actually who was on Kendra G's show, and
this is not a foreboding endorsement.
He got roasted because of his preferences, and his preferences weren't even anything crazy at all.
Dating on the Kendra show is like swap meet dating, so that's cool.
He said,
so true.
He was so I had some ladies send in their pictures, and he had listed out preferences on weight. And so I asked how many ladies fit his description and if they were interested to submit their pictures. So I was actually going to have the ladies come on tonight and chat with him live, but he ended up traveling, and he said he would let me know if he'd make it in time, and he hasn't reached out yet. So it looks like we're not doing singles tonight, but we do have a submitted question from a patron. And I will say I struggled, so I don't think I will have any advice on this one. So you guys will have to lead on you, okay? Hi, Yonci. I'm not sure where to submit a question for the guys. It's via DM on my Patreon. But this question is for men of God trying to live holy. If a man of God likes a girl, but is struggling with lustful thoughts about a girl, will he avoid pursuing her? I can't look at Jacob. Will he avoid pursuing her until he feels he has resolved his lust? This question is inspired by a guy I've been friends with online for 3 years. But when I met him in person at a singles event last week, he was standoffish when it came to communicating, but gave me the most amazing hugs.
This woman has made it so she's reached so far to think that, he's acting funny with me because of his journey. Never mind. Go ahead.
The last hug, I was confused a bit as he wanted to rock me and hold on a little longer. I did not trust to hold on from the previously standoffish behavior. COVID. I just assumed he was not interested in me. Jacob! Sorry.
Making this hard, man. We making this hard. Like, come on.
He's not interested in me, although there is very strong chemistry from him and our values align. Okay.
We making this hard.
All right, bro.
God, let me look. If you like people, act like it. We making this hard, man. I understand some nuances. We making this hard.
Like she put in the chat and said, "Hey, give me the most ridiculous question I can ask my favorite dating coach friend and make it to where it's so asinine and so unbelievable that she's really going to have her panel talk about this for at least 15 minutes."
I will.
Absolutely not.
I got nothing.
The only thing I'll say what I said. I'll say what I said because I come a little bit from the community of faith, and sometimes you can foster really odd perspectives. Though this never happened to me, I did see guys who sometimes were like very standoffish with gorgeous women, but they had more internal struggles. I don't think this was lustful, because someone was asking if this was lustful thoughts. I don't think it's that. I just think it was probably just more so like, hey, I like you, but there's something that I see here that's kind of weird that I don't know if I can marry. That's probably what that was, I'm guessing. But all she had to do was ask him. It didn't even have to be all this. She could have literally just opened her mouth up and asked him. Men talk if you give them space to talk. So even if he's being weird, that's all she had to do was just ask him.
Yeah, I feel like I'm not a religious guy, but I'd like to think that if I'm a religious man and I like you, I'm trying to marry you so that I can do what I got to do. So we can do what we got to do. Like I'm trying to streamline it, like so. Versus like just stay unmarried for as long as possible. That don't make no sense. So yeah, no, I would like to think that if he wanted you that bad, he would marry you. But also, if he's trying to stay away from you, maybe you don't seem like the type of girl that he would marry, but yet you can still be attractive. But it's just maybe he just wouldn't marry you. He wouldn't take you that serious, but he appreciates your hugs.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it's something on the inside that's hasn't quite worked its way on the outside yet.
I mean, all men are like that. Like we're all attracted to women who come outside half naked to some degree and all that type of stuff. Yeah, but if you a man of a certain caliber, you probably just gonna be like, I ain't even gonna look away.
Yeah, it's just not gonna carry past the high.
I think he actually liked her in some capacity. I think that's why I'm saying I think he liked her. It's just that men usually don't move forward, especially in the religious capacity, if it's like there's some kind of internal conflict. So like I said, it could have been like, I like you a lot, but I'm out here wanting to be a horn dog. I really don't think that's what it was. I think it was more so like, I like you, but there's something about you that doesn't quite jive with me. So we can't really kind of go forward, even though I really like you. I think that's probably what it seems more like, because I've seen situations like that before where it's like, my guy, just get over yourself. Like, no one's perfect. Just kind of go out and do what you got to do. Like, it'd be better for you to kick it with her and find out if that can change. If you guys are both in the faith and she really likes you and you both like each other, you guys can figure everything out. But honestly, I would have just asked her if she actually really liked him. Ask him, because he may not have any skill set, socially. That could be another issue too. So.
Ma'am, he does not like you.
I don't think not. He doesn't like you enough. Yeah.
Why this is no. Just no.
Yeah. I'm big on girls not going after men. Like personally, I'm big on like just if he wants you, like don't try and find out all these answers about why. Like just he gonna do what he got to do.
All right, so I saw a funny video. I want to see if you guys would like this, and I'm laughing thinking about Monte with his surprise and how that could have gone left. But would you like this greeting? Hold on, guys. I'm trying to put my little. There we go. Would you like to be greeted this way when you come home?
Oh! Hey, baby. I ain't gonna lie. That was scary. But what's up?
What's happening?
They're fighting. They're playing lightsaber.
Water gun
He popped
fights,
out
lightsaber fights,
from the
everything.
bushes.
That's his girl.
Yeah,
That's his girl.
he does it to her too.
You know, this is right up my alley, so I'm like, yeah, I like this.
Popping out of bushes. Yeah.
Yeah, you already know the
Wig.
Don't play mom because you broke yours.
So she got the old woman wig on and everything.
Yeah, I like stuff like this.
Did y'all see the roll that she did?
Yeah, no, I remember. I saw this one time before.
I missed it.
This is dope. This is dope.
I would have to make sure that Monte didn't have his pistol because that could have gone left.
Oh!
Boy,
Hey, baby.
This is
I ain't gonna
dope.
lie.
I don't want to be greeted like that.
That was
'cause
scary. But
I'm
what's up?
competitive, and I'm not gonna let like. But then we can do Nerf guns. We can do that, but like something like that, I'm gonna win too easy. So
You can't come in my house without
Look
being
at the roll.
prepared to get shot at with a Nerf gun.
man,
Oh my god, it was the roll for me.
This is better than flowers.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Oh,
100%.
perfect.
What I'm saying, this is knowing your man. This
It's
is-
when she snatches a mask
Don't play
off
mom
and
because
gets
you
you.
broke yours.
so we started this conversation with somebody not wanting to move.
Wait, is
This
this part?
this
Right here.
watch this. When she snatched the things off.
Look.
But imagine this for a second.
Yeah.
The girl who didn't want to move, this is what you're missing out on. whatever that looks like for y'all.
You
she
could be
can do that
coming
in her
out.
city.
Whatever that looks like for you, this is what you're missing out on.
She can do that in her city.
Honest to God, I bet you at your house, who got Nerf guns at your girl? Your girl come to your house. I bet you she ain't got what you got.
We talking
Yeah.
about me?
Yeah.
Oh, I
She
got a
no
whole,
Nerf guns.
and I got more money than everybody in
Maybe.
my house, so I got the best Nerf guns. Like everybody else got to use the.
Yo.
Yeah, no, I
Cyberscope
yeah, I
3000.
spent
I'll
money
catch
on
you
mine.
from the top of the steps. In the
Yeah, no.
bathroom.
Listen. We used to have the joints was like 100 feet per second, like the little, we used to have all the joints.
Everybody else got to use the regular ones till they get
No,
some
and
money.
that's the worst when you have different type of Nerf guns because we had this
Yeah.
like we always fight over the ones that had the chain with the magazine. It was like the whole little thing, and you have the one where you could put two in there. Not even-
Yeah.
Hey, you should put your Nerf darts in the freezer. They travel farther, faster, and they hurt more.
Yo, why you trying to hurt people?
No, that makes sense.
No,
Y'all don't use the pellets? Like y'all don't use
Oh no, I got both the joints.
Fine.
Yeah.
But we can use bullets if you want to. They got those sim rounds.
Oh Lord.
Yes, I had the equalizer. You know how they go into the thing and you had all those guns? Yeah, I had the whole joint. I had like 12 of them.
Concussions.
But on the real, like that first
Hide the
question, you
evidence.
can come home and have that. That's the type of life you can have. You can be having fun with somebody.
Yeah, but you don't want to leave California.
You don't want to leave. Like,
Because
that's
the
what
bear might eat you.
No, I think it's so crazy, with it's hard to sometimes give certain compliments without being derogatory from things in my past. So I'm tiptoeing carefully, but it is night and day when you are with someone who you're actually friends with. It is night and day. Things are so simple. Like, I feel like if you're fighting constantly, you're always getting into it. Like, that's not normal. It's normal to have disagreements from time to time, but it's not normal to fight every single day, be at each other's throats, be annoyed by every little thing. And I just think that is such playfulness is something I teach in my course. If you could be playful with your guy and he's playful back with you, that is such a good dynamic to have, because you're gonna have stressors, you're gonna have life, you're gonna have sickness, you're gonna have, I was down bad for 2 weeks, dude severed his finger, but you gotta be able to have it was bad jokes, and be playful and things like that. So stuff like that is awesome. Like, we be doing the weirdest stuff. So he has this tradition with his friends. They're living in different states now, so they always do a video call no matter what time and do a shot for their birthdays. And we had people visit us, and they were younger, but for whatever reason they left behind ski masks. And I was like, what? I guess it's a trend right now. I don't know anything about this. So for what actual ski masks? They said it's like a trend now. I was like, I don't
A poo, wait, poo, like a poo shiesty or a full ski mask?
Like it's
Like with the cutouts.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ask the young people. I don't know, but anyway, he thought it was just funny if we just like answered the phone with the ski mask, and I was like, okay. So now it's like a thing. When birthday, we popped up with ski masks, and they're like, you guys are so random, and we are. I feel like you have to be able to be weird with your person. Like Willie's thing might be wearing a costume, flying and wearing a costume, and he needs a girl who's down with that. You know what I mean?
But my birthday is on Halloween, so I have an excuse.
That's still dope to wear a costume traveling through the air.
Hey, Lynette left. Good night, Lynette.
She was like, I'm out.
We were literally 2 days apart too. Like I swear to God, we're kindred spirits out here.
Are yours 2 days before or 2 days after?
I'm 2 days after Willie.
So you're gonna be having a birthday during our event.
Yeah.
November 2nd.
I was born when
First lap dance is on me, bro.
I was born.
Come through for the event. All the guys in the panel, you guys have an honorary invite. Of course, Willie is going to be coming. You guys have an honorary invite. The event is November 1st through the 3rd. It is in Dallas. I did not see Lynette's comment till just now, so sorry, Lynette. But you guys are more than welcome to come. I think you're going to have a lot of people who would be excited to meet you in person. So feel free to come. You can bring your lady, of course.
If you come, I'll have a babysitter for like your old lady, so we can go outside and explore the city unencumbered.
You said me?
Yes.
Yeah, we got a whole child care situation going on.
We see. I need the babysitter need to be back here. Like that's what the babysitter need to be at.
He's like, I'm leaving these kids.
You don't bring no kids with me when I.
If she wants to stay behind. Just.
Oh no, I bring my lady. I'm talking about the kids.
Oh no, I was. Well, I mean,
He was being funny talking about your lady.
Oh no, I wasn't being funny. I was just, providing a positive black male bonding experience that was going.
He actually likes being around his girl. So yeah,
well, that's important because a lot of guys don't. Like
I'm cracking up. What is happening?
No, I dig it, but she can't come out with when I go. If I go with the guys or something like that. Like I wouldn't go. She go on a girls' night. I'm not going. If her and her friends go, so I'm not going to be like I want to go too.
Yeah, I can't take Monte to a strip club, so I gotta.
Oh, he's trying to go to a strip club.
Why Monte can't go? He can't go to strip club, Yonci?
No, absolutely not. Not with me. No.
First of all, he was traumatized by a strip club. He came on and told his story, he had trauma. So I am fortunate that he does not enjoy going. That traumatized him. But this might be an unpopular opinion, but I do feel like there are certain environments in which it's not a good look when you are in a relationship for guys and girls. And I do think that a strip club is one of those.
That makes sense, but I think it's a little different when you put it in context, though. It's a little bit different. And let me explain why, right?
Yes, please give us context.
So as a woman, right? Obviously, if you're attractive, the whole world knows everybody wants you. It doesn't add to your value when anything like that happens. But imagine your man is at a strip club and he looks good, and his homies, but he's telling everybody, "No, I'm good. No." Like it's the difference between a woman doing that and a man doing that. Like that's so rare. Like women is like, "Yo, and you like, no, I'm good." Like,
The thing for me is there is pleasure that is derived from like the reason for the strip club is to enjoy the women. And so theoretically for me, I would want all of that type of pleasure to come from my guy. So if my girlfriend, for example, had a bachelor party and she invited male strippers, I wouldn't want to go. I would want that sort of enjoyment to come exclusive. That's something to me that's sacred and special if it stays between. The same way I wouldn't want him lusting after just a random girl and following a bunch of girls on Instagram. I would want that enjoyment to come from me, and vice versa. So I'm a bit more traditional, probably at the average of 2024. But
would it make you feel better to know that I don't go to the strip club for strippers? I go to the strip club to show my man.
He goes for the hot wings.
For the wings. I go to the strip club to throw more money than drug dealers. It's competition for me.
Golly.
But the ladies are still there, so
like I don't go to strip clubs like at this point because I'm in a relationship, and if I wasn't, I probably wouldn't be going because it ain't really nothing there for me. But I do think that it is probably a slight difference between a woman being inside of a club versus a man being in a strip club, only because if a man is somewhere and he's turning women down, that's kind of like that makes women jealous of you in your entire life because they may have never even seen that happen.
And most dudes don't even have the type of pull to even have strippers want them for real.
Yeah,
but that doesn't benefit me to have women jealous. Like I'm not even there, so it's
true.
It doesn't benefit me. But like I said, it's more so him, feeling like he needs. Like I'll be your stripper. Like I'll whatever you need. I would want to be able to provide that. I wouldn't want him to have a need that isn't being fulfilled at home. So that's my thing. But I'm also old school too. Like I feel like, we've talked about this, certain environments are designed for interaction with the opposite sex. It's meant for people, the hookup culture, whatever. And so if somebody is in a situation where they're having to constantly be like, no, I'm taken. No, don't talk to me. No, I don't want to give you my number. Like that's not an environment that I even want to be in. And I've seen, it's unfortunate, but I've seen so many people in my 44 years who are all the way married and are using excuses to be inappropriate. Oh, it's just my friend's birthday, or and it's the person at the core, obviously. But there's a lot of shady. So, I just had to entertain the friend because or my boy, or I couldn't help the fact that he brought her back to the hotel. We were all staying. Like, there's just so many opportunities where it's like, great. I feel like wisdom sees danger far off and avoids it. So
no, I agree. I'm not advocating for men to go to a strip club if they were a woman. I would just be playing devil's advocate.
If I went to strip clubs and actually got like lap dances, I wouldn't go being in a relationship either. But again, I'm not going. I don't even like. I'll go to a strip club and just just see who's where.
Enjoy the hot wings.
We have section wars at that point.
I've only been to 2 before in my life. One was on accident, and they had steak. Say again?
Come to the event. I'll take you to one.
Oh no! So listen, actually, one was in Dallas.
But Willie, I don't like the upscale ones, Willie.
I'm not going to the upscale ones either. I'm going to the ones
the ones in the hood.
Yeah, I go to the ones.
Oh yeah.
It's like all the women look like they like the 90s version of Holly Berry. There's not a scratch on them. Like with the hood.
But wait, he didn't remember any of the woman. He didn't remember anybody. He said they had steak.
No, okay. Listen, so I'll tell you quick situation with that one. So Portland has the highest density of strip clubs anywhere in the country. Yeah. Like, so at one, yes, yeah, they're literally like Walgreens. Yes, 100%. Yeah, Portland, Oregon. So what happens is at the height of the economic boom, like right before the downturn in like 2008, there was 299 strip clubs in Portland. So even after that,
no.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, I just like economics, so I just be knowing numbers. So they've gone down to I think like 80 something. That's still a lot of strip clubs for a city of under 1 million people. So yeah, it's not huge. Yeah. So what happens is, but what I went down to, so the oldest strip club I think in Portland, I think is called the Acropolis. And so my dad was like, yo, you want to go to this place that's got like really good steak and potatoes and stuff like that? I'm like, yo, because he knows food. I'm a foodie. So I'm like, okay, cool. And so we go down there and then like we pop into this place and I'm like, my G, where you got me going to? And then so basically we pull up, I go inside of there and there's literally, it's like lunchtime. There's like one lady, she's like pregnant and there's like 3 people in front of them. And she's a white lady. Yeah. Yes, she's pregnant, or she just had the baby or something like that. It was one of the two because her stomach was kind of distended, but nobody was
still hanging out.
No, listen. So it's an old place, but they have this long bar, and there was probably, I want to say there was like 20 people inside of there. There was only 3 watching the woman. The rest of us were eating steak. It was like $7.99. It was like steak and potatoes. It was amazing. It was like the best deal ever. And so we just sat there and ate.
Good food in strip clubs.
I'm sitting here looking at it, and
strip club wings are crazy.
I did a search, and it's talking about the steaks at Acropolis.
Yeah, I told you.
I'm reading the comments, and it's like, has anyone ever been to the Acropolis? They call it the Acropolis steak. I don't know.
The Acropolis.
The strip club.
I'm cracking up.
The steak is cheap and amazing.
Yep. Yep, exactly. Yeah. So there's that one, and then Dallas. Dallas was the first time I went to King of Diamonds in Dallas because my friends they went to a strip club, and mind you, I don't like that environment per se, because it's just like this. I don't know. There's not a lot of good stuff that could be happening there, at least in my in my progression or things like that. It's not a place I would go. And I remember it was. Say it again.
King of Diamond girl was going shit. You come. You got.
Oh no, but listen. But listen. So I go there, right? And so my friends are there. It's a Thursday. It's like a Thursday at like 8 o'clock. It's not a poppin' day at all. So we walk inside of there. The security guards are cool as crap. This is my first time in Dallas, and we go there and they're like, "Oh, it's bring your own bottle." I didn't know what that meant. I was like, so we had to go down to the corner store and go bring our own beer into the club. So we get there to the front, and there was some cute girl at the front, and then after that, there was nobody in the club except for us and maybe like 3 other guys. The girls weren't even dancing; they were just sitting there talking with us. And
I'm cracking up.
Yeah, so they were talking with us, and then what happened was they saw me go to the ATM, and I guess they listen. It was seamless, and so I was talking to them. I'm like, "Oh, this," and they're like, what you doing?" Just talking you up. And I said, "Well, I can't go to McDonald's and use the Wi-Fi without paying for a burger, so I feel like I have to support Black business." And so they started seamlessly going around and like dancing and stuff like that. I didn't know what to do with my hands. I'm like, "Do you throw this?" I feel bad. I didn't know what was going on. And then one girl, she's like,
smile when you're getting a lap dance?
I don't know.
Are you supposed to smile? Or are you supposed to be like?
No, you're supposed to get your money's worth. That's what you're supposed to do.
I don't even know what that meant.
No, I mean, like you're sitting there. Like I always wonder if people are getting like getting a dance or getting someone. When someone sings to you and serenades you, it's like, what do? You're just like.
Weird moment.
So, just stay home, Yonci. Like just don't.
Yeah.
He's like, that's
how we know.
Yeah, you good. Yeah,
this is how we really know that you're innocent. Because what do you do with your hands? You throw money or you grab things.
No. Okay, so Willie.
Y'all like the y'all don't like the nice it's got a cover. You pay your feet.
I'm not getting lap dances, bro. So I don't care. Like I'm telling you, I have girls in my position that are just over there, just what I'm saying, with other friends that I'm with because for whatever reason. But I'm not the lap dance type because one thing you're not about to do is you're not about to get me all hot and bothered that I go home. You're saying with blue balls and down $2,000-$3,000. Like we're not doing that.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, no, I'm cool.
And what if you don't get a good steak either? Like you were really out of luck on that thing.
Well, if you go to a strip club looking for a steak, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna catch salmonella, poison, and an STD.
Yeah.
But
that's why I'm shocked at this place. It's like they over here hyping up the steak. Like it's
because you're not there. You're not there for the girls. There's only like maybe I think that second girl that came on stage. She was cuter, but at the same time, nobody's looking at her because we're eating food.
Huh? Yeah, don't nobody pay attention to the stage anyway.
Yeah, the girls that be on stage. Don't nobody. Hey, listen.
They hate being on stage.
That video from the girl who was stripping and she fell off the pole. Like she fell off the top. If you watch that video, I'm there, left hand, like on the left hand side, the close side of the stage, always to the left.
Okay.
So that place, they have really good food. I don't eat none of it. Like wings, I don't want your ass in my face while I'm trying to eat. That's weird.
Absolutely not.
Like
yeah. So no, this is the thing, but the food
they don't take pride. Girls in Philly take pride. They do it for free.
Look at the pastor. Allegedly, things are good.
They do what for free?
Pole and just go for it.
Girls in Philly do what?
He said, "I heard the wings is fire."
He said the girls in Philly
to the flesh.
They do what for free? Hold on,
Pastor. We've also come to the flesh.
Pastor Berkeley.
Okay, look.
Yeah, you can probably go in there and minister to some of them girls in a strip club and do the
listen.
Make sure.
So Willie,
got Lonnie Love.
Just repent.
Yeah, that's crazy. But Willie, so funny story. At the end of that, what happened was my friend said when we left the club. He's like, "Man, you kind of convicted me. I wasn't even gonna spend no money there. I felt like I had to go get a lap dance." He said I convicted him because I was helping to support them because it was a slow day. So I was like, yeah, it was an interesting experience.
Listen, man, I never spent more than a couple $100 in a strip club. But that's only because I went to the strip club just to literally to get the women. I went home with them. Like maybe not even that same night. I got their numbers. Like, and I closed the deals. I ain't really go to like spend money. I went to like just kind of like test my skills, like, and that's every time I was a sniper. That's it.
I never knew we was going to end up there.
Well, in the
No.
strip club.
Yeah, they was like, "Yo, we wilding out tonight," and I'll be like, "All right." We end up somewhere, and then we end up at a strip. I don't know. Can we say like the word like the booby tip? I don't know if y'all know about that. The booby tip.
Booby
They
trap?
like- yeah, like the titty tip.
Oh, I don't know what you're
Can
talking
we say
about.
that? That's what they do in Philly. They walk up to you and they
Oh, you
kinda-
talking about?
they
Oh, you talking about
motorboat
when they
you.
actually? Oh, when they be like, you want to tip me?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
they
think I understand what
motorboat
you're
you and they
saying.
be like, now you got.
Oh, I never did that.
Yeah, they do that up at. I'm not gonna say where because I don't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, they do that. They'll run up on you and they be like, "Yo, you got to run me like $20 now."
No, they walk. They
Whoa,
the girls
that's
will walk up
a
on you. The girls
violation.
will walk because I don't know
diabolical.
what it's like in different places, but in Philly, the girls will walk up to you. They be like, "You want to tip me?" A lot of niggas might do it. I'm like, no, I'm good. Like, I'm
You
not.
in Philly?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know how
Absolutely.
that be though. Like they
Yeah,
be too
I
weird.
never did no motorboat or
They
nothing
be
like
like,
that because I'm a butt man.
so
But
there was a spot up on right off of Belmont. They used to do
Yeah,
that.
you funny as shit.
There was a spot right off of Belmont. They were like, you be sitting there chilling. Like I was
you
minding
talking
my
about you talking about you talking about
Please say you know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you talking about. You talking about right off of City Ave.
Yeah.
Damn, what's that joint called?
I wish
Sable?
I see. I'm on my computer over here because I'm just
It's like
interested in like
you going straight.
talking about Sable?
geography.
I'm over here like City Ave, Philly.
No, I'm
I love
not going.
seeing people blind over strip
I
clubs.
can't remember the name of this place. It's a little ducky spot.
You
Looks like
talking
a
about
little
Sables,
storefront.
I think.
What is it called?
Sables.
Yeah, it's like a little storefront, John.
Yeah, it's right next to like
Yo, they'll
it's on
run up
like a
on
strip
you.
mall.
They
You talking
grab
about
your hand and
Sables,
be
yeah.
like,
It's
boom.
small. It's small, but they got some joints in there.
Swear to God, you don't even see it coming.
Yeah. Them the type of strip clubs
But
you want to be at.
What's it
Y'all
called
funny as
now?
shit.
It's called Sables.
Okay, let me see. I see Sin City. Let's see.
Them the type of clubs you want
what's
to be
the
at. You
crazy
want to be at.
name?
The
You
Gold
want to be at.
Club. Look, I'm Googling Delilah's.
Oh God, Delilah.
You know the worst. You know the worst. I'm gonna
No,
tell you the worst
Jake,
name.
I'm
You know
gonna
what the
tell you
worst
all the
name
ones
is?
you want to go to. You don't want to go to like all the big name joints. You want to go to
Not
the ones in the
Onyx.
cut. That's the ones you want to go
Not
to.
Delilah's.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you the worst name. The Pitiful Princess. That's what one of them in Portland used to be called.
Yeah, that sounds
Isn't that
so.
crazy?
Yeah.
That sounds like a 5th grade teacher.
The Pitiful Princess is actually called that in Portland. We used to pass by it. Like I think about it used to be on POW or something.
The Pitiful Princess sounds like a strip club that I'm not going to. That
That's
sounds
what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
that you don't want to go. Yeah,
Their name is
5th grade
everybody
teacher
in there
has a
is
side
on meth
job.
and named Brittany or Bethany or something like that. I'm cool.
yeah, no, yeah. But it was actually. I remember passing
It
by
sound
and I
like
was
they
like,
wear tops in there.
Sounds
Y'all
like a
got the
family business.
Piccadilly Club. What y'all doing in Philly, man? The Piccadilly Club, the
Oh
Gold
yeah, the
Club?
Piccadilly.
Piccadilly's the
Yeah,
beast.
that's North Philly right there.
North Philly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Okay, his
Piccadilly.
I'm
Sables.
gonna be going to Philly in about a month or two, so I want to go check.
Yeah,
I want to.
listen, man,
I'm not gonna go inside these places. I'm just gonna
That's
check.
why you want to
out.
go. That's why you want to go to the low class clubs, right? Because the girls that work at the high class clubs work at them too. They work at both of them. They don't want you to know that.
Yeah, they catch
They
their
work at
bread
both
so
of them
they
because
can
there's
go
not
get
enough
some
money.
real stuff to get the
They
big
can't
joint.
support their bills by just going to the big ones, and plus you can't get there every night. They not, they got a rotation. They inside the ones like the Piccadilly too.
Yeah,
So
y'all
you just
forgot
want to
about
go there and
Onyx.
it's more intimate. You can kind of, you can talk more and kind of,
Okay.
Are they clean? Are they? Because the one in Dallas was really clean. Like
When you say clean, what do you mean?
in terms of like, are they kind of? You said they're like kind of they're like smaller outfits. Are they like very like are they kind of stylish or are they just
Oh,
You
you
can
talking
go
about
to
stylish
the
outfits?
smaller?
ATM. You can
Bro,
go
they
to
got butt ass
the ATM.
naked.
The clothes is the same.
No, I mean, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying like, are they like older looking? They just look kind of ran down because the Acropolis
Oh no,
looks
no.
kind of
So
ran down.
you're gonna see a stripper in there that might be 50, 60 years old and she's fat, right? But then you don't gotta worry about her.
That's
You
somebody
worry
Joan
about
though.
the ones that work in the nice clubs that came down here because there ain't enough money in the nice clubs.
Yeah, they
I'm
got
trying
a
to think of
low
the
key
spot in
attitude, but they
Atlanta.
gonna put on the show because they like to do what they do.
I can't. It's a place in Atlanta. I can't think of the name, but they would have like the dentist convention would come to town, and that's where they would go. So it was high end, but it was that type of clientele. So like when
Okay.
I like
they
that.
have a big convention, businessmen or whatever, like that's where they would
Wasn't that
go.
Magic City?
Oh yeah. Plus, like the thing about Philly and
I
cities
wouldn't
like
imagine.
that, like I know if y'all in Dallas or if y'all in Atlanta, the girls over there got too much money. The girls out here is broke, right? So it's different. It's different.
Dallas?
They gotta pay their bills. They gotta pay
The
their
girls
bills.
in Dallas is kind of broke too, though.
Okay, that's good. That's a positive.
Wait, what?
If they
No, the girls. So I was at King of Diamonds, and they just seemed kind of happy unless they were putting on a show for the amount of money. Maybe
you probably went in between the 1st and the 15th, and they check was short. Like,
oh, okay, that could have been it too. Yeah, because I was like, they're a little too happy for my stuff.
That's the Section 8 crowd, bro. You was at King of Diamonds. So that
I mean, they were nice. They were nice. They were really nice girls. Like, but they were like,
yeah, the King of Diamonds girls, like that's like the B team of like the night strippers. So
The B
most
team.
of those strippers at any other club are gonna be like dancing between like 2 p.m. and 7 p.m. So like they don't even get like the rush of the nighttime. Those are daytime strippers. We call them vampires. Like or day walkers.
so at 9. So if I was there at 9 to 11, that's still vampire hours. I mean, that's not vampire hours. That's still day.
9 to 11 is like. It's more so like, you know what I'm saying, the rookies, the girls who are new to the game and don't know no better.
Prime time.
Yeah, they were young. You're right. Some of them were pretty young. So you're right. That's probably it.
Yonci back. We have to stop talking about strip clubs now.
Okay, my bad. Sorry.
Now that you'll have your segment, you know.
We were talking about Bible verses. You know,
and
that's
school teachers and shit pop out. That's the one. That's where you are stripping
You're
and
not giving tips on the best
That's
strip
what I
clubs.
said. It sounds like a 5th grade teacher.
I'm saying, like, I used to be a strip club connoisseur. I've retired once I found Jesus, and
I've only been to one by accident.
But like,
God is good.
I'm trying to tell you, there's a girl who worked in my
Ephesians
son's
12
daycare.
and 52.
Winter, would you be okay with your guy going out to a strip club as his activity with boys?
Just once, not like he do it all the time, but
Every
like,
Yeah, I think Wednesday. Yeah,
Hold on,
not
let
every
her
Wednesday.
answer.
Yo,
Let her
don't
answer. Let's
encourage
see.
her, don't influence her. Let her speak her piece. It's all right.
Is she muted?
I can't hear you.
Oh
You
no,
muted.
Unmute.
your sound's not picking up.
No, I know what
There
it
we
is.
go.
All right, here we go. Come on. Got the flow, sister. Come on.
Wait, we heard you, and whatever you did worked, and then it went right back away.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Sorry. I just got done doing my own YouTube live, so I had to mute the mic. So this is interesting. So I would have said in the past, absolutely not. However, I had an interesting experience about a year or so ago where I ended up in a strip club that I didn't know was a strip club. And interestingly enough, it was bad. They just really go there to eat. Of course, you have like some guys that are there like throwing money, but I actually went to see a guy and he was actually shocked that it was a strip club too, because we both knew it to be like a cabaret. And we got there and he was like, I feel so bad inviting you here. And I'm like, it is what it is. I'm here now. We actually had a good time. We weren't by the people that were like throwing the money, but they had some bomb food. So I would say in the past, no, if that's like your thing, we're probably not the same. But, you know, here or there with your guys, I'm not going to pitch a fit. I don't make it a habit of governing another grown person. Like I don't want to be micromanaged. I'm not going to micromanage my man. I just have to trust, you know, if you going out to the strip club, you know, just
Well
make
played,
sure
brother.
you're endangering.
Well played, brother. Let me have a drink in his honor.
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay. So you're at the cabaret, right? He's like, I can't believe I'm at this strip club. This is crazy. And then
on my way there, like it literally was a strip club.
No, well, this is the thing. But let's say it happens more like this, so you can kind of erase part of that in your brain. You go there, and then like the front door man, he's like, "Hey, what's up, George? How you doing?" I'm like, And then like the strippers, some of them are like, "What's up, George? How you doing?" Maybe one of them gives him a hug, but you know she topless. Like, how would you feel? He's like, I promise, I used to be here before they transitioned. How would you feel about that? Would you split the date still?
The club trend.
Whoa!
Listen, because I can literally make a joke out of anything. I'm gonna be like, "You got a frequent flyer card?" Like, it's definitely
what type of transition are you talking about?
Yeah, no, I just wouldn't anything. I try not to look at anything before me unless it's something crazy. So, you know, every saint has a past, every sinner has a future. So I don't know.
Such an open mind.
Yeah.
That's so optimistic. Like,
So
Yeah, I like that. That's great.
Are we talking about Atlanta strip clubs and transitioning strippers now? What are we doing?
No.
Why? What's up with this shit?
But see, okay, so with the whole Atlanta strip club thing, I'm gonna be honest. I did not realize that strip clubs were actually used as more of a social thing than it is a traditional strip club. So I actually had a couple of married friends. That's where they literally went to network and make business deals. They met at the freaking strip club. So
golf courses too.
Golf courses and strip clubs, baby.
Absolutely. So I think when people hear strip club, obviously for those of us that are more traditional, or I grew up in the church, it sounds very off-putting. But the more that you kind of understand how it's viewed in places like Atlanta, people legitimately go there to do business. And these strip clubs are very upscale and sophisticated. It's not like going to the juke joint and, some, stripper that ain't combed her hair is trying to get $3. It's not like that. Like, it's literally professional. They treat their clients very well. They take care of the people that come in. This is fine dining in some of these establishments. It's just not what people think. I just think to hear strip club is very off-putting. Yet in Atlanta, shoot, that's where you go make some big money. In some
I have a question.
Hold on, before you go there, I just want to co-sign. I can't think of the names because it's been a minute. But like I said, if Obama came to town, there's places that they would take him. Like there's a cover, drink minimum. The ladies are making money, and the ladies, like, you're not going. Again, I'm going on memory. They don't have a scratch on them. Like they're like showroom ready.
Absolutely.
And it's all that is. We just can't have nothing, really.
Showroom ready is hilarious.
Showroom ready.
It's like a G.
Now they got Magic City too, and you go there for that clientele. But they have some, like I said, they would have. My dentist, when I lived in Alabama, would be excited because he was like, "Our convention is in Atlanta this year." So you got 100 or so, a bunch of dentists in town going to places like that, and they're spending real money. So it's just it's a very different experience.
My question is, why is it that business professionals as men, it's considered normal, customary to go do fun activities, strip club, golfing, whatever, right? Going out for drinks. But you don't really hear about female CEOs like, we're going to go have a business meeting at the spa. We're going to go get mani-pedis and discuss business. Like, why is it a double standard? Because it's always like
it's not a double standard, it's a different standard. But Yonci, I will tell you this. From when I was in a professional setting, I can tell you that the female CEOs do go out and get wild. And this is a fact that I will text you the proof for.
They the worst.
It's just not. They're like.
I was
gonna say that is not true. You got to come to DC.
Those high achieving women CEOs are the
they're just
number
in a
one
different level.
purveyors of sex
they the
workers.
worst.
They're the number one purchasers of sex workers in Las Vegas or any of these other cities.
Where are they going? Because when I think
before y'all answer, I just want to point out, Johnson, your posture is very judgy. I just want to point that out. Very judgy.
Punch your back a little bit.
We should be able to get
He's sharing information with you, and you're very judgy.
Those women don't want to get mani and pedis; they want to get their backs blown out, so they're going to go do that on these trips.
No, but I'm saying, how are they making it look legit? That's my question. So if a guy says, "Oh, we're gonna, hit 9 holes, blah blah blah, and go round a golf," like that's considered. Oh, that makes sense. We're gonna talk with Timmy about the next deal. What are the women saying? I'm gonna meet you in the hotel for like.
They're doing one-on-one activities, John. See stuff that they're not
one-on-one.
No, I'm saying, how are they making? How is it on the books look okay? Because you could write off the golf course. You could do.
Oh, you can't write off.
I just went to a hotel for 3 hours. Like that.
You can't write. You can't
I
write
can tell you.
No.
You can write off massages. You can write off entertainment.
Yeah.
So
they don't.
I went on a girls' trip last year, and there were.
Don't get fired.
Right.
There were 3
days in Vegas.
3 women that were in a serious relationship.
They're not posted on your page. You might want to clear your page real quick. You good?
One of those ladies had a hall pass from her husband, and she fully took advantage of that hall pass at a massage.
Get a happy ending and everything. Wow.
A female happy ending is different than a male happy ending, by the way.
I've never heard of an actual hall pass in real life.
Well, I witnessed it firsthand. I thought it was something that I always
happy ending.
But no, not that. I would never. I
got a question.
No.
You see, I got quiet.
We were like,
I'm just kidding.
No, like I legitimately witnessed, like they were open about it, excited about it. She wasn't the only one that had a hall pass. Like these are women that they make money. Like, yeah.
They might have been lying to you about them hall passes so they wouldn't get judged.
You know, I feel like I was hall passed. Now I'm thinking about it. It sounds like vaguely familiar.
What you mean?
There's a movie called Hall Pass.
Yonci, are these women coming to the event?
I mean, because I almost want to interview people. This ain't going nowhere. I just
wait a minute. This might change things.
We were at U Street. Honest to God, I looked up. They got a squad of them. They like up in the balcony. They like crows and ravens. They in groups looking down and they predatory. I promise you. And they got people. They send you. They know people. They got power. It's different. It's different. They're like, yo, go get him. Bring him up here.
It's so true.
It's rap.
I like
rap.
That's crazy.
Since being in reality TV, you know, you go to all these different functions with all these high profile people.
Smells different.
The things that people do to, you know, they can't be caught, but they still want to do it.
So, okay, so these are like what we would call Diddy parties, right? But for like, is that what we talking? Kind of like
there is a huge there's a huge swinger culture in DC.
Oh, so it's a step down from that. Okay, I got you.
Now be clear, I wasn't part of the community of call. I did not know that young lady was married ever. I did not know.
I didn't know.
None of that.
I went to the casino and getting hit on by a bunch of old women. Like, well, you know, my husband wants to watch. Like, man, first of all, I don't want to watch. I don't want
to be there.
Yeah, I didn't have experiences with that. Not
like,
not
just
like
imagine
that.
having an old dude in the corner just looking at you. If we make eye contact, bro, it's over.
I had someone solicit me when I was on a dating app, and the guy was like, it started out normal. We're like, you're reading the message. Okay, who's this guy? Whatever. And he's like, yeah, my girlfriend and I. And I was like, yo. And they had a whole proposal, you know.
A sales pitch.
Yeah, he's like, you would get an allowance weekly. And I was just like, what part of my profile?
Right. Brooklyn got a crazy culture like that.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get back to Texas where the swingers are normal and younger.
We have a swinger at our local little spots we go to.
Be careful, they're plotting. If you're practicing,
I was like, that's different. I thought he was joking at first, and then there was like no laughter after, and then his wife is like they're open relationship. I was like, oh.
So I have a question now since the young lady's up here and she brought up these hall passes. Okay, did you ask them after? Because you said you didn't see the.
No, thank God. I didn't want to be a witness to anyone.
Okay, yeah, no, that was hilarious because I was about to ask you other questions. I was like, yo, that's crazy. So with that being the case, have you ever asked them about like, how does that dynamic work? Do they like, is it just something just to keep spice in their relationship? Like how does that, I can't understand that.
Are you allowed to ask questions?
It was a huge topic of discussion because it was like, there was a number of married people acting very single on said trip, men and women. Okay. So the discussion came up like, how does your wife feel about this? Now, some people's spouses were not aware, but for the ones that were, their belief was that they didn't own each other and that they felt like it kept them committed to their marriage to allow these passes amongst each other. Now,
what's the percentage? Let's say, what's the percentage? Because I'm sure you've been on a couple of these trips with your friends. Right, what do you what's the percentage of the ones who are like, I'm just out here in these streets doing dirt versus like, we do this, it keeps spice in our life. Whatever.
Half
Like,
and
what's
half.
the
Oh, you flipping coins now. You flipping coins.
Half and half.
This is worth
there
my
was
time.
like,
Whoa.
I'm trying to count the number of men. So there were 4 men, 8 women, and all the men, and then with the exception of 1, and half of the women.
So I have a question. I have one more question.
Sure.
When's your next trip?
September.
Huh?
Where we
Next month.
going? Hold on, where we going? Where we
going?
Is it like Airbnb-ish?
No, it's a luxury hotel.
Where we going?
Like a resort type deal?
Where are we going?
I think we picked Jamaica again.
Okay.
So okay, now I'm just gonna ask a funny question. So you just be like this and you just be reading your Bible like in the midst of activities?
No. So they actually went. So apparently in Jamaica, because that's where we were, you talk to the locals tell you where to go for these things. So they actually had found a specific spa that specialized in favors.
I've heard of that.
And so I just did not go to said spa. They went as a group. And
was this hedonism? Was this hedonism or no?
I don't know the name of it. I just know.
No, I've heard that with these trips that there are known people. There was one where the guy was like the little boat driver, whatever you call it. Kind of like, it looks like a gondola, but it's and they said there's like code. People know, like, if the guys know when they see a bunch of women to offer certain services if you need more than you boat saddled, and they'll take care of whatever. I don't know. I think about it from relationships. I get that the idea of wanting to experience other things and the excitement of that or whatever, but call me naive. But for me, when I'm in love, I don't want somebody else. Like I because I'm so emotionally attached to my person. And I also think about, like, what if that person got, like, just all the things that could go wrong. Like, what if that person got feelings and now they're trying to contact me? Huh?
You got a West Indian bum bump now.
Oh, yeah. Hey, fellas, this is what happens when you have a high chance of dealing with this when you date boss babes. Just want to throw that out there.
Hold on, bum bumpy.
They're the ones that can afford to do these activities. That's like the girls that girl who went and got that clay massage in Jamaica and the dude had sex with her using a plastic bag. Like, that was somebody's wife. Like, I couldn't imagine looking up one day and my wife being out there. Like,
before you answer that, you didn't stay where y'all were going.
And clay with a plastic bag.
What?
Yeah.
Like, he had a plastic bag and he didn't have so he was using the plastic bag to
whole condom. It was a condom used as a trash bag.
Yeah, prophylactic action. Yeah,
somebody's wife. And there was a whole like social media run.
Yeah, popped her down with a grocery bag.
Wait, why was he? I'm so confused. It was being videotaped?
Yes. So listen. So what they do is, right, it's a guy, and they'll put you on this raft, and the girls with big asses, they'll go like take the picture with the handprints on their butt, all that weird stuff, covered in that gray clay. Well, this girl wasn't really attractive. She was a larger individual, and she was just trying to get in where she could. And I guess the dude was horny enough to hit her, and he hit her like on the raft and used the plastic bag as a condom. But if you watch the entire video, she doesn't keep the plastic. She doesn't make him use the plastic bag long because I guess it was irritating her. And yeah.
Big bag.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought that said something else. Sorry, that was crazy. I thought you had that was wild.
You know what, Yonci? For you, I'm going to ruin my Twitter search history further and find this video for you because yes, and I'm gonna text you what I'm about to say, but it's really funny.
I have a question. I have a question now. I have one more question for the young lady. Okay. One more question for you. So what is the purpose? Because I'm trying to understand when you get older and you have these group trips, is it very specifically for those purposes so that you can like have fun, or is it just like we're going out there to do dirt and it feels good to do dirt with other people?
No, it's just
not
a
dirt, I
girls
guess you guys
trip.
know.
It's just a girls trip or it's just a guys trip.
Girls and guys trip.
This particular trip, we ended up being there at the same time as a group of guys that we knew, but those
Oh, okay.
Those guys were married, and the crazy part is that they flew people that were not their wives in to enjoy the trip with them.
So wait, so they had wait.
This
So
is why you don't trust girl trips.
Flew in
don't go
without
for
their
it.
wives with somebody different, and ended up bagging somebody else different.
Hold on, start over and say that again.
So they left the United States with somebody other than the wife.
No, they left by themselves.
Okay,
Left the
so
wife
They flew in.
They flew in the side chick while they were in Jamaica, and the wife was at
now
home.
They got two
Correct.
drones right there. Wow.
And then happened to bump into y'all crew.
Correct.
Okay. Got you. I thought y'all all kind of went together and said it was a business trip, set up some LLC, and then decided like, oh, we're all going on a group trip.
But we all did end up hanging out together, and there was even some co-mingling amongst our people that
I figured I already knew that was going to happen. But yeah, that's great.
They had a gift basket in the Airbnb. They already had y'all set up.
Anytime you go on a trip and everybody's staying in an Airbnb, please understand that if they're not all nuns, it's an orgy.
Absolutely.
Oh, really?
Absolutely.
Wait, let me find some pearls to clutch.
Absolutely. It is precisely why some of us stayed in a hotel. We would not.
I did not know that rule.
I didn't know that rule.
Just say I left, called crying.
See, she knew.
I was terrified. Like I literally was weeping, and I'm like, my guy friend. I was like, "What in the debauchery?" And he was like, "I'm so sorry, sis. Did you get pictures?" I'm so sorry. I was like,
wait, Yonci. So you went there and they
like to this day I'm traumatized.
No. Okay. So I'm trying to understand. So you go to this thing, you're high-fiving your friends. You're like, oh, what's going on? Life's good. Life's great. You guys all get to the Airbnb and they start pulling off their clothes.
Because this is on air.
Oh no. I'm just saying. But I'm saying like they were surprised that you didn't know.
We'll go to the group chat.
Okay.
Let me be. Groups like that don't care. It just takes it's one moment, and then everybody, and then you get a kiss on your shoulder, and then it just all of a sudden
hop in the
melts
pool.
down to just it just happens.
Stay out the pool.
Yeah,
but did they plan it? Did they pre-plan it, and you just happened to not know? Because I would.
I think I just wasn't privy to this. Like I was like, oh, girls trip, like innocent, and then I was like, get me the hell out of here.
It's like going to Snoop's house knowing that like there's gonna be weed there and you're gonna be shocked. Right. But a person that doesn't know Snoop, they're gonna be like, oh my God, there's weed there. Yeah.
Private chat. Yeah. Nobody else was shocked. I was just like, it was an out of body experience.
It's overwhelming.
Like what?
I left. I went upstairs and I was like, you know what? Let me go ahead and step out. It was too much.
See, I always travel by myself, so I've never experienced this, but I would definitely have been in Yonci's situation because I would have went there. I'm like, yo, man, this trip was way cheaper. Just, breaking it up all together, whatever, all that kind of stuff. I would have got there.
Walk on the door. I was just like, unsee. Yeah.
Oh, that would be wild.
So
I'm reading the chat here.
Modesty, and I was on set, and I was like, I didn't ask to be on set. Like, I didn't want to be here. Yeah, I was
now I have to make a skit about this because this is gonna be hilarious. Yeah, it'd be like, it's like, hey Cam, you want some? And I'm like, oh no, I'm going on a walk. I'm good. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Wow, you can't even look at the coffee mugs the same anymore. Everything is just bumpy.
Oh no, don't touch anything.
It's all bumpy after that.
It was definitely a different experience. I was like, this is wild. But
I feel like we have this conversation about people who want to go, people who are in relationships who want to go on trips. And I guess just because I've heard so many stories and I've had so many guy friends, who would confide in me. I was like the girl that would know all the tea. It just made me go, you see this happening so many times, you kind of start going, there's a pattern here. But it just, I don't know, it's just such an easy thing. Like you're on a trip, you're in a totally different place than your person. If you have any sort of common sense, you can hide it from your person. It's just, it's super
and
easy.
people are mad about me having friends. that are girls, and they be on these trips doing all kind of stuff.
That's why
The people who are having a problem with that would not be okay with the girl trip. Cam, did you see the private chat?
No, I didn't see it. No, I didn't see it.
I was like, Cam.
I just texted you the link to the video, Yonci.
Okay, let me see. Oh, snaps.
I feel like
you're just sitting there and then you're just like, no, okay.
When I first got divorced, one of my sorority sisters was like, hey, we're doing this thing at Black Cabin up at Beaver Creek for like, Black Cabin weekend. You should come up. And she's like, we got a big cabin, you can have a big room, all this other stuff. So I'm like, okay, cool. But I go and there are other people there, but in this cabin, it's just like all women. Like, it's my sorority sister, like her other sorority sister from her college sorority, and then just like other women that just were staying in this one cabin. My mind had the room to myself. When I tell you, I woke up to go to get something to eat out of the kitchen, and all I heard everywhere was just like every different room, different like.
Listen, no singer in sight. That's crazy.
I go to the kitchen. And I'm trying to get into the pantry, but I can't because there's 3 girls on the pantry going nuts. And then me, being the strong Christian man that I am, I had to get my snack and go back to my room and lock the door. And I grabbed my Bible.
I wanted to ask what a snack was.
I grabbed my Bible and clutched it, and then put my gun under my pillow to make sure that I could fight any demons that may have tried to work their way into my room.
So Willie, let me ask. While you were walking up to your room with your King James, because that's the real one, right? So did a young lady try to grab back your arm? What'd you do?
I will say that the demons definitely tried to tempt me, but my faith in the Lord and me just being.
But what gesture did you do?
He said, "You get your goddamn hands off me!
Get your hands off
me!"
Yeah, like how like when a kid has a booger, he's trying to touch you, or no matter it's like your child and they have a booger, they want to touch you, so you're kind of like.
It's about this comment.
I just have learned so much.
Said your story ain't adding up. They said you planned it.
My virgin never heard such things.
First of all, I didn't plan anything.
Off me.
And second of all, whose side are you on? Like, damn, I thought we was cool.
Willie had the Gideon Night Bible. That's how bad it is.
He said he was evangelizing.
Yeah, I was in there trying to do the Lord's work, and you know what I'm saying, not do the Lord's twerk. It was a great time.
I feel like I had to go take a shower or something.
Yeah, I had to. I felt like I couldn't scrub far enough. Like I felt like I needed to go to a church.
I appreciate y'all for giving me that game, because I definitely would have ended up in one of those situations at least once, because I just be out here just happy to be alive.
At 2024, you might as well just go for it voluntarily before you shock the life out yourself, because it's cognitive dissonance. You can get PTSD from this stuff, man.
Yeah, no, I mean, now that I know, I just keep on staying inside my hotels. I mean, I'm
nobody saying get bumpy. Bring your own water bottle.
No, but listen,
thermos.
She said she's going next month, though. Like I thought that's what.
Yeah, we have a girls trip next month.
Hey, so if you and your girls go on this
trip, is it fully booked? Is it by reservation?
Yo,
y'all take walk-ins. Look, y'all take walk-ins.
Is it by like invite?
Y'all take walk-ins.
Hey, I think all 3 of y'all should go down there and make sure the ladies have security.
That's what I'm asking.
That's what I'm saying. We want to be sure they get home safely.
Yeah, make sure they make it back to their room in one piece.
Do you have walk-ins? He's trying to
management profiling.
Oh man,
we live once,
That's funny.
It's awkward silence right now.
So we can't go. She hadn't said anything. I guess we can't go.
She hasn't said anything. I was sitting there like, help.
I'm harmless.
She said, anywho.
I'm harmless.
Speaking of events, if you don't want anything,
look at this face. You
can trick the Patreon event in November.
I have an innocent face.
Hey, wait, and that Patreon event is not going like this. Let's go ahead and put that shit out there now.
Okay, good. No Airbnb.
Wait a minute. We'll do this in September, and it'll make November more exciting to talk about. We'll have a lot more to do.
What y'all do on your own time is between you, the bed sheets, and whatever STD test.
Nobody want to go on no bed sheet.
Outside of that,
wait a minute, because
salutations.
Because wait a minute. So no, we can't go.
So no walk-ons.
No walk-ins.
This is an economics.
I'll
Yeah.
interview. Can I interview for a spot? Like, can I get screened?
Interview for a spot.
Yeah, that way you know.
Trash bag.
A screening?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably an STD screening for this trip.
I'm good at that.
No, I really hope that everyone leaves their hall passes at home.
Do you
No,
need
they're
an
bringing
editor
them- they're picking
or
up their
do
hall
you need
passes and
somebody
bringing
to
their hot
vouch for
charts.
what you're seeing right there? Like, I'm like, yeah, that's really what's happening.
So, question for y'all.
No girl trips.
You don't want me to win. You don't want me to be great, Yonci. Yonci don't want me to be great.
Shit, I want you to go down there, Jacob. I want you to go have a blast.
If you're on a trip,
It's my birthday. Look.
you're on a trip and you see your friend being unfaithful, how do you proceed? Do you say something to your
Let me
friend?
stop.
Do you act like you don't see it? You just
I'm being silly. I don't get down like that.
I'm not. That happened to me.
No,
I'm
are
not
you
snitching.
approaching your friend? Are you
Am I
saying
telling
anything
on my
to them,
friend?
or are you just like,
No, I'm minding my business.
Yeah.
Mind the business that pays.
If I go and I see his wife,
I have learned to mind my business.
Absolutely.
I thought it would be the right thing to do to snitch one time, and nah, it don't work.
if
what
I see
about
his
to
wife,
the
I'm
friend?
telling.
What about to the friend? Are you saying anything to the friend? Or you
Hell
just,
yeah.
Mind your
Yes.
business.
Like,
okay, so
hold on.
really you'll say something to the friend, your friend.
damn right.
Let's get the scenario
No,
clear.
no. I'm not saying anything to my friend. I'm saying if I see his wife out there being for the streets, I'm telling him for sure.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm gonna tell on that.
This is what you
Yeah.
do. You don't tell him. You make her tell him. Like you put that
Yeah.
clock. Listen. You got till we get back, but to tell him, and because I got videos, footage, and all of the other shit. So then that way, when my attorney contacts him, my attorney already has all the evidence, so he can handle their divorce. But now,
And
if
you
I saw-
have to. Yep, and you have to do it like that. And the reason why you have to do it like that is because she can connive and create a scenario and situation where he doesn't F with you anymore. But if she knows that you got evidence, then you actually have to. It's some cold stuff how you have to do
Yeah,
with.
all you got to do is say, "Oh, he was trying to hit on me too," and then
I'm
you get.
just- I'm just-
You're
stronger than
saying
the truth.
that if you see your friend doing dirt,
right?
Yeah.
you're not discussing it with your friend. You're just
I'm gonna talk to him, but I'm not telling his wife.
Yeah.
no. That's what I'm asking. I'm saying. So would you
yeah,
talk to?
I'm gonna talk to my man.
Like,
I'm
look at
like,
your
hey,
wife.
what
Dog.
is-
Like, you got a whole family at the house.
Exactly.
Like, what are you doing? But I'm not telling her. That's
I'm not
crazy.
telling her
No,
that.
that's what I was asking a separate question because I was talking to somebody about this and they were saying that one of their boys was just straight up like doing his thing or whatever, and the guys pulled him aside and said, "It's now on our conscience because we're in your wife's space, like we're around her, we know your kids, whatever, like that." Like, I don't think that people realize how awkward of a position it puts everyone else.
Only when they like your girlfriend does it matter. Because if your boys don't like your girlfriend or wife, trust me, they're happy you're doing it. So I heard. Just to be clear.
Okay, can I? And this is from one of the most moral people that you'll probably ever meet.
Hey, it's time for me to go. Let me go ahead and get out of here.
Excuse you, sir.
Y'all be great
Wait a
guys,
minute.
though.
Like we just some heathens. Dang, man.
No, but Yonci, going back to the conscious question, right? Is that I can list some things that I've seen that comes to consciousness that it's like, if you don't think about this, whatever you want to think about or look at in life, there are some really dark, deep, nasty, vile things that you can be concerned about. I'm not going to be concerned about this. Like, I'm going to tell my friend, you need to go do that. And after that, I'm probably not hanging with the friend anymore, because if you're still on that type of time, then it's like, yeah, but there's a lot of things that we can have bad conscience about. Like, we can go deep and dark as you want to, but as far as like that, no, I told you, you need to stop that stuff. And I'm probably backing away, especially if I'm cool with your girl or think your girl's cool. Like, I'll probably be like, yeah, oh, what's up? But like, hey, why is Jimmy acting fun? Like, he's acting weird. It's probably because you're on some type of time that I don't want to be on. So, yeah.
I have a question. Okay. Sorry. Let me put this caption here. Okay. So found out somebody that I was dating at one point had a friend, and they would always send videos back and forth. And
great.
And they just thought it was hilarious. One day decided to show me one of the videos, and this was actually up there with what happened when I left crying. It was things like you just could not unsee. Like, if I could ever delete memories, that's probably the first one that's gonna delete it. And I just remember thinking so traumatized, like, if you think this is funny, that's because there's some very colorful stuff out there. How would you guys feel if you were in that situation and the person you were seeing had a friend and this was what they found funny? How he says like, oh, it's just funny, it's just whatever.
I don't understand. Is it like what's the nature of the video? You don't have to get too graphic, but like what?
Just text it to me and I'll say it out loud. Because
don't say it out loud.
We're past the 7-minute mark, so we don't have to worry about the monetization.
Is this girl trip status or something else? What we
I put it in the group chat, but don't repeat it.
Okay. Let me see.
Or let's just say if someone watches really dark films or something like that, are you judging somebody based on what they find entertaining?
Yes. If somebody found that entertaining, I'm not effing with them ever again because I'm fixing to have a puppy. So like, no, you can't tell me plotting on my dog. And my dog is gonna be 225 pounds. That's a human. So now I can't leave you at home with my dog because you might try to get my dog some? Absolutely not. We are no longer.
Oh wow.
That is crazy to me.
No, you're right, but it's she was
right. So listen. So I'm not even gonna be funny. I spent a lot of time on a child pornography trafficking task force. And what I'll tell you, people who also like kids watch is wild. So if you got like you can't 50 Shades of Grey, all that's cool. But if you come and talk about, you like watching whale mating, or you like watching zebra mating videos, and I look at that's what's in your search history or what she just said, I am not. Yeah, we're done. I can't say the F word, but I'm not even gonna F with you. That is crazy. And why is that funny to you? Like, why is watching a person and a dog, like, what about like your childhood? I want to talk to your parents because one of them has definitely caught you like humping a dog or something. Like, that is wild to me that people will even send that. Like, if me and Jacob are in a group chat, somebody sends that. Like, get your man, bro. Like, why does the man put that in the group chat? I'm gonna talk to him privately. Like, hey, we got to get him out of here. Like, he already an Android user, and now he want to watch videos and saying that people hunting. No, bro, that's wild.
Yeah.
She said, don't say it.
I know. I didn't know. I didn't say the word.
Drop some clues.
That's why I laughed.
I didn't say the word.
Yeah, I didn't say the word. I just
say the word.
This is not taboo.
Yeah.
So actually, I'm not sure if I could say this. Never mind. Forget it.
The game is just mad.
Look, Yonci, I had a girlfriend that used to like to watch pregnant women. Like, and I'm talking about like, if they go too far with these toys, they finna break somebody water women. So, the crazy thing is, she knowing I work in IT, right? I had said something to her because I thought she was watching it one time because I just was half asleep. But whatever. But so then I go look at my search history and they says mature, pregnant. And I'm like, wait a minute. So these ladies are like 50-something years old, either wearing pregnancy prosthetics or like real pregnant. So I brought it to her and I was like, hey, if this is something that you enjoy, hiding it from me is the only thing that makes it weird. I'm not gonna judge you. And she was like, well, it's just that sometimes, like, I just think that their bodies are so cute and the woman's body is so amazing. And her describing it to me why she liked it is why we broke up, because I couldn't take it. I'm like, no, the way your brain works is just not gonna work for me. And if you want to see my granny
open and sharing, and then you left her
immediately, because it wasn't the fact that she watched it. Because everybody has some unique stuff. Whatever. I'm pretty fluent.
I don't think my stuff is that unique.
Yeah, mine either. Like, I watch regular stuff.
Maybe.
Yeah. Well, I can't watch if they say like the girl on girl is supposed to be real cool. To me, it looks stupid, so I don't like that. Right?
I just was trying to go on a girl trip. That's all. I was just trying to go on a girl trip.
Jacob likes
okay, Jacob, this is borderline. It was okay at first, but now it's just
okay. So I will say that it definitely does, because I definitely have seen people talk about certain things that they like watched or like websites they watch, and I'm like, there's a lot of dark stuff like on this thing, and I'm like, I don't even feel comfortable like being around you if you're that dark,
No, that's talking about certain horror films. I'm like, why are you okay with this? Like, I'm like,
but within but like there's lines to it. So like I think there's things that are commonly accepted and stuff, and then there are things that are like maybe it's not accepted, but a lot of people do them. Even like these Airbnb orgies, right? Like that's a thing. I didn't even know that was a thing, but apparently it's a thing, and it's normal, and people know like that.
I didn't want to be the person to ruin you for Airbnbs, but just know that every Airbnb you stay in, it's been a lot of effing going on in there. Trust me.
Well, this thing, I'm okay. I go to a lot of hotels, so I know that too. I'm sure there's some like cocaine and all kind of stuff, right? But it's just a matter of like.
The nicer the hotel, the more likely that you'll already find drug residue in there.
And exactly, but there's certain things that just don't go. Like my dad, he was in prison.
To be clear, I don't do drugs. I've never done drugs. I'm just saying.
Whatever happened to the? What we supposed to be talking about, like dating and relationships? We started talking, can you bring your man flowers? And now we over here. We just went. Look, where we at?
Hey, look, as soon as winter came on, it went left her. When she started talking about the girl trip and the holiday.
We were talking about steak at strip clubs, and then we just went somewhere dark. Yep, it all started with her.
Is it okay to bring your man flowers? And now we over here.
He's bringing you a whole lot from back from that trip.
Bringing someone flower for sure. Like it's an extra flower now. Now you get 2 flowers.
Now I've seen her on this platform before, and I had this vision. I said, this is this impression, and now I have to rethink this.
That's what I'm saying. I thought kindergarten classroom, slow motion, laughing with children, and then hey, we're.
All right, so we're gonna switch it up to something just as dark. Okay, so I was watching a show, and it's called Worst Ex Ever. Oh my God, it's on Netflix. Okay, I'm not getting paid. Feel free, Netflix, to send me a check. But my daughter saw part of it, and she was like, "I don't ever want to date." I was like, "Yes." I'm just kidding. But it's so scary that police have said over and over again, when there's a crime, they don't go and look at the outlaws first, the criminals. They look in your circle. How terrifying is that most, I don't know what the statistic is. You guys are good with stats, maybe because someone can find it. But the statistics that you are more likely to be harmed by your partner. Like you see these stories and I'm like, did they start off? Were there any signs? Did they just all of a sudden wake up one day like,
I don't think it's far-fetched. I mean, that's who you pissed off the most. Like,
yeah,
you get to see a side of someone while you're married to them that nobody else will see. No. And that side is oftentimes or sometimes very, very dark and ugly. Your wife will see you, or your husband will see you at your absolute lowest, not just, physically speaking or whatever, but like mentally and also in character. So, just my ex-wife watched murder mysteries and like all that type of shit all the time. Scared the shit out of me. Like her favorite episode was Snapped. So when I filed for divorce, I had her served at work because I wouldn't go to her at home. Like, no. And then I didn't come home for 2 days because, just to give it some space. But
you talk about volatility with your person. Like you
exactly. And she's from here. So, you know what I'm saying? Like I gave her the space and she knew it was time for her to move out. And, she did so. And I'm still here.
It's wild. I was talking to my guy about this and I was like, I can see, in a moment of anger, just be like, oh, I want to hurt this person or I can't stand them. But to actually go through with it, one story, I won't give it away, but there were 2 separate instances. Like this person was plotting it out. Like how do you actually move forward? Or those people, you guys have probably heard those stories of like the wife was poisoning the husband, but wasn't giving enough. I heard one story. She didn't give enough. So this guy for years had these chronic pains, could not figure out. It was like terrible. And she was giving him,
she was poisoning his coffee.
I don't know what she was putting in it, but it was
probably like ricin or something like that. Was that it?
Something fluid.
Antifreeze.
Yes, there was the thing that's like tasteless. Yeah,
that was the liquid coffee.
Oh my God! And I'm just like, that's like the most evil because you can't even say like I was in a fit of rage or I was jealous fury. Like you every single day were like die, and watching.
That's terrible.
The best part of waking up.
It's death in your cup. Yes.
I mean, how bad is it that you dislike somebody so much? Like you literally,
like you don't want them to live anymore.
Yeah, you want to unalive them.
You are not. It's not enough to get away from them.
Let somebody play with your kids. I'll tell you. Let someone play with your kids, and then also end up getting $8,000 or $9,000 a month in child support when you can have someone unalive for less than $5,000 one time. So there are several ways that I can make this make sense to you.
Now I get with your kids now because I thought
that's
I was
a whole different level of.
That's a different level. I thought I was gonna murder a 3-year-old over my it's like somebody took her ball. This is when I knew I was crazy.
You can punch a child and get away with it.
She was
not crazy.
She was at something. I figured I was crazy when my daughter came. Like she lost her ball and some kid took it and I just heard her yell out, "My ball!" And before I knew it, I was on my feet moving. And like the ladies at the little gym, like they had to tackle me. And they're like, we got it. I don't, something clicked. I just heard her voice in danger, and I don't know, somebody was getting leveled.
Every single day, my daughter says at PE, they have this thing where the kids can just take the different sports balls and just play, do whatever. It's not like organized. Every single day, she's like, I get hit in the head, I got hit in the back, I hit my leg. Like she has a contusion on her leg. And I'm like, damn. It's taking everything for me to not show up at that school and just be like, what is happening here? Because this is like involuntary dodgeball. Because either you could play with the equipment or you could walk. And so she chooses to walk and you can listen to your music and stuff. So she likes to vibe out.
Oh, she's a target. Those kids are doing that on purpose.
That's what I'm saying.
I did it when I was in school for sure.
In the corner and see little Timmy do it. And like, come on now. Like, this is crazy. Like, when it's your child, another level of like.
Well, what I'll say is that so my dad was in CID and then he was also CID's investigation in the military, and then also like just because he did a lot of stuff and he had seen a lot of stuff, he would always share with me. He even went to prison and he would tell me, he's like, one time I was getting my paper in the roster and looked at the roster because everybody always says, oh, I'm here for this or for that. He said 80% of them were sex crimes, and a lot of them were against children. And so I tell people all the time, it's like, when you know some of the statistics and you know how many people disappear, I think it's something like 800 and some thousand people disappear in a year, not to get dark, but it's just when you see and you know some of these things. And I work with, case management and social services with the contract, and you hear some of the things that people have been through, you kind of just like, you're like, no, people do things because it's almost like you do something because it's to fulfill your lust or your selfishness, right? And then there are crimes that come after that. So you did something to really affect my life. You're in this close proximity to me, whether it was an abuse or anything else like that. And then there's retaliations that happen. There was one guy, and basically the mom's boyfriend had messed around with him. He got big enough and old enough, and he murdered everybody in the house and the next door neighbors. But think about this, all behind a choice that the mom made to have somebody else around. So a lot of times things are just like that. It's like, no, you were in proximity to somebody else. He felt like he wanted to take advantage of you because, hurt people. And then now the whole neighborhood's dead. Like, I just use that extreme example because it's like, I actually know, whatever that, but yeah, it's just one of those things like that where that's why I'm protective. But at the same time, I also like, I'm respectful of everything people can do in my life. If I'm with a girl, I know that she could, like you said, she could put some, whatever you call it, like some antifreeze inside of my coffee and said like, oh, it's just a new creamer I'm trying out. Like it's crazy. It's wild.
Yeah, if you're trying to get somebody to come up missing, just go downtown DC, find a crash out, give them $500 worth of shiesty and go about your business.
Cannot.
Yeah.
It's just wild. What I also think is wild is how it is socially acceptable to be violent or destroy property as long as you are a woman. I did a post and I asked how many women had put their hands on, a guy they were in a relationship with or destroy their property, and they were gleeful. They were actually bragging and and I'll do it again. And I was like, that's a double standard that's wild. Like they were talking about burning his, or cutting up his shoes or putting bleach on whatever, putting all their stuff on the front lawn. Like that to me is so unacceptable. I think you should have criminal charges if somebody.
That's why women are way too trusting. And I love that they're becoming less trusting now, because you know how much trust you have to have in a man to do him like that and know he's not gonna beat you up. Like you have to trust that man, because again, I wasn't raised that way. Both of my parents told me if a woman puts her hands on you, you hit her ass back. And then my father told me that if you're out with your woman and a woman tries to fight her, you fight her for your woman. So given the fact that you can't fight nobody around me, please don't do that to me or my son or any of my adjacent thinking friends, because again, there is no opportunity. There's no way that you're going to hit me and then not get hit back. If not by me, I have 23 cousins and they all aren't doing well in life. I will pay them to fight you.
I have a question. I have a question though about this. So with let's say you're in that situation, I totally agree with you. Like you put my people in danger. I don't care if you're man, woman, child, or whatever like that. I fight kids, I fight whatever. So if the girl's good looking that comes and like disrespects your wife, do you take it less hard on her?
No,
compared to she's ugly?
You get hit too, just for asking that. You get hit too.
If she puts her hands on my wife, I'm putting my hands on her. What are you talking about? I don't give a
Yeah, no,
damn.
I know, but it, like, doesn't matter. Does she just get a 2-piece combo and let her on the ground? But if she's ugly, she get.
Anything that a man would have got, bro. I'm not gonna treat her different because she's a woman.
Interesting. I don't feel safe.
That's sexist as hell. Like, I can't give her less because she's a woman. That's not fair.
Oh, he said she's an attractive woman.
Oh, just because she's attractive, congratulations. Your parents, hit the genetic lottery, but they didn't teach your ass to keep your hands for yourself, and now you're up.
No, I know you, Willie. But I was just thinking. I was like, I'm wondering, like, if I was in that situation, I'd still definitely. I'm just wondering, like, dang, some kidney balls.
Hitting your Adam's apple.
I was at Maryland Live Casino with my ex-wife, and we were in there, and two dudes were trying to talk to her while she was ordering her food. Well, I thought they were dudes. Turned out, all the studs here in DC look like men. If you're not familiar with it, they all have dreads and tattoos and wear like 8 sports bras to make their big there. Because for whatever reason, all the studs have huge tits. So they wear like 8 sports bras and make it like they have pecs. So one of them came from behind her and like grabbed under her dress. Because she had damn, if you can understand what my son's mother looks like, so you can guess how that ended up. I didn't know that it was a girl, but by the time I stopped fighting, I didn't care.
Of course, yeah.
But then her other stud friend tried to fight me, so now I'm fighting two big women or men, whatever. I'm fighting them, and at not one time did I think, "Oh man, I shouldn't be hitting them."
No.
Not one time did that cross my mind. I was trying to put them to. I was trying to grab. I wanted to turn them back into women. That was the goal, because that was the only way. And they were bigger than me, which is I'm 6 foot 250.
Yeah.
So these are not small. Sometimes studs get kind of strong because all they do is push-ups. So it's not like they work out nothing else. So my bad. That wasn't supposed to be funny, but I'm dead ass serious. And I'm telling you, bro, you cannot treat women differently just because they're women. It's not fair.
Yeah. No, you're 100% right. He said that's all I do is push-ups.
Because the next guy, he may not be like the kind of fight. He may shoot him. So at least, God saw fit to cross my path, and I'm just going to rough him up a little bit instead of, shooting him. Because, again, I'm also always strapped. So, like, it was a learning lesson. I felt like I did what I was put there to do.
I feel bad that I would actually want to see footage of you fighting 2 studs.
I think we all kind of would. I think that was kind of consensus.
Listen, if I hadn't already had to ask my ex-wife for a favor with the kids, I would ask her for footage. Give me like a week and I'll get it for you. Yeah, we went to court and all of that. Like it fought in the Arundel Mills Mall. As a matter of fact, if you look at my Instagram and that video I have inside the T-Mobile store, and I'm like World Star, it was that night.
So were you on the World Star, or was you?
So there was also an altercation in T-Mobile where a black lady and a Mexican lady were arguing because her kids were tearing up stuff, and then so the husband got mad, and so she was arguing with him. But her husband, the black lady's husband, was in the corner, iPhone 10 or some shit, whatever. And so I just recorded it because I was not knowing 2 hours later I was also going to be involved in about
Studomania. Yeah.
But that's on my Instagram. That's on my Instagram page. You can watch it. It's unfortunately funny.
What do you think about women who get real bold because they have their guy?
Go get him.
And start talking reckless.
Go get him, ma'am. Can you go get your husband? Where's your husband at?
That's really
okay. Where's your brother? Can you go get your husband?
Most guys gonna shut that down. Like, look, come on. Like, you'll check your girl, but she put you in some stupid situation. Like,
a lot of guys are scared to check their girl though, and they rather fight a stranger than have to listen to their woman in his ear the whole way home. Oh, you a bitch ass nigga. You scared?
If he make it home.
Nah,
if he makes it
that
home.
part. I saw a guy get put to bed. Like we were in a bowling alley, and the women were like, she kept writing checks for her man to cash, and I was like, and he was minding his business. The other dude was minding his business, but she was just instigating, and her man got clocked. Like they looked like they gave him Benadryl. He was asleep.
Check your girl, man.
There's a video of Marshawn Lynch getting berated by an angry Caucasian woman, and he was like, "Man, is your husband here? Like, can you get your husband, please?" Like, she just going off, and he's like, "Can you get your husband?" And she was like, "No, he's not." I don't want to. I don't think that women understand what's behind that. Can you get your husband? Mm-hmm. Because now your husband is coming over here not knowing what we mad about and just getting flung on for no reason.
Yeah, this a former runner. He used to run through 400-pound men for a living.
Like,
it's not a good look. Yeah,
but that's what I'm saying. Like, 200-pound soccer mom want to argue with Marshawn Lynch of all people.
Yeah, but I'm saying like your girl wilding, like you, especially you out at night. Like the whole point is to get home safe. People show up at night. They up to no good.
Now, absolutely no good.
Maybe out here
wilding. They at work. They want to take it out on you.
That's when you grab your girl. Hey, let's just get out of here. We're not dealing with this.
We're breaking up. You got one time to put me in a position where
I know if my son ever dated somebody who put him in a situation like that, I would be like, leave her immediately, because that says she doesn't love you. Like if you kind of unnecessarily put him in.
You're a gun that she can't carry. Like
so I have a question actually off of this. Maybe it's not about a fight, but did you see the clip of the girl, the rapper girl? What's her name? She's from Detroit. I think it was Cash Doll. Did you see that? Okay, so basically what happened, it was interesting because it parallels this topic. So she has her baby's father. Basically, she had been out, and then Atlanta is known for doing doing the breaking and enterings and that kind of stuff like that. So while she was gone, someone did breaking and entering, and so she was on live and basically called her baby's dad frantic, saying, "Hey, they're taking my stuff. They're taking my stuff." The house is vacant, but she almost sent him to do that, and so he ends up getting in a shootout. Thank God he survives, and the people get taken away. But I was just wondering, do guys ever sit back and think that it's like she really just thinks of me as an object? You don't respect me as a man.
Women, when they get emotional, bro, you're supposed to be her protector. So I mean, I get it. I'm just
But there was nothing to protect, but there was stuff. There was no kids in the house. It was vacant.
That's stuff for them to protect because again, those women have earned and done a lot to go get things. She has a lot of nice stuff.
It's insured. It's insured though. I can't respect that.
No one cares. No one's thinking about that in the heat of the moment. Like you'd be surprised how irrational you are when you're going through some shit. The problem I have is, bro, that's not your woman. That's your baby mama.
Yeah.
All the police.
My son's mother, they can't call me for shit. If it's not a guy beating on them in front of my kids, don't call me. Call the police.
Yeah, 100%. That's what I thought. I was like,
yeah, hell no. Don't call me for nothing. Like unless I'll take this back. Unless the guys who are still sleeping with the mother of their children, then you are signing up for this extra shit, which is why I won't do it. But if outside of that, if it's not involving my kids, don't call me. They're not robbing you with the kids in the house. I don't care.
I don't care, exactly.
Yeah, they can take all that shit. You probably got it with our divorce settlement money anyway, so I'm definitely not calling help. Karma. I just touch your back. Karma's a bitch, ain't it? Like, haha, 50-50, half of my ass, like whatever.
You go back to the barbershop buying back your stuff for half price.
Hey, listen, during COVID, when they were doing those smash and grabs under the guise of that fake Black Lives Matter stuff, I'm telling you, my Louis Vuitton game came crazy. People say, I got that never full duffel your mama wanted. I get you 600. Say less. Bring it. Bring it. What else you got? Just bring it all. I got $4,000. What can I do? The whole trunk.
Yeah, what can I get with it? That's crazy.
Easy.
I don't know what are we gonna call this episode.
What was assisted bounce? Assisted bounce, yeah. That's what
I had to call this one assisted bouncer because that was crazy. that was wild. Assisted bounces. I've said some outlandish stuff in my day. And it's not none of it's been on the show, but I've said some pretty outlandish things. Assisted bounces would be in my top 5. That would be in my top 5 personal off the show because I am very PG-13 here. But in a unassisted world where I can say what I want to, assisted bounces, sir.
I have a question for the ladies. If you were with a guy and something happened, let's say they got, someone tried to rob him or something like that.
I just want to see who's gonna lie first.
And he kind of like screamed and
see, now you didn't have to add that part. Now see that just right there. Look, every man done caught an L, but you added that piece. Yeah, man. See, yeah. If ain't a man alive that has not, if you out, you haven't caught an L. You gonna catch an L. That's just part of the game. You done caught once, at least once in your life. But why? But at least did you try it? What's all this and screaming? Like,
please no, please.
Like what the hell? Like what is?
That's what I'm talking about. If his first reaction is like,
you talking about fighting? Like I don't fight fair. If we finna fight, I ain't finna fight fair. I'm gonna put something in my hand and.
But if he's not even trying to fight, he's just like terrified.
We fight. Nah, I'm going out. I'm going out. Like
man shouldn't even want to fight someone that's scary though, because that's who's gonna shoot you.
You said what?
You should like if I got into it with someone and they were acting scary, I'm probably gonna walk away because a scary person, that's who's gonna shoot you or like pull a knife out or you know what I'm saying, something like that. Like the guys that's like serious about it, that's who you know what I'm saying, you can get off on, put him to sleep and you know what I'm saying, go about your business. But the dude who's scary that you punch and he leave, he coming back and he's shooting 2 and 3 people trying to hit you.
So could you be with someone who just ran?
A girl?
Okay, two questions. Okay.
You didn't say that. You add stuff, Yonci. He's screaming and running.
I'm gonna fight for
you. Adding things.
I'm gonna fight for you.
Pushing her towards the man.
There's a video, and it's like a CCTV or however you say it. And the lady and guy are walking. I believe they said it was Mexico, but they're walking down the street. And somebody rides up on a motorcycle and swoops to take her purse. And the guy shoves the girl, like to protect himself, puts the girl, and he runs the other way. And so she just left to like walk home. She just got robbed and left to walk by herself.
That was an inside job. He set her ass up.
Yeah, lined her. I have a question for the ladies. Okay, so let's say same scenario. Would you rather would it be worse if he screamed, ran and left you? Just like, so there's 3 different things. So he either screamed, ran and left you, like kind of like just like pushed you, kind of like shoved you aside and ran, or he urinated on himself, like how would that, like he has light colored pants on. So like if those 3 things happen, can any of those be, can you come back from, and which one would you choose he would do in that moment?
I'm not choosing any of those. I don't feel safe. I won't. What?
No, you don't feel safe in any of them. But I'm saying, but let's say you really like them. You really liked them, okay? And you're like,
no more.
He can't rebound from any of those.
No,
I don't like him.
You shouldn't even want to, bro. You should just understand. Like, I know I got my ass whooped. It's cool. Like, let's just go ahead and break up quietly. Like, just don't tell nobody, and we cool. Because what? You get beat up in front of your girl. No.
What about listen. I'm gonna make it. Okay, so listen. He puts his dukes up. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna fight. But then, like, as he's fighting, as he's about, I'm gonna take y'all. He starts urinating. So he's gonna fight, but he starts urinating on himself.
Did this happen to you?
He's trying to. He's about to take this L, but he's scared.
Hey, Yonci.
Did this happen to you?
No, I did not.
I get bro. Like, where is Armanda when we need her? because she is the Cam Wild story checker. Like, bro, what's the no? You are never going to recover from getting like you can't even get like little. You can't even get sunned in front of your girl, and because then you try to talk to your voice. You ain't say that to the nigga at the store. Like you would ever live that down. Like if you gonna fight in front of your girl, you better know you got hands. I'm talking about like this Martin where he got beat up by Tommy Hitman Hearn and Gina was like loving on him and stuff. That's cute. In real life, if you beat up in front of a woman, her vagina is a Sahara desert when it comes to you now. Because now all she's gonna picture is something happening is that dude who was beating your ass. Like,
oh no.
She's gonna think of him anytime y'all get into an argument, like, damn, I wish he was over here. Ooh, let's go back to the store and see if we can run into him again so he can beat your ass again. Like, bro.
Willie, you know what I just thought about? Can you imagine he's like, yeah, I'm about to beat that up, and she's like, no, you're not.
No. Why you gotta break up, bro? There's certain things you just can't get past. Like three reasons why you should break up with your girl for sure. If she cheats on you with another man, that's one. No man should take one back after she cheated. If you got beat up in front of your girl, it's an instant loss. Or this is the biggest one. If you lose, like if y'all in an argument and she like, babe, go to the car, and then her dad is like, no, sit down, and she sits down, leave her there. You can't. Yeah. Those are three things you'll never come back from. None of them. It's impossible. Jesus could be like, my child, I command you to respect him again. And she's like, no, I'm just going to hell, bro. I'm not doing that. Like, you can't recover from
that. So God, yeah, sorry.
What were you saying, Say?
I said that's from the book of Willie.
Oh. I just can't imagine being with someone whose first instinct isn't to fight. Like my thing has been more trying to de-escalate situations where I'm like, let's just go, let's walk away. You know, like I can already see it's about to, and it's like, let's go. It's nice to know they have that option. The older I get, I don't think I've ever been to this though, but as a person who I consider myself pretty wise, I find it sexy when a man knows how to de-escalate a situation. Like there are some guys who feels like their whole manhood is on the line every day, every second, and it's like it's okay to walk away at certain points, especially if you can tell these people have nothing to lose. That's kind of how I feel about like road rage and stuff. I'm like, you mess with the wrong person, especially in the South. You don't know what they're carrying, and I'm like, it's not worth it to get the last word or cut them off or whatever. Like, keep it pushing and see another day.
Well, here's the premise: a guy should always de-escalate when he's by himself, because he's only having to protect himself. Trying to de-escalate violence or the threat of violence when you have your family is oftentimes a foolhardy venture anyway, because those people have it on their mind to do whatever they're going to do to you. So if a man is with his woman or his family, that's when he should be his most violent, because he is trying to mitigate the threat and eliminate the threat of violence, not against just him, but against his family as well. So there's no time for you to de-escalate when you have your people with you.
Well, to me, I mean, like, if you see somebody who's starting talking crazy, or, you know, especially if you're a place where people are drinking, and you see someone being reckless, to me, that's my heads up to leave. Like, let's dip.
Get up out of here.
Yeah, that's common sense, but you're not there with you're not going to be there with your husband and your kids. You see what I'm saying?
No, like, I'm talking about if you're with your person. Like, if you're
you and him, then even still, he can leave then. But say now that person is next to you and it's already started.
You go out fast, 0 to 100, 100%. Yeah.
I mean, you protect what you got to protect, but I'm just saying, like, if you somewhere, like, I done been in a Waffle House back, and they start acting. It's like, hey, let's just go on somewhere else. Mm-hmm. Like, you just don't even want to be.
Feel the energy.
Yeah, we're just gonna get up out of here.
I'm getting my order for sure, though. Just
you already my order for sure. Like Waffle House, you can feed 20 people for $10 at Waffle House, and if y'all up in here arguing over some eggs and something, like, let's just get up out of here. It ain't even worth our time.
I had a homeless dude run up, like, get real aggressive with me, and I was like, he said, I need something out of there. You gonna give it to me? I'm gonna take it. And I was like, bro, we're at the Waffle House. Like, what you want? I'll buy you food. You ain't got to get killed behind no waffle. And he was like, shit, I wasn't about to die. And I'm like, all right, bet. Just give me his waffle. No problem, because it's not worth the issue. It's $20. Like, you can get your waffle, scatter cover smothered, you know what I'm saying, hash browns, large bacon, and some orange juice. Bet. Cool. But Now imagine if we had been like at a bank and I came out with some money and he was like, "You gonna give me that?" Yeah, bro, you going on a t-shirt. Sorry. Like there's nothing we can do now.
A t-shirt. Nobody.
Nope.
He ain't even gonna get a t-shirt. He got Potter's Field, nothing else. No one's gonna remember his name. That's crazy.
Dumb criminals always go on t-shirts because their families don't have GoFundMe, so they or life insurance, so they set up a GoFundMe and put them on t-shirt.
But you said he was on the street though, right?
Clearly don't care.
Yeah, I'm 40 years old. I'm not gonna fight like for real. Like it's not much fight I have left in me. I spent all this money on these.
You put them in a full Nelson.
No. I spent all this money on these guns. I'm not gonna fight you, sir. Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, a homeless guy in a full Nelson is kind of wild too, because he might catch something. That's wild.
I'm not wrestling with nobody that ain't took a bath in 3 or 4 days or weeks. Hell no, sir. You got your men.
Episode 16.
Hell no. I feel I'm gonna catch something.
All right, so I'm gonna completely switch gears.
Thank God.
So can I summarize real quick? Can we just summarize what we need to do? So wear dark pants, don't scream, and don't lose a fight.
I cannot.
Not
the Ricky. He said, so if you soil yourself, you can't see it.
Yeah.
Jacob, pray for him.
What the fuck? Damn, come on, dog.
You're gonna get my devotion.
We're going back to this park date planning days now.
Okay, so question. What do you guys think about this new trend where establishments are telling people, oh, you're gonna pay gratuity and it's gonna be this much? What do you guys think about forced gratuity?
It's the black business tax for having to serve the people who are the most stingy when it comes to tips and also the most demanding of customer service people. I understand it, but I hate it, and it's also, unfortunately, I'm just gonna say it, niggas. That's why. That's literally what it is.
Really? My favorite spot.
It's bad here in DC. It's bad in Atlanta. It's bad in Atlanta Part 2, aka Houston, and now Dallas is doing it. Like, I understand that any business that serves a predominantly African American crowd is always going to have that because their stereotype of black people not tipping, generally speaking, is above true. Like, it could be in the Bible.
Really? Damn. I know a lot. My favorite spot here in Michigan, like they have, it's a Spanish spot. It's the tapas place, and it's automatic gratuity. I have no problem with it.
Right.
They serve a lot of minorities.
Receipt. Is it not? Is it not already on the receipt? Or are you saying like someone just walking up to the table?
No, from what I understand is that, so you're basically talking about the forced gratuities, like they already add in X amount of percent into your actual bill. There's not not the chart. They're not talking about the chart of like 10, 20, whatever like that.
No, she's going to just add it to the bill.
Some restaurants are like that.
Yeah, it's just
a lot of restaurants.
You're making me tip you before you do the job. So that's like saying, hey, before I hire you, you're going to tip. Start. That's not a tip. It's part of the bill. You haven't rendered one service to me, sir. But you sent me an invoice with 18% gratuity in it, sir. No.
That's what I don't understand because I'm like, to me, what a tip says is you went above and beyond, and I'm going to thank you financially. That's what that means to me. So if you haven't even given me the service yet, how are you automatic? Like, to me, that disincentivizes a person to give good service.
They already got paid.
You get paid regardless.
But don't some places add it? Like if you have a certain party size, they add it.
Yeah, 6 or more, they already got it.
6 or more, but it's becoming standard here in Dallas. It's just automatic 18%. You are forced to pay it.
That's
my thing is, if you need this 18%, I would rather you bill it into the price. Take that pancake that was $7, make it $8. I would rather pay for an $8 pancake than to be forced into tipping, because to me it's the principle. It's not a tip. A tip should be something I give of my own volition. And if you are putting prices up there that don't allow your staff to get paid adequately, that's crazy. Like, what is the difference between a person who's getting paid minimum wage working retail? Retailer people don't get tips. We're folding your doggone clothes. That's my first job. We're folding clothes you can take inside out in the dressing room.
Most servers, like, I don't know if the game has changed. I'm going back in my college days, but most servers, they make it was like $2 an hour. It was something crazy. So you make your money. You make your money off tips.
But that's what I'm saying. Why I think that's the business that's unethical for a business to pay someone $2 an hour.
I'm going way back in the day. When in college, I worked at a Red Lobster because that's all that was there. and like our hourly pay was something like $2 or $3, and only way you made your money was via tips.
But why? Why is it allowed? No other place could do that. No other place ethically could pay. Doctors couldn't get paid $5 an hour and hope they get tipped. Like nowhere else.
I'll say this though. I'll say this because I'm in the West Coast in Seattle. When I came down south, I was like, you guys have some of the best service that I've ever had. Just out, like, you know, and then my cousin told me, because he had went down there early, he's like, no, like they make like $3 an hour. And this is like, I'm not like, I was like, this was like maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And I was like, oh, okay, because they're working for their tips. And, you know, I'm always a generous tipper. So like here in Seattle, like I don't even go do DoorDash anymore because like my burrito that used to cost me $15 to get delivered is now $20 because they add an extra. So there's no service incentive. So no, I 100% agree with you is that like it's just getting out of hand at this point. Like,
I just don't get how you could create a business and say I'm going to intentionally.
Because that's what service means. It's the minimum wage. So I'm reading here in Michigan because I didn't know what it was. Michigan currently has a sub minimum wage for tip workers. It's $3.93 an hour. Like that is the minimum wage for service.
All places do that. Texas is the same way. Yeah. Like the waitress pay was like $2.15.
So
Washington's not like that. Yeah.
Watch this. If you do a takeout order, let's say I'm at Red Lobster because that's where I worked in college, and you call in, I pick up the phone, and you took an order like $50 takeout. That goes towards my sales, and I'm taxed. And if I don't get a tip from you, it actually hurts me. I'm still getting my $3.93. I didn't get a tip from you. That's why we didn't want to pick up the phone when somebody would call in because people who typically would call don't tip.
That's crazy. I never even thought about that part. Yeah,
it's probably changed name. Pardon me?
What do you mean you're taxed? Like how does it go?
So it's based on your sales. How many sales you did? The government assumes you got a certain percentage, and they tax you on that, whether you got it or not. And so you have to pay for that. That's the dirty part of the game. Now, more times than not, you get more than your 18-20%. So at the end of the year, I always did better. I got more than that percentage. It wasn't an issue. But no, it's the minimum wage.
Why do you think it was set up that way to begin with, and no other industry is set up that way?
Because there's no skill involved in being a waitress. There's no hard skill to do that. It's a perishable skill.
So you're saying that they could charge nothing because they know that people are desperate enough to take that?
Well, I think it's just the business model is because, for instance, in Washington, we have a minimum wage that was like whatever it is, and we tend not to have as good service. Like you'll in the really nice spots, you know, you'll have good service, but you'll have okay service depending on what the person is because we still tip here. We make a lot of money. Like we have a nice income. But I just remember down south specifically, I was like, I'll go to the Steak and Shake. I'll go anywhere. Like in the South, and like it was exemplary service. Like, and I was like, and I think it just happened to do is like, if we pay them this much, they're already going to make a bunch of money off of tips, and then you know they'll be okay. They're going to make out better than their average warehouse worker. So I think it incentivizes them to like give good service. More people are going to come to the restaurant. I'm not saying it's all good. I don't think they should like. I don't think it should have been $3. It should have been higher than that. But I can understand why they did it differently.
There's no greater incentive to give someone in the service industry to get you positive, a great service than requiring or tying that their performance by tying their performance to what they earn. That's why they do it. Because now if you know that your job is based on tips, you're gonna be over there smiling and giggling and shucking the job and all that stuff. But again, I will also say this. I will also tell you this, that in the DMV, this place has the worst customer service outside of prison. And I say that like wholeheartedly. This is the first place in the world that I've been to where Chick-fil-A fucks my order up consistently. Chick-fil-A. And then they have the nerve to not say my pleasure. Like, I'm telling you. Like,
it's not your pleasure.
Take a bag, now, G. Like,
y'all are laughing, but like I opened my Chick-fil-A order. I used to be able to trust Chick-fil-A. Like I trust like my ex-wife when we were good. I could like trust her to do what she needed to do, whatever. Now at Chick-fil-A, I have to check my order in the drive-thru, messing up their metrics because it's based on how long she had the window. So I'm standing for 15 seconds, counting my nuggets, counting my chicken strips, making sure that my cheese, my extra pepper jack cheese, like in the window because now I can't trust y'all. Like DC has ruined Chick-fil-A for me.
That's crazy.
So Yonci, you don't like tipping, Yonci? Is that what's up?
What's that?
You don't like tipping? Is that what it is?
We don't like to. No, it's the principle. What it is to me is you didn't set up your business properly, and now you are relying on the patrons to pay their hourly wage, as opposed to, if I like your service, I'm going to give a tip. That's the part that's weird to me, because if I go to, Macy's, like they're getting paid and they're going to fold the clothes and they're going to bring up my order and I don't need to tip them because they're getting paid. And I just think that's so weird that they don't incorporate into the business model that they can't pay a decent wage. Like it says, if your business can't afford to pay minimum wage, your business isn't viable. That's exactly what I feel like. And that's what I said. If I would rather pay more money for food for someone to be paid what is a decent amount, I just don't want to be guilt tripped into tipping. That's all. And that's always been somebody's comeback is, well, they're not going to be able to pay their bills. But why is that my responsibility? I'm not worried about paying the girl at Macy's bills. I don't have to worry about car insurance, paying her bills. Why do I now have to? And I don't mean this in a mean way, but like, that's not my responsibility to pay for bills. I'm already paying for the food and now I'm trying to pay for her income. Like, make that a part of the fee then.
And now you see why
your workers.
Black people tend to not tip well, because they all think that. So that kind of explains the gratuity. Even though we're right, and the way that you put it is perfect, right? Because you put it, in a just in general speaking. But most Black people approach it like, I ain't tell you to work here. So do your job and give you my food. And if you do nice, I may give you $5 on a $200 bill. But that's the way that our community thinks. And that's why these businesses that probably, cater mainly towards us feel the need to have this forced gratuity. And our personal situation, I thought that was crazy.
Well, I'll tell you what's interesting is like most states, if you survey them, I know here in Michigan, because this law had come up. I don't know if it passed or not, but the servers didn't want the minimum wage increase. They'd rather keep the tips. The tips are in most places, not always, but more times than not, the tips are better than the pay than getting paid.
Yeah, my cousin said that they used to leave their paychecks at the job. They would just
That's what I'm saying. I would get my paycheck. It would be like, I didn't work 2 weeks. It's like $60. It'd be something small. But you have people like you get a good weekend. You could make your rent on a Saturday night.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
tip, Yonci, tip.
That's why
I was gonna say, for the record, my household pays 20%. That's the funny part. So if Monte and I go somewhere and it's forced gratuity, we always laugh because we're like, if you hadn't forced it on us, you would have gotten 20% because that's our standard. But since you're forcing us, then here, you'll take your 18 then. Take your 18.
Now, most people, I agree with William. Service is trifling in a lot of places, and I stay away from them places. Like, you want to go somewhere where
don't come here and eat because you're gonna starve or cook everything.
Like I've been to some, and I say it's probably Atlanta's might be a little bit of an exception, but a lot of places in the South really take the time to really provide good service, treat you well. My favorite, probably one of my best experiences, Commander's Palace in Louisiana. I mean, I swear it was about 5 of us eating, and man, the food all hit the table at the same time. I don't know how they did it. Like it was like they counted down. It was like 1, 2, and 3, and every plate hit the table at the exact same time. Everything was hot. It was wonderful.
I had a waiter one time.
What city?
It was in New Orleans.
New Orleans, okay.
There was a waiter one time. We were at this restaurant, and you're getting low in your drink, and so mentally you're just like, okay, the next time I see the server, I'm going to ask for something. It started to become a game. I would never see the waiter. Like I would realize that I finished my last little sip or whatever. And then I turned back and it was full. And I was like, is he a ninja? Like I've never seen him. He would and fill that thing up. So I tried to catch him because, we're engaged with the table and talking and everything like that. And I looked up and I'm like, did anyone see him? Like, I was like, this guy was incredible. Probably the best server I've ever had. But it's like a beautiful, look, it's been years. I couldn't even tell you. I think I was in college. I know, but I think I was in college at that time. But I have trauma with going out in groups in college. Like it was notorious. Like traumatized. Like to this day, I will not do groups. It's too much. But yeah, I think there's like an art to it where you're there enough to where you're taking care of the person's needs, but you're not there too much to where you're like, oh my God, do you want to just pull up a chair? Because you're just hanging out at our table. It's awkward. Oh goodness. She says some high-end service make 6 figures. Oh wow.
Yeah, no, some of them do.
Yeah, you get the right place. I mean, where people can sit down, eat dessert. They get coffee. Like I was at this back in the day where you could still smoke in a restaurant. Smokers were the best tip.
I always wondered how much I would make in tips. Oh, Jacob's going through a rough spot here. I always wondered how much I would make in tips because I like people and I enjoy, you know.
Half the tip is being pretty.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Not even gonna hold you. Yeah. Just gonna be completely true. You know, I like that. I can be the guy that say those things and no one gets mad. But yeah, that's
I mean, you remember, like I said, the girl was gonna get like a 2-piece combo instead of a 5-piece. Not just messing with you.
Well, that's actually a really interesting point. So Avatar Roku says, on top of tips being down, the fact that it's percentage based makes 0 sense. I never thought about that though, because if you buy a $60 tomahawk versus a $5 order of French fries, it's not more work for the server. It's not. I mean, you like tomahawk's heavy, but like it's not. Is unless you're sitting here like, if your party is huge, yes, and there's tons and tons of people. But if it's 2 people whose tab ended up being 600 or 2 people whose tab ended up being 100, this service.
I think it has to do with when people go to a restaurant, because like I said, you could eat anywhere. They're expecting a certain level of a certain experience, and so when you spend more money, of course, that's like the exchange, right? Is the transaction is I give you a favorable experience, and the more money that you give me, I should be giving you a more favorable experience, supposedly. I think that's why they do it. And I mean, of course, business wise, it just makes more sense to be able to like, I can offset my labor by doing it, you know, setting things up this way. It'd be easier for me. I'm sure that's the real reason, but like, that's kind of how I always saw it, was that it's like, if I'm spending this, they're going to come over here and bring me the nice, you know, the different kind of drinks and champagnes, because they know whatever, you know, all that kind of stuff.
But here's the thing. So servers make less than the minimum wage. There's a server minimum wage, which is usually less than the minimum. But the lady at Taco Bell, it's a difference. So I don't know why they got a tip button. Like why they got a tip button at the, you know, at the ice cream parlor or whatever. That's a different class.
Oh yeah. Okay, got you.
Like I go to Starbucks. You give me my coffee. Like those aren't servers. Why I got to? Now that right there. I mean,
okay. Listen, I'll say this because I don't go to Starbucks like that. I just be getting like regular coffee when I go to Starbucks. But those orders be crazy. So I kind of understand the tip thing there. Huh?
They're like wizards.
Nobody makes $13, $14 an hour.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, but like, so they'll have like a caramel
orders.
The orders are kind of crazy.
I don't drink Starbucks, but so I was just.
What about when the person calls and you're talking about people calling an order? So if I call in an order to whatever steakhouse and they put the order in the to-go box and the person puts it in the bag, make sure there's napkins, silverware, whatever. Is that considered service?
Yes. To a restaurant, if a server picks up that phone and takes that order, it is just like you came in a restaurant. They are treated exactly the same. It's a sale.
But from an effort level, does the server feel like they're doing the same amount of effort as working a table for an hour and a half?
I can't speak to that. I just know it costs me money. And black people
always felt awkward walking up, like picking up an order, and I'm like,
they $2 you to death. We good for that.
Or they try to round up to the next 5.
Yeah.
Like 236. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that's a lot. I get it. That's also I don't like to go eat with people and we all do like, you know what I'm saying, and we itemize the check. I don't go eat with those people who believe in doing that because
I don't fool with y'all. Look if y'all all doing that, y'all get there at 8, I'm gonna show up at 8:15, and I'm gonna go to the server and put in my order separately from y'all. I'm not finna divide no tip with y'all.
Yeah.
Like, nah, I ain't playing that game. I had the tea, and you had some
Well, that's the opposite of what I'm saying, but that's also why I'm very particular about who I'll go out with. Like, I will never do a group function with anybody outside of like my friend group or people that I wouldn't mind paying for. Because the one time that we go somewhere, like say if we had a brunch, like so say Yonci, we have a brunch when we're there, and it's like, you know, people that I don't know, but it's me, you, and Monte, and then like, you know, 15 other people that I don't know. And they're like, oh, well, they're trying to itemize the bill. I'm gonna get our check, and then we're going to fuck home. I'm not fixing to sit here while you argue about who had the extra slot of mimosas when you came in here knowing you didn't have enough money to pay for your bill, so you ordered $800 worth of shit.
It's always that one person.
It's always a group of people in
The
Dallas.
one who doesn't have the money is always the one that's like, oh, I didn't realize that my drink wasn't free. Like, yes, your Coke cost money.
So Willie, you might be like me. We'll go eat, and I'm just like, hey man, I got it. I took care of it. Like, it just gets somehow the bill like, and it always evens out. We never have felt
a race.
Yeah,
it's a race, and matter of fact, I owe Monte because I got to get his ass back. Like I was almost like 6 for 6 in one fucking outing, and no, I was trying to get them all. And he
was like, "How are you gonna have someone 6 for 6? That's just crazy."
Because it's like a thing. I don't know, but and then he gave his credit card to the waitress as soon as we sat down.
Before we got seated, we had.
Yeah. He was like, here.
And that's a blessing to be around people like that, because I definitely was trying to engender somebody's business. This was probably about like a month or two ago. And mind you, I didn't mind paying whatever the price it would take because I know I'm going to make so much more money on the back end. So I don't know these people like that. They're cool. I'm doing an event at their place. And I'm like, hey, how about I go get you guys something to eat? They're like, oh, can we get it anywhere? And I'm like, yeah. So of course they go to Red Lobster, which is not a thing, but I can't tell you how dissatisfied I felt. I would rather have taken them out and spent $300. I spent $200 on the takeout, and they were using plastic forks. And I was just like, it just made me feel, I didn't feel good about the scenario, because I'm like, we could have went out to eat and spent $300. I just spent $200, and we got this in paper bags. Like,
that's how I will. Like, it's not what they want. It's not the principle.
Yeah, it just felt weird. I was like,
one thing I'm never gonna argue about, man, is eating, because I like to eat. So like, you know, they talk about the dating shit and women like to date for free food. Well, baby, that's cool because I eat like this before I met you. So that's why I'm
the eating is good. It's just the experience. It's gotta be there.
Now let me say this. Let me give you a couple of things. You gave some tips earlier. Let me give you some. You're going out to eat. Don't go to a restaurant, eat before they close.
Ever.
Mm-hmm. If you order a 10-piece and there's 8 in the rack and one of them coming out the scrap bucket, be nice to your server.
I've heard that.
Be nice to your server.
Yeah.
They do things to your food in the back. I'm telling you. I've been back there. We do stuff to your food. Like,
I got a Taco Bell story for you.
Yeah, they will do stuff to your food.
I had a cousin who was so disrespectful to the waiter, and I was not joking. I pulled him to the side because I was on the end, and I was like, whatever's going to happen, that's between you and her. But I said, I will pay you extra to make sure my plate is not part of whatever's about to go down. Because I already knew. She was talking to him crazy. And I was like,
they have a lot of power. You might eat something, you don't like it. Servers they'll just take care of it, take it off, or bring you something else. Like, all that's at their disposal. Treat your server nice. If you got a problem, wait till you get ready to walk out the door. But don't act a fool while you're sitting there. Because trust me, they in the back talking about you. There's that bitch at table 3. Like just keeping it real. Don't give your server any problems. Don't come to the window acting a fool. They have a lot of power. They fixing your food. You better be nice to them people.
Jacob, you said we. So were you included?
Where you come from?
It up.
The voice of God just came.
Who got someone locked up in the closet?
Look, is my internet glitching? Like, what the hell?
I did not know you could talk from backstage. That's hilarious.
Jacob said we, and then he started changing it to they will.
Oh, I've done some dirt. I ain't gonna even lie.
I used to work at Taco Bell, and I was in the hood, so you can only imagine how that goes. And I'll just
tell you, we finna close. Oh, it's closing time. You got the nerve to come in here 10 minutes before we done cleaned up. We trying to get out of here. You got, like I said, that 8-piece. We had 7 in the window, 6. We just went to the scrap bucket, dropped it in some grease or something, or microwaved it, threw it right in the bucket, handed it to you, or the bag or whatever you ordered.
That was like the people when I was at the mall. So my first job was at retail, was in the mall, and they were anal at this store. So the way you had to fold jeans, there was an actual like class on how you had to fold it with your rounders. You had to put your finger, it's called finger spacing. You had to put a finger between every hanger so that every hanger was perfectly even. And I mean, everything. And then of course, you had the managers who acted like this was their life's mission to work at this retail spot, like the most anal retentive managers. So when it was almost closing time, maybe like 15 minutes, 30 minutes before, you do the like halfway close with the gate. Inevitably, somebody, and it's only open to let people out. There would always be that person who comes up, are you guys closed yet? Or they would just come in, and they would always have kids. And I never forget, like, the sound is so traumatizing, like 20 years later, but the kids are just like, and they're just needing to touch something, and or they start running through the racks, and you're like, that was just 20 minutes that we were just into closing, and they could, yeah. It's like some people just don't understand, or like, because I was always big on etiquette after working retail. I'm like, if you go in the dressing room, we're not your maids. You should, at the very least, put your clothes back on the hanger. People be taking it inside out. It's laying on the floor, pant legs inside. And I'm like, it's so crazy. So whenever I would go shopping with a friend, I'm like, oh, just a second. And I would at least put the first button, like if it was a blouse or whatever, at least the first button, at least throw it over the hanger. And they're like, that's what they get paid for. And that used to trigger me.
These are people that don't tip.
I hate that's what they get paid for.
Yes,
to me,
I'm like,
like,
I'd rather you getting me my size than over here cleaning up after your shirt on the ground. Like,
if I hear that from someone and it's regards to like service, it's almost like it's a red flag for me. It means that you just don't treat people right. And yes. I remember going to, and certain church girls, and people know who they are. I remember I used to go kick it and go eat after, let's say, a concert or whatever the case may be. And I remember they would go to Applebee's, and this actually got me into fine dining. It was kind of funny. So I would go and I would eat with them, and they would always be low-key disrespectful. Like at least half of the table would be disrespectful to the waiters and waitresses. And it just dawned on me one time, because there was times that I just didn't eat because I already know they were going to put special sauce on your food or whatever the case may be. And I just remember after that, say again?
You're lying. Sauce is crazy.
Yeah. So I just started, I was like, you know what? I don't want to be around, people give me problems more than anything else. If I'm going to be around people, I need to be around people who have enough money to be able to really pay for the experience they want to. And then I started just going to higher scale restaurants. So almost anytime, if I do go to like a lower end or a chain type restaurant, it'll always be on an off hour. I never go in groups. I go on an off hour, but usually you'll find me at like whatever just a slightly finer dining area, just because I know I'm not going to encounter that energy and that atmosphere, because they're not, people here aren't pressed for money, you know?
I'm the person who is taking, like if it's a napkin type of a place, like paper napkin, I'm collecting all the napkins and putting it inside, in the plate. I'm putting all the silverware on the, like, I can't stand when people leave this just crazy looking table and they're like, oh, that's your job. Recently we went to go get a pizza, my daughter and me, and we ate at the booth, and I'm like looking around, there were no trash cans, and I was like, oh, I guess they busted. It still bugged me enough that like I carried all the stuff, and I was like, here's like, oh, I'll take it, but I have to like put the stuff in. I just feel like you shouldn't be like, if you wouldn't do it at your house or your friend's house, because at your friend's house you're not washing dishes either. But you're also not going to be ripping your straw into 15 pieces and dropping napkins on the floor.
Some people don't know how to act. I went on a date with this girl one time. We went to this place and she ordered the fajitas, and she asked the waiter. She wanted fajitas, but she didn't want any peppers, onions. Like she took it. She just wanted.
She just wants some meat.
And so you know how, like, if you have all of that in there, it kind of fills the plate up. So it was just like a little bit of meat, and she got into an argument with the waiter. This is all I'm gonna get. Like they get into the argument. I was like, yeah, I can't take her. Like this is the first date, last date. I ain't never taking her nowhere.
She did it on a date.
Did it on a date. Well, I took a girl to a
entitlement.
topless restaurant as a first date. And she said, well, the next time we go out, can we go somewhere that don't just serve snacks?
That would piss me off, though. I wouldn't say anything, but I would be pissed. I would be pissed if I was hungry. I'd be like, if I would have eaten a snack before I came. My friend tried to take me to a tapas place before my birthday, and I was like, no.
Wait. How old were you? You went there?
In my 20s.
No. The snacks. You took her to the tapas place.
This might have been like the last 6 years or something. Yeah.
Really? A grown woman told you, "Can we not go somewhere?"
She didn't understand what that meant. She wanted
I'll never forget. I was doing marketing for a restaurant chain and in California, and it's Baja California style tacos. And so if anyone knows anything about Mexican food, American tacos are hard shell, tomatoes, cheese, whatever. So this lady comes into, it's literally called Baja Cali, like, hello. Yeah. And so we walk in and she's like, I want a taco. So they make a taco, which is soft taco. It's usually corn and it's pico de gallo, crema, or if it's fish, crema, or, the meat. She had the nerve to sit there and try to educate us on what the taco should consist of. And I was like, you are the most uneducated Karen. Like, you look crazy. I'm like, that's like going to Italy and telling them, like, this isn't.
So what are you?
We're so thin. Like, we're in Italy. Like, it was crazy. And then it was like, she couldn't back down and just be like, oh, I didn't realize that I'm not at Taco Bell. She was just like, well, can you just put some, of course they had the lettuce because they do like mojarra or whatever. So they have the little lettuce. So they had to try to like make it for her, but she still had an attitude of, oh, I had to educate you on what a taco was. And I'm like, you are killing me. Like, half these people are illegal. Like, literally, like, they were in Mexico until last week. Like, I'm not even joking. I did that. I was payroll. Like, I knew.
You can't make better tacos than that.
You're going to tell them how to make it. I was like, bro. And actually, tacos originally weren't even in America. Like, they weren't even in Mexico. I think they kind of like.
California was Mexico. That literally was like. That was
true.
Yeah.
I just looked at her. I was just like, I'm embarrassed to be an American.
Like that, you should have been like that lady who was like, I speak to the manager, and then the girl who's behind the counter like squatted down and then turned around and came right back up and was like, hi, can I help you? Like,
I didn't see that. I need to get that video.
I'll find it, send it to your Instagram, Cam.
I could be so petty. I remember, okay, y'all think of your petty stories you can think of, okay? But this is my pettiest memory that I have. So I was in this like swap meet type of I think it was a swap meet. And so I went, and it was one of those little stores, and you could buy socks or just like little random stuff. So I go make my purchase, and then I realized as I'm walking out that there was another item I wanted. So the lady said, "Oh, if you don't spend X amount of dollars, we're gonna charge you like a fee to use the credit card." And I was like, "Well, with the stuff that I bought previously, and then this, if you add it together, it is, that much." And she's like, "No, that was a separate transaction." So I said, and so
learn all this shit.
Oh, hold on. So I said, you know what? I don't really want this after all. Can I do a return? She was like, okay. As soon as she returned it, I go, I changed my mind. Can I have bring it all together? And I was like, oh, over the $10 minimum. And she was like,
I'm trying to think petty. I'm not very petty. I'm trying to think of if I've done anything like that. I do funny petty stuff, but I don't think I've done anything like petty like that.
I don't think that I want to share my petty.
Oh, you're
I don't know, man. I got some. Y'all will judge me, so let me just keep that.
Oh no, you said he was in the service industry. We already know the vibes. You're good.
Nobody judging you.
Yeah, we should.
This voice from the upstairs room, the upper room.
Yeah, it is kind of.
Yeah, it's kind of scary. I think I'm just going to be
like that person be like listening on a phone call that's not supposed to still be there.
You hear the breathing
right now.
Oh my gosh.
I'm trying to think. I don't have a petty. I almost want to say God. You got a petty story.
Creepy voice in the back.
Yeah, creepy voice in the back. You got a story?
Mine is still yours.
I do have a petty story. That's not
okay.
That you won't judge me. When I was in the military, this guy I had an issue with him and I couldn't get my hands on him for a multitude of reasons. So what I did was I just happened to be at a command picnic, and him and his old lady were going into it, and you could tell like they were, it was an infidelity type argument. So I was like, one of them is cheating. So we have every base has a medical clinic that you can go to, and that's where we all go. So the numbers are always the same. So like in Norfolk, it was like 757-443 something, some extension. So I went to the lab where you go do like your urinalysis testing, and I asked if I use their phone, and then I called his phone and pretended like I was a worker for the lab, saying that your name had been given to us as that you may have been exposed to a syphilis outbreak. Or a recent syphilis case here. Can you please give us a call and come back? Blah blah blah. So the best part about it is that when you get that call, you just come in and they know why you're there. If you're sitting over there and you come at a certain time, they know what you're for. So I told him to come at 12 o'clock, which is the time that you come get tested. Blah 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 blah. And then he went and got tested, and he didn't have anything. But mind you, his wife was in my command, which is how I ended up at their command, because we just had our command picking side by side. So his wife was at my command, and so he around 1:30, 2 o'clock, you get the rapid results to come back and tell you what you have, and you got to get diagnosed. Well, he didn't have anything, so he called her and was like, "You funky B, that's how I knew you was out here while I was out to sea. You was over here effing and like all this other stuff." And they're divorced now.
That was diabolical. I think it's a little bad petty.
Why you going to hell?
Why are you saying that with no face here?
Imagine her watching the show and being like, "Oh my God, he was telling the truth."
He was the guy.
They had no kids, so I don't really feel bad about it. I mean, like I broke a home, but at the same time, if you don't trust your partner, you might as well get divorced anyway.
I can respect that. That's funny. That was diabolical. That's past petty.
He's like, "That's the watered down." Good.
That's some sinister shit, man. That ain't petty. That's just sinister.
He snitched on me about some shit that he didn't have no reason to tell on me for. And if he had told on me, like, yeah, I had just made E6, and with him telling on me, I was a frock E6, so you don't get paid right away. So if you're a frock E6, you're not an E6 until you get paid for it, but they let you wear it. So he told on me, and I ended up getting bust down. So I was E5, so they ended up busting me down to E4.
Damn. Oh no, that makes sense. No, what you did, that's light work. Okay, never mind. That makes sense. I got you.
I told myself, like, if I ever catch him, I'm like, I'm putting paws on him, like hands and feet, like vicious combos. Like I'm catching him. And I just
messed with your money.
I just could never do it. So yeah, when I saw the opportunity, I shot my shot, and then boom, it worked out. But now what I should have done is I should have hit his ex-wife, or I should have hit her. That's what I should have did, but I didn't because the guy was already starting to work on me.
Shout out to Somalia. She's still on the show watching. I said I wanted to acknowledge the diehards, the people who make it through to the very end. Pretty awesome.
I bet she worked nights.
Avatar, he's still alive.
Avatar, I think you need to come on the show at some point.
Yeah, man. We know your name. We actually know your name. I just think he was selling like bootleg Rokus though, like Fire Stick. I was gonna ask one.
Yeah, run me one.
Cannot.
Before we get off, is God still with us? Like, is the voice? Is she still in?
The God of Petty is in the background. I think the God of Petty should get a time extension.
This is crazy. I'm trying to think. I'm really not that petty.
Hey, what did we learn tonight? You gotta work out your knees. Yonci
quads and knees for your relationship.
Spoil yourself when
bounces.
This is
Airbnbs. Airbnbs can be evil when it's in a group of friends.
Yeah, Airbnb.
Winter had a whole nother life. Look.
Yeah, that innocent face, that shit is gone now.
No, I did. I said this is one of Yonci's high class friends. No,
Yeah.
I don't know.
He said no. I learned so much from that part of the dialogue.
Yonci, you got to get a better look. Your face, look you.
Better face.
Your face gives you away. We know what you're thinking. You just be like,
man, we knew Yonci was a savage when she just had the dude that was her best friend, and then
the wingman was crazy.
Bruh, listen,
that was nuts.
We knew.
Before y'all tell this story, I remember coming up on you before y'all tell this story. Yonci, I said, this is a really nice young lady. Like this is something. Like
you know what?
That's a compliment.
This is really wonderful. She is sweet. I was like, she knew Rebecca Lynn Pope. I said, this is something I can follow on Instagram. This is good.
Jacob. I was innocent. I didn't know. I thought he was my friend. That should be a meme. That should be a meme. How did he move that fast?
Yonci, you got a side. Like, man, I didn't know.
Shout out to Blondie. No, I do have a side. Like, it don't come at me. I think I had one time where I didn't even know I had this side.
You're welcome. I was at my limit for a whole other account.
Another account.
Anywho,
hold on, I missed something. What happened?
10 more minutes got added to the clock.
Oh, did God say something? Like, is God still with us?
Hopefully.
I'm with you, child.
Hey.
I had a roommate, and she pissed me off. So I don't ever remember being this pissed until I had this situation. But my friend and I from college, we decided to get an apartment together. It was my first place. I don't know if it was her first place. And we were all ready. We were ready to go. And out of nowhere, she's like, oh, so-and-so, we'll call her Sally. Sally wants to room with us. And I'm like, that's not like a light heart. Like, someone's coming over for tea. Like, no, you're saying she wants to live with us. And I was just like, I don't even know her. So I already was just like, And she was 19. I think we had graduated college. So it was probably like 19 and 22, which, at that time, that's a big gap developmentally or whatever. So we had to have this whole conversation. I think my friend and I, we shared the small, it was a 2-bedroom. So I think she and I shared the little one, or it was 3-bedroom. We each had a little one, and she took the girl took the master. So we had to have an argument from the beginning. Like, if it's bigger, you should pay more. So that was already, to me, like, tell me she's delusional. And so she was so out to lunch. Like, she felt like we should have a schedule on cleaning dishes. So if I made a Pop-Tart and deuced out and went to work, and if she made hash browns, bacon, eggs, she felt like it was all the same. It should just be like a day. It should be like a day that you should wash. And it was just like this annoying little, petty stuff where it's like, she didn't pick up after herself. She just had this like instigation. I don't remember, it was some incident with ketchup. And that's the first time I've ever remember wanting to fight somebody. Because it was something like, either I was telling her not to touch my stuff, or she was saying not to touch, but she just had that like yappy little dog type of spirit, and just real like antagonistic. And that day I was like, there was a rage in me that I was like, oh, I've never seen that side of myself before. But I wanted to lay hands on her. And I don't think I've ever wanted to lay hands on someone since that time. Like she just irked my soul. I don't know how to explain it. She was like a little sister that you never want to have, and I never did. Yeah, but to this day, child.
Hey.
I'm grateful that I haven't. There's only been like 2 or 3 times that I wouldn't even discuss what happened because it's past petty. But like, that I haven't been in those situations.
I can only be around other people for so long, because to me, I'm like, there's stuff that makes sense, and I need you to like, I need you to acknowledge when something doesn't make sense. Like things need to be fair. Things need to be structured, and I don't deal with people who are so delusional that they can't see their side. You know, like if you have your friend that's always wanting to ride but never offers to pay gas, or the person who's always taking but never replaces. Like I have to be around people. Either just don't be around people, or be around people who can police themselves, and you know, like it's not like a lopsided relationship.
So this is a question for everybody, because I just wonder, because I know I could see it, of course, visibly with Willie to a certain extent, but like, and you're talking about it now. At what point did you guys feel like, did you guys ever try to create a power dynamic when you're dealing with other people who might not have the maturity, so that you always had the upper hand? Because I remember when I used to like have people live with me, I used to make them pay less rent. Like if I'm helping you out, I'd make them pay such a minimal amount of rent so they knew that they didn't really have a say. And I've always had great relationships with my roommates. So it was like, because like I made you, like you're here, but not, I don't want you to ever feel like we're equal, because I just know that if we did the equal thing, you're never going to be equitable to me. So do you guys ever do things like that, where it's like I'd make a dynamic that maybe I have a little bit more power because I have more maturity? Do you guys ever create that type of
relationship with women? We'll just start there. That's what you do. That's the exact same thing that you get when you pay all the bills. That's exactly.
And I was gonna say that is exactly. I think that's very fascinating.
And then just the difference is I don't treat you poorly because I'm
100%.
I don't think that it's possible to not. Okay, so you might say it's not treating poorly, but size face is everything. But I do feel like it makes for a very odd power dynamic, because I feel like there is a card that gets played often.
So the card, I don't have to play the card. So for example, right, I don't walk around telling people like I'll beat your ass. You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm in a physically, you know what I'm saying? It's like, well, we're probably not gonna play with him because of, you know, the people that know me know what my get down is. So I don't have to tell you. But like at the end of the day, you know also that the benefit that you have is that I'm responsible now. So with me being with my authority comes the responsibility, and guess what? You don't get to do when shit goes left. You don't get blamed for it. You be like, well, baby, you know, I followed my man, and now that's when you get to play that. Well, you done fucked up card, and like, hey, so maybe we can do this differently next time. So it's a win-win. You just have to have a guy who is like sure of himself enough to know he ain't got to throw that shit in your face all the time. Like, hey,
I think I'm traumatized from such a bad experience, and I'll be the first to admit it.
I get it.
Such a narcissistic. Like,
I definitely get it.
I use my money to throw. Like, I think I'm traumatized for life from that.
Yeah. So I'm talking about this more just in dynamics of, because for instance, none of these were romantic dynamics that had happened. I just knew that, like, I want. Say it again.
No, I said I know you were describing roommate type things. I said I just
yeah. No, in a relational dynamic, like with my brother, it was funny because he had came here from the East Coast and he had a lot of friends. I don't have like a bunch of friends, but I have like really good friends. The ones I have, I just try to, if I find a good person, I'm gonna stick with you forever. You can't get rid of me type deal. And so, so my brother comes across here and he was kind of baffled because I would just go and I would just pay for stuff and just do stuff. And he's like, why don't you, like, I said, I don't like keeping count. To me, keeping count means like I'm putting my energy into something when I should have abundance. Like I should never be in a position or a place where I have to count everything. That's a small mindset to me, right? And so he's like, I really appreciate that about you, that you just give and you just like he's like, I feel like I'm an extension of you. Like, I just like that. He said, because he used to tell me stories about his friends where everything was so nitpicky. And I was like, man, friends like that, why do you even need enemies? And so I've noticed that with people, especially like I said, in lower and sometimes in poverty conditions, they never got to experience, you know, maybe some of these lessons. And so that's why I had to create that. Like that wasn't born out of like with the roommate situation. It was like, you got evicted from your last place for a reason because you didn't pay your bills, right? So I don't want that to ever transfer or hurt our relationship. I'd rather pay the lion's share. And then you just feel like I'm not going to like pull the card on you. You just know that he doesn't need me to pay these bills. Like I'm here for a particular purpose, and I've always had great interactions, and it wasn't because of that. I just realized that every time when I was in a subordinate situation, people always use the card on me, which is why I'm always so liberal with people, is because I'm like, I want you to always know, and I will never bring it up in your face, that like I got you. Like you're my people and stuff like that. But as you were talking earlier, you were like, you make sure that if you move like this, I'll kick it with you. But this people might be placed over here. Like you kind of curate your circles or how you interact with people. So I was just wondering who else does that.
I can have a issue, not issue like I'm opposed to it, but it's just, it can be an awkward dynamic when there is a huge difference in income. So like we have friends who can do private jets, get personal chefs, like it's nothing, you know, they're always traveling. We're always seeing them posting this and this and whatever. You know, high-end cars, blah, blah, blah. And it can make for awkward situations because if you're trying to travel together and, you know, your friends are used to doing first class or they can Uber whenever just because they don't feel like driving that night or whatever, that it can make for an interesting dynamic, even if the person is not being malicious about it or rude or whatever. Like they can afford to give you really nice gifts, but to them, you're like, hey, I'll bake you a birthday cake. It's like, it could be difficult if there is a huge disparity in income, or like if you're trying to go out to eat, like Jacob was saying, like, oh, we'll just cover tabs or whatever. Going to that person's restaurant might be like 3-4 times what we might have paid for our meal. And, you know, if we go to our normal spot, it might be a total downgrade, you know, to that. It becomes awkward, you know, even trying to find a hotel to stay at. Like they might be at some 5-star resort and we might be more at the Hilton, you know.
All right, is that an internal thing? That's an internal thing for you.
Is it what?
Is it an internal thing for you more so than it is for them?
Oh yeah, but the other person, they're not caring. No, it's like it could be awkward if you're the type of person who wants to cover the tab too. That you want to cover the tab too, or you want to, you know, oh, I got it this time, or hey, you know, we're gonna take you out here, knowing that your budget is not the same. It could feel awkward, you know, and usually, you know, good people they're not walking around like, oh, I covered this or not. But it's something internally for me. And I didn't realize it until I was in the reverse. Because I was always blessed before, either with my parents or my ex-husband, whatever. Like we were always like, you'd be like, oh, I got to take care of the patio, strangers, whatever. Like, hey, you got it. And we were always the one giving, and it felt so good for him to give because I was working. It felt so good for him to give, and people would be uncomfortable sometimes. Like, no, we can't take you up in it. We'd want to go on trips. Just we'll pay your way because we want you to come. And they're like, oh. And then until I was in that position, I was like, now I get it. It feels awkward. Like you feel like you're a burden, even though the person is saying you're not a burden. I want this. It is an extremely humbling position to be in a much different economic.
I get what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? Like you want to go to the game, you're just excited to get somewhere in the stadium, and they're in the box seats, and you're just like, you know. So it's like either they have to pay the difference to get you to be able to come with them, or you're just not going to be doing a lot of the same thing.
You don't want to be the broke friend.
Yeah, I don't want to hang out with people that I won't do that for. I'm very intentional about that. If I go out to eat with you, then it's understood that, you know what I'm saying, I'm probably going to, you know, I'm beat you to get in the chat.
But that's going to be awkward for a man, especially a masculine man. You know, if Kim, you're saying you go out every single time, and every single time you're paying.
And this is a place of maturity I came to. I know everybody doesn't because, like I said, whatever. But for me, presence is so important. There are people that I've literally I've actually told you, I've literally paid people's bills for months because I respected and appreciated their presence so much. And I had to tell them that it's like, you don't understand that inspiration is the thing that really drives men. And so you doing that, like you being in my presence or being in this particular capacity or doing this great work that you're doing, I believe in you so much that I'll go and do this. And so as like a man, if I have a friend, my friend is my family. So like to me, you are the extension of myself that just may have happened to go on into another, like just happened to grow up in another way. And so that's how I really rock with my people like that. So I guess for you, that's why I ask, is it an internal thing? Is because it's like, no, like we love Yonci because Yonci's Yonci. I'm sure that they have that same thing. I'm sure that Monty, his friends love him because he's a special brand. Like I said, you guys are people of character. So to me, I don't think that way. Now, I will tell you this, is that I know other people don't think like me. And so when I've been in situations where like I've been down bad, I tend to go and thug it out just because I never want that to be thrown on me. Because, like I said, yeah. But at the same time, it's like I know the people who I know. So, like my friends who are real friends, I'm like, nah, you already know what it is. You're like, if I know you're in the same place, that's cool. But if I don't think that you're in the same place, you never will hear a request from me because it just won't be that. So
stop hanging out with broke folks. I promise you, y'all won't even notice. Like you'll never know. If I've got a very tight group of homeboys, we couldn't tell you who pays for what when we go do something because we're gonna do bring the kids, bring the fam. Like one person is getting that, but like it's really hard for people to find that group though, because obviously we do have friends who aren't as financially flexible as the rest of us are, and they still come. They don't feel any different. And even when we were younger, like we went out, everybody got jewelry on. Partner ain't got no jewelry, no money. Give him a chain, some bread. Now he got money to go to the club too. Like, but you just have to have friends like that. And I don't think most people were raised to be that way because they either were raised in a condition of like survival where like you have to like every decision you make with money is going to affect and you do something else. And then the other ones that know that like, okay, well, if I don't have it now and my friend does, we cover each other now, and then later we're just so used to it because of how we were raised. So we go out, we're trying to pass cards, and whoever, like we put all our cards in a hat, or you know what I'm saying. Or this also, I'm gonna tell you some free game too, fellas. Don't get a metal credit card, and the rest of your friends' credit cards aren't also metal because anytime you put your name, you put that card in the hat, she's gonna pick yours every time.
It's the thick one.
Yep, and hanging out with hanging out with athletes or something I don't want to ever do again. Like Kevin Hart has a joke about going to Disney World with Dwayne Wade, going to eat with like a guy that's an athlete and his friends. For whatever reason, their budgets are significantly different than mine. So you get the tab, and the tab is like $7,000, and you're like, "Oh shit, I got to call Wells Fargo to tell them to let me spend this money."
yeah.
Like, hold on for a second, and then you look crazy, so they looking at you like, "You can't take this nowhere." So there's my ad, and I know what Yonci's about to try to segue into her close because she's already got it queued up. And you want to know how I know? Because she's been sitting here letting y'all talk, and like
I kind of sensed that in a way. I was like because I had a question for Sai, and then I was like gonna say something, but I was like, I feel like she's trying to end this thing, but I know Willie got something planned. Actually, I got something planned.
Well, what's your question, Kim?
Is there anything that you find yourself as a virtuous woman doing to kind of create favorable situations?
Virtuous side.
Virtuous. Well, listen, you came from above. I just had to ask. So
I'm just gonna sit here quietly and listen.
I just want to hear what you're about to say.
Curls are probably
I'm tired. I honestly don't even know what he said besides the verse.
No, I'm saying, like, have you ever created is there anything that you've like learned or like anything that you do personally to like create a more favorable dynamic for like, let's say you and friend groups or like at work, like how Yonci said, she like, I kind of feel weird being around certain people, but she curates her friends, or I try to pay more if I'm in a dynamic where I think I need more control. Sometimes I'll try to pay more so we don't have that dynamic. Do you do anything like that personally to make your life easier?
I guess so.
So you know what she does, Cam? I'll tell you what her, Yonci, and the rest of people do. Yeah,
what's that?
All the pretty women do, they use pretty privilege to make life work better in their favor. Every one of them does it. All of them.
Anyways, Cam.
Every one of them does it, Cam. Don't let them lie to you. Pretend like it's hard to tell. Every one of them does.
Wait a minute, Yonci, you and y'all are friends? Like,
that's my whole sister. Mind your business. Stay in the garage.
Yo, wait.
I'm sleepy. Wait, I'm sleepy. No, forgive me, Jacob. I'm sorry. I'm tired.
I'm just gonna log off.
I'm so tired.
You know what? Y'all have a good night.
No.
Y'all gonna be over here treating me
like will hit the exit button off.
I know.
Have a good night, man. God bless you.
Flag first.
No flag. That's terrible.
We done lost Jacob.
We done lost Jacob is triggered.
I
Pole to pole.
I try to be like the mediator. I'm a calm person.
I heard that. I heard that one. You're not slick with that one, Yonci. I caught that one too. See, I'm paying attention. You know what?
No, I pay attention too. I was letting five.
Oh, now listen.
I was letting five, and I heard you five.
Really, don't pull a Yonci, because see, Willie is overt with his. Yonci is subtle. It's the slow knife that sticks to cut you the deepest. Like
right? What you say? What you
she can't say it again.
I was saying because I'm snitching.
Say it.
When we was watching people, she said Jacob pulled the paw.
Wow.
Oh, we didn't even think about Buddy tonight.
No, someone had a whole conversation about him in the comments.
And then somebody also was like adjusting their fake glasses when they were reading the Hurt Man comment. See, like you got to know.
Hey, Jacob, please forgive me.
You gotta catch
Yeah.
Forgive
me. So say what you were saying again for the people who missed it, Sai, because I heard you. No, just about creating the dynamics.
Yeah, they better rewind. And I'm just like, look, I'm tired.
Yo,
I'm tired. I'm not even trying to. Oh
you're good.
That's why I was chatting with Yonci. I don't know if she's saying mine. No, she'll be responding. Do you not see my comments when I comment on YouTube like everybody else? Like,
no, clearly. I see. Are you talking about the private chat?
I be feeling like a mistreated neck bone.
What is the proper way to say that?
It is time. We are at time. However, are you talking about in the main comments or in the private chat? Because I don't see.
It seems like both of them. Like I be like commenting like, look at my sister breaking my neck and stuff, and then you be talking about people after me and before me. I'm like, is my comment invisible? But Jacob, I'm so sorry.
I sure did not.
I'm so sorry.
But I want to say thank you so much to everybody who came out tonight and joined us on this good evening. I thoroughly enjoyed y'all. I'm actually going to get a good night's sleep tonight. I did pay my time. Did me my time. Thank you so much. I hope you guys all come out next week. And if you want to come to the Patreon event, slide in my DM. If there are any spots left, I will consider you if you are one of the YouTube diehards. Yes, sir.
So like, is it like a? Okay, maybe I'll just DM you to see the details. Yeah. Okay, that's what.
Yes, you can. If you're on the panel, you're 100% there. Just.
Oh no, I was trying to understand like what I have to logistically what I have to do because I don't know all this stuff.
Let's come to Dallas, but
tell Jacob, give him my love.
Jacob, we love you. All right, guys. Thank you so much. You know, I gotta go out with my.
So what are you gonna title this right? You're gonna get the clips, okay?
So serious.
All right, peace, y'all.
I actually forgot my little. There. Okay, there we go.
Oh, that's it. Okay.